I didn't even realize that. My bad.
Still working fine to me. I can see it.
Nah, this is the YouTube crew. I'm live on YouTube as well.
Okay.
There you go. There's your sound. Nah, this is the YouTube crew. There's your sound, you filthy animals. Hold that. Sorry about that. Yo, El Chorizo.
Yo, what's good today? You good?
Welcome, family. Welcome. Talk to me, man.
No, I just went to fly by and say, well, go on, quickly. I've been following your thing for a minute still, you know, since you've been on YouTube and all that Speaker's Corner and all that. I'm feeling your thing still. You're a wise man.
I appreciate it.
I just want to give you your flowers, innit? That's all.
Thank you, man. I tell people all the time the only flowers I accept are like sativa and indica.
Yeah, you know how we stay.
But I appreciate you, bro. Hang about for a minute though, because I'm trying to build a vibe, man. I ain't been getting live for a while. I'm trying to build a vibe. So yeah. So basically me and the homies was talking. We having a little chat about spirituality and different concepts. And so where are you at in terms of how would you describe yourself? Atheist, agnostic, theist? Like any of them things ring a bell?
I'd go as far as saying I'm a firm believer of God. Like I know God's real for a fact, innit? Because I see it in my life. You get it?
Okay.
So when I'm
introduce him to us, bro.
Everyone's got their own relationship with God, innit? Like I'm a church man, innit? Obviously I used to do the whole church thing and whatnot. But I believe because when I've asked for something in specific and I've gone into detail and I've gotten that thing at a certain time, because people forget, people pray and they want God to answer them there and then. God is a master of time.
Give me that example. What have you prayed for, brother? And thank you to everyone that's been sharing the stream, hitting the like button, sending gifts. I see you lot, man. Sorry, I'm rusty. Supposed to be bigging you lot up, but yeah, big up. So what have you seen, El Chorizo?
All right, cool. Many years ago, obviously I've had really bad relationships throughout the years, innit? Yeah, with women, innit? So I prayed to God and I asked for something so specific. I went into detail with what I wanted. Into detail. I'm talking about.
You're not gonna tell me you know God is real because He's giving you a
no, not that, but other things as well. You get it.
Now, but we're gonna get in. Don't run away from it.
No, I ain't running away, but other things as well. You get it.
But we're talking about you got a girl, you got a wifey.
Not just
she came out of nowhere. Yeah, you know, if you say you've been following me, you know what I'm like. So I have to be like this, innit? I'm respecting your story, but is that what you're telling me? You asked God for a woman, you fall in love, and now you got a relationship with God now, right? Is that what you're telling me? He's gonna mute.
I definitely believe in God.
All right, tell me about it, Rems.
Was just the connection that I've had with him through my life. Even with the things that are going on now, the more evil things that go on is the more I believe in God. Because I think...
All right, so first and foremost, me, Apex, and Mr. Different, and El Chorizo, and that guy that was here just now talking, what was his name? Red, something like that. Biggest Zed.
Guys, Zed something, man.
Zed, come back, bro. Make sure you're following me, Zed, because we can chat, man. But anyway, who is God, bro? How did you get this relationship with God? Why ain't I got one?
Because you don't take time out to search. That's
I don't take time out to search for God, you're saying?
Yeah. Maybe that's the reason.
Okay. All right.
Maybe I think, do you know what I've noticed in time now? A lot of bad things have happened, so people have just walked away from God. They're like, okay, this has happened. They can't be a God.
Enough people are angry at God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Enough people are angry at God.
No, I wouldn't say. I would say they're angry at life and what's going on.
I would say they're angry at God. I would say if you speak to an atheist, if you speak to an atheist for long enough, I usually get to the point where I'm like, okay, show me on this door where God hurt you. Because your thing is, there's no God, and a lot of the time it feels like it's coming from a place where basically, if there was a God, he would allow this and this to happen to me. He would allow this to happen to my mom or my sister or my cousin, or you know what I'm trying to say? They're hurt by God. A lot of people are like that. But you, on the other hand, God's just been walking with you the whole time. How? Why? Who's your God? What religion? What's going on? Talk to me.
Oh, with me, like I said, this is just like, because sometimes, like, I'll be in my car, be in my bedroom, like I'll pray to God if I want something, if I'm going through something. Like I've even made deals with God. Like, for an example, I was struggling. I don't want to get into something. I was struggling with something, and I prayed to God. I said, "All right, God, if I'll stop doing this, if you help me out with this." Does that make sense?
Yeah. You wanted to stop wanking, and God's helped you.
No, not like that. But yeah, and I felt like He was helping me at the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's just the way we're born.
But that's kind of, forgive me, bro. Because we're on a show, I have to ask directly, right? So I can't. If anything feels vague, I'm gonna have to press on that. Like, Ra, what do you mean?
No, it's all right. It's all right. No.
So, like, let's just say you were struggling with an addiction to something, which we all do, right? And you prayed to God. Which God did you pray to?
Allah.
Okay. Was you born into seeking Allah specifically, or did you revert into that?
I wasn't. No, my cousin, because he's been Muslim from like years ago.
Yeah.
And like, obviously, I was at a time in life, I was a bit stressed and that. I was young, and I wanted to find something different. You know what I'm saying? So I went to the church, and it didn't fit right.
Why was you searching? How old was you?
I think I was like late 20s.
Why was you searching? What was going on?
Because I just wanted something different, something spiritual. Do you know what I'm saying? I thought, like, I was thinking of what's the purpose of life? Do you know what I mean? And I started thinking, at the end of the day, we're made by something, so why not give back? Do you know what I'm saying? And
let me fill in some blanks. Before that, you was kind of like a soft Christian, like, because you was raised in believing in.
To be honest, like, I was growing up in a Jehovah's Witness household. Yeah.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club, bro.
Oh, really? You are as well. So I was quite used to not celebrating Christmas, not celebrating birthdays. So I was already used to that, and I know going to Islam is kind of the same thing in that aspect. So I didn't have a problem with
you wouldn't think it, but that's another story. Get me?
Yeah, but then I looked at other things like the way the planets are, the way that the ocean is, the way we're born, the way we breathe. Do you know what I mean? There's like, who's made this? If you really use your brain, come on, this ain't no big bang theory here. Like, something has created this. That's how I look at it. The way the planets orbit, the stars and the sun orbit, everything, like, that's a creation right there. So I don't know, man. That's just my opinion, isn't it?
So so you prayed, and you made dua, and you said, "Yo, please, Allah, help me with this issue that."
I mean in general. Like when I took Shahada, I started going to the masjid. I started praying, and that's when my life was actually better. It's only, and that's when I felt happy within myself. So that's where my belief comes from.
This sounds. I'm gonna say that it sounds anecdotal, right? It sounds like, where's the concrete? How are we linking this? How do we know that your life weren't just you was in your late 20s? Often our 20s is very tempestuous and full of ups and downs, and as we get into our 30s, a lot of our lives level out. A lot of the peaks and troughs kind of level out, and you kind of cruise a little bit more. You mature. So some would say that your life would have got better anyway.
No, you can't, bro. You can't just put anyone in the same box and things are gonna work out. Things are different with other people. Like, I know man in their 50s that they live their life is stressful. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You can't. So it depends what you're around, what you go through, what your upbringing's been like. So yeah, man.
I think it's just belief in yourself that causes these things. Because I've quit sniffing, I've quit drinking, I've quit wanking, I've quit smoking. You know what I mean? I've done this through myself. I don't ask for an external force to help me stop doing these things. It's belief within me that I know I'm powerful enough to stop doing these things.
Yeah, but who gives you that strength?
I give myself that strength. I believe in a
Okay.
creator, but I don't give all my power away because I don't
Okay.
need to, because I believe I'm strong enough myself.
Okay. That's your opinion. Everyone's got their own.
So me now, somebody that's like, let's say I'm on the fence. Let's say I'm on the fence. And by the way, big up to Rach and everyone that's tapping the screen. You lot, please keep these likes up. Get these likes up. Let's get the engagement up, right? And you lot that are on YouTube, you might as well just come to TikTok, because what you doing on YouTube? Like, come man, come to TikTok. Anyway, so I'm sitting on the fence. I'm hearing a religious brother, a Muslim brother, a Aki, and I'm hearing kind of agnostic brother, right? Who's saying they're both saying that they're at the same place in life. They overcome, let's say, addictions and negative habits, and now they're in a better place in their life. They're in a better section of their life. One saying it's through self-belief, the other one saying it's through Islam. How can we prove what is what?
This is the thing, though. We can't, though. This is the thing, because that's where it comes into like life with a test kind of thing. So, yeah, and I think we're in very testy times right now.
Yeah.
It's gonna get worse. You know what I'm saying? Like for an example, I don't know, like over here, that's like how you got to look at it. Like over here, like most people will be saying, "Oh, there isn't no God." You know what I mean? Because my ex cheated on me, or I found my ex in the bed with another girl. I went down his phone. There's not going to be a God. And you got people in Palestine. They're seeing their kids getting blown to pieces. Yeah, their aunties, their cousins. They're literally picking up pieces of their children, and they're still taking time out to pray to God. So what we go through over here is small fry.
Nah, that's a great. I hear that. Some would say that's a testament, and I want you to know that
that's strength right there.
I'm very good at playing the advocate, right? So these, when I throw certain things out, this is just for those that aren't used to me. When I throw certain things out, might not necessarily be what I believe or what I think. It doesn't really matter what I believe or what I think. I'm mainly here to facilitate a conversation for my own benefit and for other people. I'm learning, I'm listening, but I'm also a host. So I will throw things in to, like, balance out the conversation or put in other perspectives, not necessarily ones that I hold. That being said, some would say that the woman praying after her youth's just been blown to bits and she's still taking time out to pray kind of shows her indoctrination. It shows not strength, but it shows that she's like a slave to this practice. Shows that she's not even using common sense, because she's using common sense to see that God has abandoned her and allowed her child to be blown to bits.
Okay. But what you got to remember is, well, us Muslims, we don't worship life in the way that other people do. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, we're conditioned to think of death as a horrible thing. But why can't death be beautiful?
I hear you.
Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I've often said, like, it's.
Can I ask a question?
I often said it's kind of strange that we cry at funerals and we laugh at births, knowing what life is like. But I hear where you're coming from.
Like, even when my dad passed, like my dad passed 3 years ago, and I told one of the Muslim uncles, I said, what's wrong? I said, my dad passed, and he looked at me and he said, Alhamdulillah, and he shrugged it. He's like, yeah, he's gone. But I took offense to it. But then I thought, you know what? I would know how they think. I know how so okay, he's gone back to God. That's it. And
you don't know that for a fact, though, do you? You know what I mean? He's saying, like, well, there's certain things that I've practiced and I've experienced and I've experienced previous lives, and it's like, so I kind of, well, I definitely believe that we've been reincarnated.
He's looking like raw. You're looking like raw.
So if you do certain practices, for example, so you hold onto your seed, you don't spill your seed for a certain amount of time. You learn how to breathe. You learn how to meditate. You learn how to tie it all into the astrology, astrotheology, religion of the stars. You mix all these things at the same time, and you can release beautiful Kundalini energy and release the perfect dosage of DMT. And when you release that perfect dosage of DMT, you are seeing something so profound, and
Okay.
it's the most blissful experience you'll ever feel. It beats any drug, any
but
shag. It's perfect.
How did you
man.
eventually? You've been practicing the retention, right? How did you eventually engage the Kundalini? Was you in the act of sex when you engaged?
No. I have practiced tantra, and I have.
But what I'm saying is,
honest,
the Kundalini. My understanding is to get the actual Kundalini going up your spine and your vertebrae and whatnot. This is in the act of sex.
it doesn't have to be in the act of sex. It can be, if you time it perfectly. You can time it through it's got a thing called sacred secretion, and it'll happen at a certain time of the month. And this is when it happened for me. It was like, because I'm Aries,
Like a wet
it
dream.
happened on a full moon. No, not like a wet dream. It was basically it was energy that had been released from we just call it the root chakra, and it travelled all the way up my spine. And as it was travelling up my spine, it was causing kriyas to pop. And so I was basically having convulses and popping motions because there was blocked energy inside me. As the Kundalini rose through me, it was purifying me, and basically it was like way to explain it. It's like it was just making way for the new and getting rid of all this old stagnant energy that was in me. And when it finally hit my pineal gland, there was a noise very, very similar to when you smoke DMT. It was like a high frequency bell going off. I can't do the noise, but anyway, after it released past the third eye, it felt like warm oil was being poured over the top of my head, and then that shut off. And when it shut off, it showed me basically different previous lives from a like a weird panoramic view. And then as it settled, I'd get this vibrating coming from my bottom of my feet, and the vibration would come all the way through my body again in a sweeping motion.
That's bad.
Purifying me. And then it's not bad. This is what everyone says. Well, you get all Christians and all. Yeah. It's not bad spirits. It's the most blissful experience I've ever had. It was perfect, man. Well, that's bad. Are
you a spiritual person?
I've done spiritual practices. I went to Bible studies groups with people, and I've explained a few things, and they're like, "Oh, that's Satan, that's the devil." It's like, come on, man. This thing, it changed me for the best version of myself ever. I dropped off old mates. I dropped off a cocaine habit. I dropped off alcohol. I built myself into the best version that I could. And then I had more kids with a beautiful woman that I met at COVID protest. Everything started lining up for me. After this situation, but no, that's the devil, that's bad spirits.
And people are very protective of their experiences. And when we go at them and say, "Oh, well, this is that and this is that," we can put people off. I tend to stay away from that. But what I would ask you is that in terms of your Kundalini experience and that, do you recall any side effects? Do you recall side effects or aftershocks? Because
basically, I felt like because it was in 2020 and there was all the bullshit going on in the world. I was having to go. I was at work, and I was like, I just felt detached from reality for a little while, because I just felt like I've experienced this, and I'm trying to explain to people and put it into words what's happened to me, and everyone's looking at me like I'm batshit crazy. And they're just like, you're not more bothered about football or fucking EastEnders or something. And I'm like, this stuff's real, you know what I mean? But then after that, I've had health conditions, but I've also had a lifetime of abusing my body from drugs when I was younger. So
now, what I'm saying is, because I'm figuring the best way to kind of get in this. But let's just say that I've had some of these experiences, right? Let's just, why do you have a pink phone case? Good question.
It's not mine. It's not mine.
Dating you up. But, let's just say that I've had some experiences with what you're talking about. So I feel like I'm coming from a place of experience and knowledge, right? What I realize is that a lot of people don't talk about side effects, negative effects of the Kundalini awakening and the third eye opening, and I think that for some reason it's like there's almost like a level of deception. People don't want to talk about it. People don't want to talk about the visions that they're having. They don't want to talk about the spiritual attacks that they have. They don't want to talk about the random possession that can take place in people.
Yeah, that's true. That's
they don't
true.
want to talk about.
I've had a lot of spiritual attacks after.
Right. They don't want to talk about the combustion.
I see this.
They don't want to talk about any of this shit.
Basically, I see it as you're going to get spiritual attacks when you're on the right path to take you off your path. So when you're when you've had all these good things happen to you and you're going out there and you're trying to change people around you, people in the community, you'll get low vibrational stuff come and attack you because they don't want you improving and evolving, becoming the best version of yourself. So I'll get attacked in my sleep because I'm quite powerful to get attacked in the daytime because I'm meditating. I realise what's my thoughts and what ain't, and if there's stuff around me that's trying to affect me. So the more you improve, the more likely you are to get.
Who's your teacher? Who's your guide?
I haven't actually got a personal teacher in real life, but I've got good people around me. But there's,
how do you? I mean, obviously, there's got to be people around you that are into similar practices, right?
There's nobody. I've only ever come across a couple of people practicing retention and Kundalini and stuff like that in all the years that I've been doing it.
You see, when you're talking about getting attacked, are you talking about like sleep paralysis?
Not sleep paralysis, but maybe more like succubus or stuff coming to attack me, sexual dreams and stuff like that. But
okay, so let me ask you another question.
Also, I've had like certain demons come and attack me, but this is
have you
got a lot of the time it's within my sleep, within the astral realm.
You don't do rituals or nothing like that?
I don't do rituals, no.
Of course he does. Of course he does. No, of course you do, though. You don't say that. Well, of course he does. Of course he does. You just how he got the Kundalini and all that. That's all part of the ritual. Of course he does.
I don't see it as a ritual, to be honest. I just see it
as a ritual, brother.
Self-improvement.
It's a series of practices that you perform to reach a goal. That's a ritual.
Well, yeah, if you want to call it a ritual, I can agree to disagree, but I'd rather say it's a self-improvement.
What did you say? You're aligning the planetary, the astrology, you're doing this on a sacred moon and day, and that's a fucking ritual, cuz.
Okay, fair enough. You know what? I never even looked at it as a ritual. I just seen it as something that I do and something that I've learned.
That being said, a lot of the stuff we do from day to day is a ritual too. Let's put things in proper context. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to say, oh, you're doing some madness, which it is. I just think that the new age world of Kundalini and third eye and DMT and all that, I think it looks very pretty. And it's almost like a way of saying, look, you can access the spiritual aspects of life and reality without God, so to speak.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I believe in a creator, and if you want to call it God and whatever. But I'm not one of these wishy-washy new age geezers. I just this is my way of explaining it to you. What's happened to me. You know what I mean? I'm not like a love and light go around.
Love and light.
I'm not like that. I'm an everyday bloke. She's got 4 kids, and you know what I mean. I look after people around me, and I try to do the best I can to anybody that I can. You know what I mean? I'm always trying to just improve anybody around me.
Jaden, you were saying it's there, whether God's there or not, that spiritual thing is there regardless. You get it?
Yeah.
It's always in the background, and it's just something. It's part of.
It's whether you participate in it or not. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Zulu, welcome.
Shalom.
Oh, come on, man. You trying to ignore my request yesterday, bro. I was trying to get into it, and you just left me with people that just not on it, bro. I ended up abandoning the subject because it's just like I don't want to chat about it with Cage.
I was in the middle of a ritual, brother. I was in the middle of a ritual.
Stop that. Stop it fucking. But cool. I hear you, brother. I hear you. So let's talk about it, man. We're talking about spirituality. We're talking about the role of, you know, spiritual practice in our modern lives. Some people are talking about, you know, religion is a bit of a organized religion is kind of confusing stuff, and some men are going down this route of opening their Kundalini. Next man saying, look, I found that once I embraced Islam, my life changed. How can you add to this conversation? What's your perspectives on spirituality and religion and stuff like that? Is there a marriage between the two?
I think religion is the organized structure on how to interface spiritually. So the way I understand it is we are created to be receivers. We are created to receive. What are we created to receive? That's the question. Now, this may be my opinion, but I would say we're created to receive light. Right. And because we are created to receive light, unless we receive it from the right source, we'll seek it in other areas. And I think religion within itself, there are attempts to show you how to receive light. They are all attempts, but there is a way. There is a way.
I was getting scared by my own fucking face at the bottom of the screen, I swear. I was thinking, what the? I could have sworn I just seen a face on my screen, yeah, but I'm thinking, nah. But actually, yeah, there is a face. It's my face. Like, it's my face. I said that. I saw a flash of that, and I was thinking, nah. Is it the conversation?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's why I was like that, because I was blocking the camera and looking on the other screen to see what came up. My bad, because you might have thought, what's he doing? Ooh, what's that? Interesting tattoo he's got there. Ooh. But yeah, so I mean, you're saying religion is an organized way to reach what, the same conclusion as spirituality?
I think spirituality is a part of religion. Religion is the structured steps on how to attain spiritual, or how to attain divinity or union with God, right? Now, I wouldn't say all religions equally are successful at this attempt, obviously, but I say that is what religion is. It is the the structured attempt to have union with the Creator. It's come one with the Creator.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know if you heard, this brother said that he done some Kundalini thing.
Right.
His Kundalini was all popping and he was convulsing and stuff happened, and he had the hot oil feeling on his head and whatever. And he said from there he broke away from his drug abuse. He broke away from his what we're gonna call it, sexual addictions and things like that. And I guess he's saying that was all without God.
Yeah. There's 2 points I can make to that. And this analogy was revealed to me not too long ago. The difference between magic or New Age versus God, right? Or miracles, per se. Like the left-hand path versus the right-hand path. And I was having this analogy in my head the other day, and this is how I understand it. There is a reason why magic works. Even outside of praying to God for something to happen and it happens, whether it's your own power, whether you're calling upon something else, the reason why it works is because you're drawing from the same source, but there's a difference. One is receiving from the source, and one is taking from the source. And the act of taking is the violation, which is why some acts are seen as forbidden and some acts are permissible.
Right.
So, for example, when I'm praying to the Creator for something, it's not to say that I don't have some level of manifestation within myself, or I have, communication with other entities that can materialize things. Of course, the Egyptians were able to turn their staffs into serpents. What power are they drawing from? Moses did the same thing.
Yeah.
The difference is one side stole from the source, whereas one received. And it goes back to why we were created. We were created to receive. And when we do something opposite to that original design, we then
So you're
divulge
saying this ability to manifest and influence reality is something that we are designed to receive from the source, and these other techniques are stealing that ability from the source. That's very interesting. I like that.
Yeah. And here's an analogy to explain that. It's as if, for example, let's say manifestation or supernatural potential is a house, and God owns that house. The one that receives will knock at the door and will be recognized and will be allowed in. The one that doesn't receive will sneak into the house, will burgle the house. But here's the thing. If he's successful, he'll be able to take what he wants. But when the owner wakes up and comes downstairs and sees someone's in his house and he doesn't recognize, and he's got that shotgun and he's like,
it's big for you. What you doing here?
It's doing it.
Yeah, I hear that. Now that's a good analogy, man. Let me just take this quick time to welcome Rach onto the show as well, man. Let's get the sister talking. Big yourself, sis. Welcome. Welcome. You there? I don't even know if she knows. She might be in the ritual of cooking. She says she's in the ritual of cooking. Spirit. What is she doing? Spirit cooking.
You're funny. What is that? No, I do know what it is. No, I'll
You know, you tried it. What's that? You know what that is. So,
for a minute.
where you at with it? Are you a religious person?
I would say I started off being religious because I was born into Catholicism, but then I started to experiment with different sections of religion. Now I would say I'm probably agnostic, which I found out today. I didn't know what it was.
What that meant? Yeah.
I wasn't 100% sure what it was, so I'd say, yeah, I'm probably agnostic. I do believe in some kind of higher power, higher creator, but I'm not 100% sure what that is. I couldn't say for 100% sure. Right, God is a male perspective or whatever. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm raised
possibility, but I'm not 100% sure. You know, I don't know.
That's a very big argument. Not even is there a God, but is it a masculine? Is it a male thing? That's a whole different argument.
I just don't know. I feel like there's a possibility that there could be more than just whatever we think God is. I feel like there could be a hierarchy of spiritual conscience. I don't, you know, because this whole as above, so below. I feel like if it's as complex as it is down here, there must be more to it on the other side or above, or however you want to refer to it.
What do you think about that, Zulu? That's a good point.
It's a very good point. And you know, I've looked at the concept of the microcosm, which is essentially looking at nature, looking at the body, and using the small picture to explain the bigger picture.
Big picture,
so how you look at your thumb and you see the patterns of your thumb, and you cut a tree in half, you see the same kind of ripples and shapes. It's almost as if the human body is designed to contain all of the elements of reality, or at least the visible reality. And it shows the interconnectedness of everything. And I think what she said is a beautiful thing, because if we understand that there's a quantum, or there's like varying scales of reality, why would that not be the case in the higher worlds? Which then leads to the point that there probably is a hierarchy of worlds or dimensions. And I hold that view personally, that there's multiple dimensions.
Yeah.
And potentially we are conscious in multiple dimensions at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I hold that view of a realm where your soul resides, and also a realm where some people's spirits reside. I'm of the belief that not everyone has a spirit. I've said that for a long time. I think there's a difference between the spirit and soul. But there's definitely another place where, for instance, I can go and find out information about you. I can go to your little area. Let's call it the soul realm. I can go to your little area in the soul realm and check out your plot of land. And if I have a certain ability of reading, I can look at your plot of land, and there's like signposts outside of it, information that'll tell me stuff about you. Aura colors tell me where you are in health. Tell me if you're affiliated to any organizations that might have significant spiritual ramifications. Find out stuff about your lineage, as in the type of person you are, the type of abilities that you may or may not be able to participate in. I believe in that type of realm, and I think most of these people that say that they're psychics or say they're mind reading and that, I believe that at some level they're trained to access that point. Yo, Pablo, no way I do it in a car. I've let you in, but that must be an accident. These times I wish that Kemo would hit that link and come chop it up with me and Zulu. That'd be amazing. Yo, Pablo, at least say walk one. Look like that.
Walk one, brethren. Walk one.
Yeah.
Big up, my brother. Big up Zulu and Jedi, man.
Big up my broski, man. You get me? Just let me know if you need any water. Let me know if you need any water or sand, bro.
I'm good, bro.
Can't be worried about you lot over that side, because fire.
Yeah, it's going crazy now, bro. As far as everywhere, bro.
Bro, I heard a new one. You know what? I told you something.
Yeah, last night there a new one, man.
My son just landed in Anaheim. Can you imagine that?
Shit, yeah, that's where I be. If you need nothing, I got him, bro.
Yeah, please, cause it's peak out there. Yeah,
it's peak, bro. If you need anything, I got him, man. I'll shoot you my digit to your
Yeah,
your
please. He's getting there and whatever. He's getting there. He's getting St. Lucia. Mama's jet setting.
Yes, man. Bells. I speak, Bells. I speak.
Yeah. Everyone's happy to hear from Kemo, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I feel very, very blessed to talk to my brother, man. It's been a while still, but anyway. So what we're talking about right now is this link between, some man are on the spiritual side, and I feel like recently, last couple of years, you don't need to talk about God anymore because you just mentioned the universe. Look what the universe made happen for me. Look what the universe did for me. I asked the universe and the universe delivered. It's not God anymore, right? And I'm trying to understand what that is. Does there even need to be? Do we need to say the word God? Are they not talking about the same thing? Is it the same power source? You get me? Who is this universe? Who's put this thing in place? I believe possibly the creator created the universe, and we're yet again being tricked into worshiping the creation. You know what I mean? And giving props to the creation. But I know lots of sisters think that they're doing good work. I got some sisters that be flipping cards over. I got some sisters.
That should be crazy, bro. The card shit.
They be flipping cards over. You get me? Candles on certain days. The brother that left, he was talking about it as well. He opened his Kundalini. I don't know, man.
What?
Do you know what it is, Jez? Like when it comes to the universe thing, right? And people that
Thank you, Shani.
Big up, Shani. People that worship the celestial bodies and all that, right? The way I view it is this. The universe is God's clothing. And in Hebrew, we call this Tzimtzum. And it's the idea that...
Zulu.
Oh, too much. Yeah, too much. Oh.
Yeah, back up.
Too deep.
I'm doing too much. I'm doing too much, Kim. You're right. My bad. But just, what I'm trying to say. Wait, I'll summarize it. So basically, the immaterial being needs to make himself known to the material. So he uses the material as a clothing in varying levels so that the material can be relatable to, so that he can be relatable to the material. So the universe, you could say, represents God to a certain extent. It's like a hat or a shoe. It's explains his character. Just like
you show me where God speaks of the universe, bro. You show me any evidence, apart from these Greek brothers, This
Right.
concept of universe comes from where, bro?
You're correct. That's a fact, Jez. But socially we use these terms, right? So for the sake of this conversation, yes, I'm using that term. But
what I don't know what it means. When you use the term universe, I don't know what you mean, because I think for some people they're talking about God,
Yeah.
And for others, what are you talking about? Are you talking about outside of the firmament? What are you talking about?
I think when I say universe in this conversation, I'm also referring to the all, right? But in the Hebrew, I would say the heavens, or the Hashemayim, the layers, the dimensions, the heavens, the everything. That's mostly what I'm referring to, because of course I'm questioning the space stuff and all that. So I'm not even going to say planets and outer space, but whatever the limit is to this reality, where the parameters are, all the way to the end of that. That's what I'm considering universe in this conversation. Because it could be never ending as well. That's another conversation. But I don't know how far this space, or whatever you want to call it, extends to. But that's what I'm referring to when I say universe.
I tell you what, yesterday, bro, I was trying to. I wish I could have. I could feel the energy. I know Kemo. I really was calling Kemo. Yesterday. I was calling him like, "Yo, Kemo, where you there?" Cause I know I want to actually hear what your point of view was on the thing we talked about yesterday, and I couldn't get it. I think you was distracted. There was other conversations, other things going on. He's probably doing other things, right? But like, this brother, this ginger guy, was saying he believes that the tribulation in Revelation has already kind of taken place and is being suppressed, so that we don't know that we're further along in the agenda than we think we are. Kemo thinks that we got decades. Like he feels like he's not even in our lifetime now. He's starting to think. I think that if Revelation is true, it's coming soon, right? But there's supposed to be this 1,000 years and all these type of things. So what this guy's saying is that 1,000 years is gone. We're in the time where the devil has been re-released. And he was going to go break it down, but we ended up coming off the subject. But what do you think about something like that? Where do you think we are? Because you're a Christian. Jeez. Big at yourself, Rach. You're a Christian. You believe in Revelation, I take it. Zulu?
Before you saw Mr. Kemo.
I'm talking to Zulu and Kemo. But I'm just saying, you believe in Revelation, because he heard this yesterday.
No,
where do you think we are in the timeline of that then?
I believe that we are in the end times. I know it's been repeated over and over. People have said that for hundreds of years. But I think there's a sequence of events that we're seeing in our lifetime that's lining up perfectly with biblical prophecy. And in the scriptures, it talks about the shaking. It says that there's 4 angels on the corners of the earth holding back the winds of strife. And that's referring to God unleashing the 10 plagues, per se, on the fallen nations before the coming of Christ. So we are in that period of time where there is calamity. Some, of course, humans have caused the calamity, such as releasing certain pathogens and all this other stuff. So I'm not saying God is doing that himself, but there is also natural disasters happening. So I think there is.
You believe that God is Jesus is on his way, and then after Jesus arrives, then there's 1,000 years of Jesus running things. Do you believe that?
I don't believe the 1,000 years is on earth. I think we've had this discussion as well. I don't believe 1,000 years is on earth. I believe that's in heaven. I've got my own scriptural evidences for that. But yes, there is going to be ruling of 1,000 years.
Okay, so even if he was ruling in heaven,
right?
So then after that, the devil, Satan, is going to be released after that for a small period of time, right?
Right.
So you don't believe that that's now?
I think that hasn't happened yet. Because when you read in Revelation 21, when Satan is released, there is a battle. And what happens is all those that fight with Satan are thrown into the lake of fire, which is what people refer to as hell. Because again, hell isn't when you die. It's actually an event. So it's after Judgment Day. So I would say we're far from that stage of things, but we are in the shaking. We're getting close.
So you think we're far from people fighting with And now this is where, like, even this man that I'm talking about was kind of saying that all this great deception and everything is leading for us to go and fight in the war, to be part of that side that is on that's fighting basically against the good guys. So he's saying that this is part of the deception, which kind of rings true. It seems like it kind of rings true to me.
Well,
like,
if you're referring to the alien invasion thing and that whole psyop, then yeah, I can see how they're steering us towards fighting whatever's coming from the sky. But that also could be part of the deception, to think what's coming in the sky is the real deal, when the scriptures tells us to beware of people claiming to be him. So it could also backfire. You know, I mean, this model that guy's presenting.
see all that thing with the red heifer cows. Do you think that ever did that happen? Because we're expecting it to be announced. This has actually happened. It's taken place, and it could have happened 50 years ago, bro.
I don't think it's happened, and I don't think it will ever happen, because I think the problem is when it comes to prophecies and conspiracy, people want to focus on a specific group. Some say it's J, some say it's Catholic, some say it's this, some say it's that. As we know, all of these groups are pawns, right, in the grand scheme of things. And I think they will have all these different stories of what's going to happen for these different pawns to throw us away from the big picture and the big fulfillment of what's actually going to happen. And I think that red heifer model is still stuck within a particular religion. I don't see how everyone is unified under a one-world religion. It's very fixated on a specific group. When we look at the bigger picture, I'm looking at, you know, the Pope going to all these religious leaders, unifying, making new 10 commandments, global warming. I'm looking at the global agendas rather than focusing on people slaughtering a cow in the land over there.
Yeah,
you know
but
what I mean?
yeah, like Axum is asking, isn't that like a biblical prophecy?
It doesn't say in the Bible that they're going to slaughter a cow. What they are doing is they're trying to reenact the purification of Israel as prescribed in Leviticus, which is a ritual. It's a biblical ritual, but prophetically, there is going to be a one-world religion and governance, and I don't think it's going to be through those people.
It'll be through the aliens.
I think it will be through a counterfeit church, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
just say it, Zulu. You talking about the Catholics, man?
I mean, hey.
No, that Catholic thing is popping down. There's no way.
He's strong with the Catholic thing, bro. He's been saying it for a long time.
His thing is the Catholics are at the top of this thing, and I'm like, bro, like they're too obviously. They're there to be discredited, if that makes sense.
But just
but
think
that could also be the ploy too, Jedi. Like how they said they hide right in front of you, you know.
Just think about
it. Be that same thing, you know what I mean? And it's right in front of us. So this why when he say that, I don't knock what he's saying. I just listen, you know what I mean?
But what was I fighting for? I think it was me and Zulu. Zulu was saying the Catholics are running, the Vatican is running things, and I was saying Israel running things.
Yeah,
I'm not even really a believer in Israel being the big daddy of this thing, but
of course,
I'm not
I wouldn't
even
say that about the Catholics either. But Jez, let's be honest, there is a hierarchy, and there's no way you're gonna say the Jays are above the Catholics. Let's keep it real, bro. There's no way around that.
Why?
Okay, let's look at this historically. Let's employ some history, right? You're fully aware that the Catholic Church has so much power in Europe for hundreds of years, to the point to where even when there were no kings, the Pope was in charge. And when they were kings, the Pope was still in charge because they all had to go to the Pope. They all had to present tax and give money to the Vatican Church. And they were also throned by the Pope's authority. So the Catholic Church has always had power even over nations, historically. Furthermore, the Catholic Church has historically subjugated those people, the Jays, and massacred, done all sorts of whatever you want to call it, stuff to them. They've always been under them. They've never had more power.
I wasn't aware of that. The Catholic Church being anti-Semitic. Let's just say that.
During the
This is why that one day. Sorry to cut you off, dude. This is why that one day, 1942, always come up. This one they was sanctioning, kicking out all the Israelites, white and black, out of Europe.
In Spain, Queen Isabella.
In Spain, in England, France, everywhere.
And
Russia.
they kicked out the black Jews and they sent them back to West Africa, specifically the Guinea. They sent them back. There's a letter about that. But the point I'm making is, Judge, they've always had the power and it's never stopped. Even today, the presidents all go to the Pope. They all give.
Yeah, I hear that. And then when it comes to the world religions coming together, it's usually the Pope leading this coexisting, isn't it?
Right.
He's front and center.
And
Yeah,
biblical,
that's true.
biblical prophecy kind of leans that way. Not gonna cap.
So the synagogue of Satan is who then?
I mean, the synagogue. I believe that prophecies are not like one meaning. Like it can be like dual prophecies, right? It can mean this and
Saying
that.
synagogue. We're not saying the Holy Church of Satan. We're saying synagogue of Satan, right?
I understand how that can be interpreted, and I agree with that interpretation that we're thinking that we're not going to say because of the algorithm. But I also think it's the Catholic Church too, bro. I think the general gist is any sort of thing claiming to be of what this thing is saying it's not. That's the general gist. But obviously on the deeper level,
is getting bonkers with the gifts. Thank you so much. You look, show some love to Rach. Follow her up, Red. Let's get her to unmute. I don't know what we're gonna. I don't know how we're gonna get her to get it because we in the deep water right now. We in Kemo and Zululand right now, man. And I've stopped smoking. I wish I could smoke right now. This get me. I need to light one, bro.
Nah, just we want you awake. We don't want you sleeping this time. No.
Shut up, man. Shut the hell up, man.
We don't hear the snoring, just we want you awake.
Yeah, I'll be falling asleep, innit? I'll be falling asleep.
You see what I'm saying? Just I'm not saying like, oh, it's just that group because I'm not dumb enough to like say the pawn is in charge. I understand that. I always understand that. But there is a hierarchy, and if we're gonna go, who's first, second, third, fourth, them J's ain't at the top, dog. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you. Welcome, Axum.
Hyena girl, long time.
Let's mute up. Let's mute up because she ain't come on to talk to us. So let's just mute up.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah, sorry, man. No way, no flipping way. How Camo?
Big up, Axum. Big up.
Big up. What is this? Like 6 years later or something?
I know, man. I accidentally pushed it, and then when I looked, Jedi called me out. So I was like,
"Hold you
let
up,
me talk, man. Let me talk."
Now, because every time you come on TikTok, you keep accidentally coming on the panel. One time you in the car, you pulling up. So, I had to mute you, bro. You was talking, Kevin. Like,
yeah, I know.
I was like, yo.
I know.
You saying stuff. Get me. But yeah, I'm happy that you're here anyway, regardless.
Thank you, my brother.
Things happen for a reason. Do you know what I mean? So, by the way, Rachel, Axum, Rachel, if she's still there,
Hello, Rachel. Nice
you might
to
not
meet
be able to unmute because she got her hand in her purse, flinging out gifts left, right, and center. Get me? You know the auntie does a throwing out sweets. You get a sweet. You get a sweet.
How are you?
Sorry. Oh, bless this. How are you?
I'm good, darling. Nice to meet you. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. So I just returned back to the show. I'm hearing some biblical stuff. So
yeah, we're talking about the Vatican and Zion. That's the best way. Is that the best way to say it? Yeah.
Yeah, we can say that.
Yeah, the Vatican and Zion, and like who's out of them two? Is any of them like running things? You know.
Exactly.
I can say more about the algorithm. Damn it.
No,
yeah,
you know what? But you can listen, man. Look, you can talk though, Zulu. At the end of the day, and this I've already been restricted already, so it don't matter. Just say what you're saying. Here's what it is, man.
They restrict you already?
Huh?
Damn, man.
Yeah, when did they do that?
Yeah, they restrict me like 2 hours ago, man. I don't know what I said.
What?
Yeah. I was talking about, and guess what, Zulu? I promise you. Every time I go down this topic, when I start talking about my dreams and rare and like seeing the future, seeing tomorrow is what I like to call it. Because I'm scared to say having prophetic dreams. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I'm afraid to say that. But I try to battle my ego, and I don't want to be a false prophet or anything like that, right? Do you know what I mean? But essentially, man, seeing tomorrow, as soon as I start talking about it, every time I spoke about it, I've got restricted, I've got a strike, I've got rare, happened again today. So these are saying I used to see you in
the Bible also saying in times, daughters and sons will be having dreams about this. So it does say that in the Bible, bro.
Right, yeah. And
I've always
not
said
just
this,
Israelites, people from all walks and lives, bro. All beliefs.
And I've always said that you are a seer, right? Even though
I'm definitely, but the thing is though, yeah, if somebody, and this is a confusing thing about nowadays, right? So somebody may not be what you would see as being of God or with God, but they're having dreams, and their dreams are true. So it's like, how do you differentiate or determine, or you just don't listen to nobody, or what do you do? Because I feel there's a lot of people coming forward saying things that ring true, but then I also know I've been alerted that there'll be loads of false prophets and loads of people claiming that they know what I've and they don't. So what is this down to? Just your spirit being able to determine shit? Like,
I think it's a combination of things. I think because of the times we're in, the immaterial and material are starting to become less separated. So our access to supernatural awareness is becoming more and more common. And that could be as a result of people's general desire to be more awakened and spiritual, or it could be as a result of the times we're in, as we're leaning to the unification of heaven and earth. Another thing to point is as well, obviously, as you know, this isn't something that's a phenomenon. It's always in history. There's always been seers, oracles, people that have these abilities to see tomorrow. Now, this to me indicates that some people are born into this world with certain abilities, and it doesn't necessarily have to mean you're a prophet. But I think just as people are coming to this world with different physical capabilities, I think people come into this world with different spiritual capabilities. I've often used the analogy of, say, for example, why do we assume we all have the same spiritual ability? I like to, instead of saying power, I like to say ability to receive. So, for example, someone could be born into this world with no limbs. So obviously, it's not fair. It's not fair. You know what I mean? So why is that the same in the spirit? Why is that not the same in the spiritual?
I definitely see it like that.
Good point, Zulu.
I definitely see it like that. So let's move a little bit. When we're looking at Donald Trump and Elon Musk, what am I looking at? What am I looking at? What's happening here?
The beast and the false prophet. I'm joking. I don't believe that.
Now, people say Gog and Magog is like, the beginning of Gog and Magog, which is like a war between nations, a massive war between nations. Do you interpret it to be that too?
I have always thought that Trump might be the last president of the United States. I'm still thinking about this, so don't call me on it. But I do think we're reaching the conclusion of things. And I know it sounds like everyone said this before, but a lot can happen in the next 4 years, and a lot has happened in the last 4 years. So we'll see.
I hear you. My brother Kemo says, "Boy, you know what? I think we're a long way away." And I'm hearing more people saying that. Shani was in there saying she don't feel like in the time of even our children that anything's really gonna go on. You said the last 4 years. What happened in the last 4 years? Some fake disclosure shit. What else happened? What's happened, bro?
I mean, we can look at the technological advancement with AI becoming more commonplace. We can look at the medical invasion and the lack of autonomy when it comes to medication. I'm not going to get specific. We can look at the wars, numerous wars at the same time, and then tensions and rumors of wars. Like, Jesus says wars and rumors of wars. You can look
at, my God, yeah.
Like literally, like I said, just the sequence of events. It's the combination of things happening. I'm not saying these things have never happened before, but they're all happening at the same time within a short space of time, and it's progressively, I would say, getting worse. But this is another thing I want to add. It also talks about a time of peace, where there's a supposed peace. And Trump said in his speech, in his inauguration, that it's going to be the golden age of America.
Bro, you know
And
what?
there
I'm gonna
is-
send you this ginger man because this is what the ginger man was saying. Right? But the golden age, according to the ginger man, the golden age is the age where everyone's gonna be nice, money for run. I threw in that reparations and these things will be running. I can see what's running in Africa and the Caribbean. We're gonna pattern up. I remember I've said this for a few years, you know. There'll be a point in time where the black man himself will have so little to complain about. He's gonna be like, shut up, man. You got your reparations, you got your what the fuck you moaning about? You got a black prime minister. You might even tell you a black man's running Europe or a black man's running Western world or whatever. Now what? Shut your victim mode up. I can see that there's definitely something.
There are already plans, even for Zim. I've seen the plans to build like a Dubai over there. Because when you look at Dubai in the 40s, it was just a desert. Look at it now. And there's going to be a lot of that happening in Africa. Like you said, some Wakanda type stuff. And I think that's going to happen.
We got this brother, 31 years old, Burkina Faso. Look how we was laughing at Burkina Faso. Now they're moving mad in Africa right now.
Yeah.
Remember we was laughing because Sugar's from Burkina Faso, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we was laughing at it. Now their leader's moving like a bad boy. He's turning up, bro. He's turning up to award ceremony strapped. He's kicking people out left, right, and center. He's paid back the gold money, like on the fuck off. He's done this. He's moving mad. He's linking up with Ghana and all these men saying, "You man don't need visa now." It's getting deep. Africa's looking very interesting right now.
And do you know another thing I've noticed is this. I've noticed that obviously in the last, we can say, few decades, there's been a moral decline in terms of gender and identity and all this other stuff. But I don't know if you guys have noticed, but as we're moving with like the right wing governments, people are more open and allowed to say this is
the critique and yeah.
So again, and that's also fulfillment of prophecy, because it says in the end times there will be like a form of godliness but no truth in it. So you probably will start seeing more people going to mosques or churches, becoming more spiritual, going against certain alphabet crews and all that stuff. But in reality, what are they unifying? In the end, what are they unifying in? What are they worshiping in?
Yeah.
And I would say that's obviously Saya. So you're going to see a lot of Christian nationalism in America. You're already seeing it now, where people are saying, oh, we should, be going back to church, and they should be like a day of worship leading to the Sunday law, which is another. And you're seeing a lot of conversations around church and state never be reunited, because when that happens, now you not only do you have to abide by these laws, but you have to abide by these laws by God too. And now I can say you can't practice your religion in your way because this is the religion of the state. So that's why church and state isn't beneficial for anyone. And there's biblical examples of that.
Yeah.
For example, when you look at King Ahaz and Jezebel, you've got a king of Israel in the ancient times married to Jezebel, who was a pagan and became queen. And because she was whispering in his ear the pagan lies, the paganism merged with ancient Israel. And they ended up sacrificing their children to Moloch and doing all sorts of debauchery. So church and state should never mix. That's what we're going to see happening in America in the next 4 years, unfortunately.
The reason why I also agree that church and state shouldn't mix is because now when you speak against them, they could easily claim black. You dead once you say blasphemy.
Right. Yeah.
You dead. You know what I'm saying? They're going to kill you.
And then on top of
even in the UK, Jeds, in the UK, recently they were saying they're going to bring back blasphemy laws. Did you hear that in the UK? They were recently talking about bringing back blasphemy laws.
I never heard that.
Did you know that?
You know, they just was it Iran? Yeah, Iran. There's a famous artist that has just been sentenced to death for blasphemy.
Yeah.
You seen that?
Yeah.
So when you refuse to bow down to the Pope or whoever's in charge,
he can kill you. Correct. He can kill you.
You're not
remember
going
as the Pope, his title was supposed to be so-called like Christ on earth, bro. That's his title.
You're not going against
God. If you're not bound to him, that's blasphemy. They can kill you.
And it will be undeniable because they'll be doing all these miracles, you know, the Antichrist. They'll be doing all these wonderful things.
But
They'll
yeah,
be thinking, wow, this might
but yeah,
actually be the Messiah.
How would that serve? How could that serve one? How could that serve a one religion, a one world religion, though? Because me as a Muslim, or me as a Sikh, you're not pushing this Christianity. So how am I getting on board with that? There's got. This is why people are saying
if you
got to be like this
any religious leader, they're gonna throw it in there if you disrespect any religious leader.
Yeah, okay, but
Once
my
you say that, the
leader,
Muslims gonna join because if you disrespect Muhammad, read no. I'm on your show, bro. The one that we always talk about with Nietzsche, he grabbed his sword. Imagine him.
Killing
everything.
Oh yeah,
H. Imagine it's out there. So I don't see it hard to believe. You know what I mean? You just get the right crowd in the office.
No. Yeah,
can I answer the question, Jeds? Can I answer the question?
How do we blend?
I think
what we got to do, we have to blend so that Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, Guru are all on the same page.
They're gonna say all these are religious leaders, all these are prophets. If you disrespect the prophets,
ascended masters. But not only that, I can answer it. But here's another answer. There's ascended masters, number one. Another angle is this: all these religions, even including the one or the spiritual system, I believe, claim that Messiah is coming, or some sort of savior, or some sort of awakening. Even if it's not a figure, there's an awakening. Muslims, Mahdi, Jews, in their eyes, the real Messiah, they all believe someone is coming. All that person has to do is present themselves as the response or answer to all of these prophecies, or the one that is supposed to be here. When he comes and represents himself as that guy, they will all fall in line and maybe even form a new religion and move the religions away of the old. Once he shows himself as that guy and is doing supernatural stuff, no one's going to hold their Bible or the Sikh book or the Quran. Everyone's going to put whatever they have down and say, yeah, this is the guy. We're going to listen to whatever he says. And just to add a little bit to that.
Does certain things.
Sorry,
so you believe Muslims and Jews and Sikhs are going to leave their religions. Why isn't it going to be the Christians that leave their religion? It's going to be the Christians that leave and go.
The Christians will leave it too. The Christians will leave it too. Many of them will force. And here's another thing.
Everyone's going to leave their initial religion, basically.
And here's another thing. People often say to me, there's no way the Jays would look intensely at these spiritual systems. In the Talmud, in their religion, they believe that the Moshiach, the Messiah, will come and bring a new Torah. So he can come and abrogate anything in the Bible. So that alone gives opening to them just leaving them religion, doing whatever this guy says.
But you're saying that
that makes sense.
World religion is gonna go and they do that now already, right?
They do that now already. And
yeah.
Like I said, I'm not saying that this Pope is the guy, whatever. I'm just saying whether or not he's the catalyst to whoever the guy is, there's going to be an agreement on a particular individual or institution, and it's going to be back to them doing things that we can't explain.
And you know what?
Do you think
I think whatever it is going to be a lot more realistic. But no, I was just going to say, Axum, I think it's going to be a lot more realistic than going to be like earthy, down to earth, if that makes sense. I know people are looking for some technicolor thing, but I generally think that it's going to be something that when it's happening, we're going to have to jump online and chat to each other and say, yo, are you seeing this? It's not going to be as shocking as we think. It's going to, I don't know what. You know what I'm trying to say?
I mean, look at what's happening.
You don't think it's going to blow our minds? That's what you're trying to say,
They eased it in slowly, like chipping away, till they reveal the whole thing. And when the whole thing is revealed, people it's like nothing, you know what I mean?
Exactly, Kemal. And look at this, right?
It would be mind-blowing compared to where we was 20 years ago if you compare it like that. But if you compare it to the last 5 years, we're going to be like, okay, I mean, we all knew it was going there, kind of thing. Bro, this all this shit going on in America, drones, rare. Not one explanation. Not none.
Like you
It's just a
said,
game.
this is like the feeding us every day from stuff, right?
And small. Oh, they've had enough. Bro.
I was gonna say very quickly. Do you remember just the thing in Mexico with the alien? Obviously, that was fake, but there was a lot of stuff. People seeing these like Slenderman looking things that shape shifting and those
I think it was Miami
around the shopping mall.
Yeah, I think it was
Miami.
Miami.
I
think it was in
Miami.
Yeah,
I think it was a Miami mall.
Yeah, it was a mall, and they were like cutting up with the police everywhere and all sorts on the streets. Remember?
And it shows how desensitized we are to this, because we all were seeing footage, things were looking dodgy, witnesses were saying they were seeing shit, and then after like a week or two,
that goes on. Bro, but I noticed this from being quite young, and I'm thinking, you know what? If something walked out of your wall today, and did a little dance in your front room, and then walked back into that wall, that might blow your mind for the day. But you see the way that the human brain is, bro. It's so deep that in a week's time you could actually forget that happened. Someone could remind you, and you'd be like, "Oh shit! Oh yeah!" Do you know what I mean? Oh yeah, it's not going to be at the forefront of your mind. We see weird, spectacular shit all the time, and we adapt. We just adapt, man. So that amazement that we think everyone's going to be feeling ain't even that, bro. Houses because they were told to stay in. I'm from an era where we were waiting for FEMA camps, right? Oh, they're going to be FEMA camps. Oh, they're going to turn all the Walmarts and all the Asdas into FEMA camps and and rare. And man, the FEMA camp was your fucking house and your iPad. You stayed in your fucking crib. So we waiting for some big spectacular shit, but it was very average. Oh, where
look how cold
they
made other people look at you like you crazy for not wearing masks, like you a criminal.
You crazy, cuz. The looks that I will get, but I'll never forget getting on a train. I'll never forget getting on a tube on a train. Yeah, and literally, no surprise, being the only guy on there without the face thing, right? And people physically getting up and walking away. I don't blame them. I don't want to sit next to anyone anyway. But I just saw how the grip it had on people's minds, bro.
That's what it's gonna be like with the Maccabees, kid. That's what it's gonna be like with the Maccabees.
Facts, Zulu.
Oh, you didn't take the mark. You didn't do this Sunday law. You didn't do this thing. They're gonna make you look like, whoa, why aren't you doing it? On. It's gonna be the same shit. Same shit.
This is Elon. This is what I think like the Elon Musk role is bringing in. That whole technological. Do you agree that the mark of the beast has got to be something? It's got to be technology, right?
I don't believe it's an object. I think it's a spiritual system, and it's following the church and state, particularly their worship. That's my personal belief.
So the forehead and the hand is symbolic.
The hand
not
represents. The hand represents. The hand represents your actions and devotion to this cause. The mind represents your mental state, I believe. And the reason why I'm saying this is because look in history, all of these different psyops, like a chip in your wrist and you can go, walk into the office, sign with your chip. They've got chips, they've been doing this for years. Why is that all of a sudden mark of the beast? Mark of the beast is not, I don't believe it's a physical thing that one aligns themselves with.
It's a thingy on his head, Zulu, like a mark.
See, when you look in the scriptures, right, it uses the 666 as the mark of the beast, or 616. Yeah. Now, as someone that studies gematria, the Apostle John is clearly employing gematria when he says 616 or 666. And when you look at what that connects to, for example, the Pope, his hat has a Latin inscription. When you look at the gematria of what is inscribed in his hat, it does equal 666. So I'm looking at it from that lens, the allegorical, the gematria, the sod, the deeper level of Torah, the 4 levels, and understanding that we're looking for the literal application of these prophecies, but a lot of revelation is allegory. 90% of it is allegory. So we need to pay attention to that.
What are you saying, Axum? User Richie says it's a barcode. I mean, you see, I know about the 666 in the barcode. I know that was real, but and this is another thing, right? Do you ever consider the fact that you may be looking for the signs in the wrong way? In fact, we may be deliberately led to look for the signs in a certain way, and they've already come. And what if you've missed it? Like you said, if Jesus was reigning in heaven for the 1,000 years, then that could have happened. No. Especially if it ain't on earth, then that definitely could have happened, bro.
I don't believe so, Jez.
I don't believe so either.
There's a series of events that have to happen.
He would have to gather the people. The people is not gathered, bro.
The lost tribes of Israel need to be gathered, but there's a series of events that must take place.
Because they're not.
They're not. They've been gathered already. Kemo can tell you. Kemo can tell you. Our brothers and sisters.
They were. Yeah. Go on.
Our brothers and sisters over there in America. There's confusion. Even over here in the UK, there's confusion. There isn't unification in our identity, as well as our spiritual belief and alignment with the Creator. So the lost tribes are definitely still in this.
I hear you. Unless those that were to be gathered and to be unified were those that were alive and whatnot and aware at the time. And we are what? The remnant. We're the remnant.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
How about that?
That is correct. Not everyone. You're right. It's not going to be every single person who's going to wake. There's going to be a small number. But the thing is, I'm going to be honest. There's still a lot of discombobulation in black people. Let's just be honest.
Shifa. Yo, what's up? Big up.
Big up, Shifa. Shalom, my brother.
Shalom.
Shifa, Dan.
You know I had to arrive,
well,
man.
Fun.
I'll be honest, I only turned up because I swear that is that Kemo on there, yeah? Not because you're here, because you never turn up. So like you know what? See,
bless.
You don't care about us.
So you are blatantly just disrespecting me to my face. And there's no, I ain't got no qualms about disrespecting me to my. I only came through because Kevin was here. Fuckery. I hear you. I would have done the same thing still. I can't lie. I would have done the same thing.
Big up, Axel. Big up, sis.
Pick up yourself, Shifa.
Yeah. I feel like I reunited.
I hear you still.
So yeah, Shifa, man. Shifa.
Yeah.
Shifa. Are we in the end time, Shifa?
Whoa.
We are. Based on what observations, bro?
I would say I'm not entirely sure, innit? I'd say you can never be 100% sure about anything, innit? You know, cause we don't even know what time we're living in. Like you know yourself. I think you pointed it out to me one time. There's 13 months. There ain't 12 months. So we're not even living in the right time. We're not even calculating time correctly. We're just doing what they tell us, innit? So I don't really want to say that we're in the end times. I would say it seems like it. But the only reason I say it seems like it because you got all this stuff. You see that in the Bible now, yeah. The reason why I think people will be referring to their Bible now, yeah, is because it talks about the end time and it talks about there's gonna be signs, isn't it? Yeah, and you know, signs in the sky and all of these type of things. And then they start talking about what's this thing like revealing information about UFOs and all of this stuff. That's where, to me, I kind of made the link and said, okay, maybe we are living in them times.
So maybe that's why they're revealing that shit to make you think that. It's like a double bluff. It's a double
Exactly.
bluff.
Exactly.
It's a
And it
double
could
bluff,
be both.
right?
Yeah, it's
But
a double-edged
someone
sword.
says
You're right.
if you study the Bible, there's a timeline of how things are supposed to run, an order. Let's put it that way. There's an order of how things are running. But I feel like majority of us have lost. We lost the place in the timeline. We ain't sure where we are in the timeline because it's like and I'm gonna send you another link, Zulu, where the man is talking about how he believes he basically has read some scriptures that says God will no longer protect the Bible from the devil.
What?
How?
And it
Huh?
does say it. It does say it. It does say it. It does say
It
that
does say
God
in
will no
Revelation,
longer.
but just-
It does say it. Right?
but just
And what
it
he's
clearly says
saying
in
is
Revelation that if anyone adds to or takes from anything from this book, may all the curses in it be upon them. So that's a big disclaimer. That if anyone attempts,
that's so good. Satan don't give a
What about the
Satan
Chichi
don't give a
Bible,
fuck
though?
about that. You can't curse no one more than Satan's cursed. You get me? You can't Satan can't get cursed any more than he is, right? So
I think
that's taken for
no, I think
granted.
there's restriction. But just,
Yeah,
let's
bro,
just-
there's a whole
It
LGBT.
says that God will no longer listen. It says God will no longer protect the Bible, the word from not even the word. Sorry, I'm fucking up already because what they were saying is Christians are confused about the difference between the Bible, the word, and the scripture, right? And the only thing he says will stand the test of time is the word. He doesn't say the Bible, and he doesn't say the scripture, and he also says that the Bible will no longer be protected from by God from the devil, meaning that the devil will be free to fuck around with the Bible.
And
Right,
he's already
I'll have to see the passage because I've never seen that before.
Zulu,
I've
they're
never
already
seen
doing
that.
that though, because remember, you got the whole bacon, lettuce, and tomato Bible now, cuz.
But the final part of it is, yeah, he's saying that the Bible will not be the version of the Bible that was around in the past will not be readily available to people. So basically, if you know the Bible, if you're used to it, if you've read it, if you've orally remember these scriptures, then you're good. If you haven't, you may not have the Bible to run to, and that makes sense. Yeah, and what did he say? He said something like, basically, he was trying to say that this is why they've created the Mandela effect. He said the whole reason for the Mandela effect is so that they can change verses in the Bible. It was so deep what the brother was saying, and it's called DOP. Was it the something of protection? What is it called again? Not the doctrine of preservation. The doctrine of, have you heard about that? The doctrine of preservation.
No, I've not heard of that.
No,
yeah, I'm sending it to you right now, and it's fucking deep.
But
Jedi, you're saying the word, yeah. So the only thing that we can do is go to the word, right? Meaning
no,
Jesus.
but the word, no, but what they're saying is there's always been a difference between the word, the Bible, and the scripture.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So if they are saying not to go to the Bible, yeah, and not the scripture, but only the word, that means Jesus himself, right?
There is.
You know, it's
okay.
Layers.
I think they talking about the verse when they said it won't be men in the streets preaching no more like that. I don't think it's saying like the Bible gonna be disappeared. I think that's the verse they're trying to say.
Well, where is that, Kemo? Is that in the Old Testament?
It's deeper. He said,
I forgot like they won't be around like preachers in the street, something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Because it says in Matthew 24 verse 35, heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. And this is Yeshua speaking. And there's many scriptures that claim that God's words will never fade. There will always be a remnant. Even if they burn 5 million Bibles, there'll be one Bible that still has the tape.
In heaven.
So
in heaven it says that preservation of the word will be in heaven. Listen, though, Zulu. It says that preservation of the word is not on earth; it's in heaven. It literally says in heaven.
Sounds like the Quran now. Sounds like
I don't think that's biblical, Jez. I do think there's going to be. I do. This is what I will say. I do believe that they will try and attempt, like they have it, like they're doing in China right now. You can't read the Bible in China. That people are reading on the ground. So they will probably attempt to restrict our access to the Bible or any of these things. So, can you? Anyone knows that for a fact? I don't know.
What you say? All religious books are banned in China?
Yeah, religion.
I think so. I'm not sure.
But they have
Religion
churches
is banned in China, man. Religion is not banned in China, man.
That's a fact.
No. But Zulu, they have Muslims churches though in China. So how can
they in their Bibles in China. Bibles to where you have to pray to, like, or you have to give praise to the government or to the whoever his name is. What? They've changed. Yes, they've got a Bible over in China. There's Bible in China where it's praising Xi Jinping, whatever his name is.
Yep, he's like the new Jesus. And you got loads of people in there's people in the Caribbean that's got that church as well. They got them churches. They got that church.
There's Christians in China.
Just remember whose app. I beg you remember whose app we're on, isn't it? Just
Oh yeah, my bad. I love China. China's amazing. China's the best. I love China. I love China, man.
Right.
I want to go to China.
I'm go black in a second.
Big up China, bro. Big up China, man.
It's so deep, yeah. It's so deep in their thing, yeah. In their thing, you know when they go to church.
Big up China. You say big up China. Big up China.
Big up China. When they go to church, listen.
Yeah. I came on thank Trump that even on this app.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Jedi.
Right, Jedi.
That's how deep this thing is, yeah. When you go to that church with Xi Jinping, whatever his name is now, yeah. When they say their prayer, they say thank you. They say thank you to the mother, but they say that there's a mother God, a father God, and then there's Jesus, and then there's Xi Jinping.
Right, you know, carry on.
But here's the thing: while all that's happening over there, still got our blue letter Bibles, Bible hubs, KJVs. We still got the thing. While all that's happening over there, I don't think that's going to be the case.
No, it's a process, man. It's a process because
I think they're going to like
Russia,
criminalize people preaching on the street. I don't think it's going to be like no more Bible, but if you go on the street that preaching, you're gonna get slaughtered, bro. Like how
but that shit's been happening, right? Because the Russians, because look, you got China over there. The Russians have run out the Jehovah's Witnesses and that. They banned that from how long ago? They've been shutting mosques in Russia, right? Doing all sorts of stuff. So Russia's on stuff as well. It's kind of and Russia and China. They're doing buddy thing. Do you know what I mean? They're mates. And
that's maybe you're right. Supposed to be God and make God. That union, that team right there. Russia, China,
right?
And
then it goes back to. I'm with Kemo. Public demonstration of religion is definitely going to be banned. Definitely. It's easy to start with the Muslims. We don't want Muslims praying in our streets and da. We don't want Christians forcing this and that. We can see that happening. They, like I said, the Russians moved to the Jehovah's Witnesses, which are basically, whether you like it or not, a form of Christianity. They're rolling with the Bible. Might not be the version that you rock with, but you can see that's if I was a Christian, I'd be nervous. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I'd be nervous in Russia. Because Jehovah's Witnesses has been banned there for like 5-6 years now.
They're Eastern Orthodox, they're Orthodox in Russia. They're
very Orthodox. Yeah,
they're Christian. Orthodox. Obviously, it's not I would say not the right Christian, but they're kind of Christian. So it's not like, you know what I mean? They're still.
They're like the Romans.
What nation was like outlawing, like getting rid of mosques? Wasn't it Germany or something like that? Or was
China?
It Russia?
China was the Uyghur Muslims in China.
Yeah, China.
Yeah, the Uyghur.
But apart from China, somewhere outside of China as well.
It's mostly China, bro. Let's be honest.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Well, we know, like, you know, when they was doing the thing of like, oh, the Church of Satan are gonna have a reading at the local government building or whatever. That was all to get people to like say, you know what, we should just get rid of all religious, you know, expression, because some people are uncomfortable with that, and other people are uncomfortable with this. So then let's just take religion out of all of our secular practices. Let's just separate them. But then on the other hand, you men are talking about church and state being unified. So I'm very confused, and I think this is just how they want it. This is confusing.
I think it's the pendulum just gonna go back and forth until it's
Can I offer a different perspective here? Because let's look at this scholastically. Then they're looking at the Bible, what it represents, and its necessity. And I'm saying them, all right, then, even looking at Jesus, then, yeah, we got to look at Jesus' story, or Yeshua's story, and he says he comes to affirm the word, he doesn't come to change it. But he doesn't tell people to write books about him, they just do it. Do you feel where I'm coming from? He doesn't tell people to turn into Christians and to create a cult where people have to go buy a book. I don't even remember a story in the Bible where Jesus was passing out books to his followers. I don't remember a story like that. So maybe that's part of it as well. Maybe there's a part of it where his message is what matters, isn't it?
How do you know? How do you know who Yeshua is if his apostles didn't document what they saw?
Well, the thing is now, yeah, you see, when you say religion in comparison to,
let me say this. The argument is that the Bible's only existed, like this version of the Bible that we're pushing around and we're so stuck to, has only really been around for 500 years.
There you go.
Accessible and
when you say this Bible, are you referring to like the complete?
Yeah. So all these other Christians majority of them may do without the book without ever having the book. Would you agree with that?
There you go.
Yeah,
they weren't
of the faith.
Like that,
right. Then they ever did a book. Now we are heavily dependent on the book. And this thing that I was listening to, whatever, was just saying that this is like a form of idolization. And he was like, when you look at the history of mankind, we have served more time under God, with God, without a Bible than we have with one. All your prophets, all your they didn't have no Bible, no nothing. So it's the Bible aspect of Christianity is the most recent part of it.
But
and then we think that it's totally necessary.
Can I make an addition to that as well? It's supposed to be, because when I look at the story of Yeshua is not a prophet. He's something else.
What?
Now, all of these prophets and all of these other people that come before him, all fallible. He's the only one that's not fallible, isn't it?
Okay.
So
I see where this is going. I see where this is going. Jed, can I say what I wanted to say earlier, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know where this is going in. I'm gonna relax. So basically, I hear what you're saying in regards to we haven't had the Bible for that long, and I would agree. Like complete Genesis to Revelation is relatively recent when we look at human history, and even if we extend that to the Old Testament, we're talking maybe 3,000 years. So definitely, it's not been present the whole of human history. But why was it written in the first place? Well, in the Bible, it says that the reason why the law was written down is because of the stubbornness and the forgetfulness of people. Before the Bible was written down, we were one with God. The law was written in our hearts, Paul says, meaning that the knowings of the spiritual world and what to do and what is expected was built in us and instinctual. But as we further separated from source, we now need something to remind us, to awaken us, to return back. And that's just the Bible is simply a reminder. But we had that in our hearts prior to any Bible. In Genesis, Isaac is meditating in the field.
Would you agree that the Bible is... Sorry. Would you agree that the Bible is being idolized, though?
Could you give me an example?
do you mean, man? People running, kissing the Bible. Like, you know, people are idolizing the Bible, man. Same way that people are idolizing the Kaaba when they thought not to. Huh? They believe that the Bible has the power. That the book itself. Come on, man. You see it. People believe the book itself has the power. Not the words. Yeah, no belief in the words. No one should, but the book itself.
Sorry, there's a delay on my end.
I've seen too many people lay their hand on the Bible, put their Bible by their breast, their Bible like, man, it's not to read the Bible. It's like the Bible has a power in itself as a book. That's idolization.
I get your point. It's like they objectify in the book instead of what's inside of it. So I get what you're saying.
And we've seen other religions do it with other things. Talk to me.
No, and just I do agree. Like, there is this side of Christianity where there's a lot of artifacting. Like, oh, this is the spirit of destiny. This is the thing that Jesus touched. There's like people making artifacts of things and making things holy. And oh, it's the Bible because the words in it are, you know, from God. That means the book itself, the pieces of paper itself, is sacred. That side of, or that way of thinking, I vehemently disagree with.
Even the crucifix.
They're trying to make him into a superstar.
Even the crucifix, bro.
Right, but I do understand on the other end people having respect or having like, if, for example, I don't want my car to get scratched because it's valuable to me, right? But I don't worship my car. So if the Bible is a valuable thing to me because it reminds me of, pardon?
But you as a man, being part of society, we do worship our cars, though. We actually do.
Well,
we definitely do.
I don't.
But you know, we do, though, that as a collective. Yeah, just like a man going to Mecca personally doesn't worship the Kaaba, but there's certain people that are definitely doing that. They're definitely doing it. You can see it. You can see it. But don't let your eyes fool you, or don't let trick your eyes that you're not seeing what you're seeing. They're worshiping this thing. They do worship.
They wouldn't say that.
They worship the church.
They wouldn't say what they're doing is worship. They wouldn't say that. You know, they wouldn't say that.
Bro, we got Christian. Oh, my local church here has got a life. No, they wouldn't say that. But then there's Muslims watching it that will stand next to me and say, Aki, this is not Islam. What these men are doing is not Islam. That's not Islam. So there's obviously going to be enlightened people within the group that can see, yo, you lot are taking this thing like for God or something. You're saying you're not, but look at all your actions. You're fighting and scrambling and traveling miles to come and kiss this thing. Do you know what I'm trying to say? But in your heart, you're not even pure. In your heart, you're not even doing what you need. Same with the Bible. Like I said, my local church, a church that's like a stone's throw away from me, they got a life-size model of like Christ on a cross. The thing looks so scary, bro. It looks so scary. I deliberately go the other way and try not to go past the church door, this church window. Because you go past a certain window and you look in, you can see it. This thing's just looking at you. Look scary. Look, this white man. Like, bro, no, I'm not gonna lie. I'll take a picture, you know, and send it to you. You'll be like, yo, nah, that's not. It's not nice, bro.
I hear it, Jez, and we know the Bible says that.
Yeah, my grandma will go to that church, and she's trying to connect with God. But the fact is, there's other people that will go there and kiss the feet of that statue, even though it clearly says in the Bible, don't make graven images. That's a graven image.
But you know where that comes from,
like the same way that people from the temple with many statues and shit, right?
No, I'm saying like that mentality of having to.
The graven images.
I'm saying the mentality of having to praise an object or artifact. I'm talking psychologically. Where does that come from?
Yeah. It comes from desperation of wanting the thing to be physical for you to have something tangible to go along with your faith.
Right.
Understandable.
Exactly.
It's understandable, but it's not right. In fact,
Some people,
it's wrong.
It comes from movies and Hollywood because you always see them kissing crosses and doing weird stuff in Hollywood, man.
but Schiffer, they were doing that before Hollywood, dog.
Yeah,
I agree with.
yeah,
I agree with what you're
before
saying, Jed.
TV.
I want to add on to what you said, Jed. I think it's also the fact that people are unable to look within. I'm not saying in the New Age sense, but the quietness of meditation or not having any visual input and connecting with source is a lost art, and people want to use objects to channel that connection. It's like they want to use an object as a reflector up to the source rather than looking at within to connect to the source. They want something to reflect.
We're
up.
agreeing. That becomes a conduit, a middleman. We're agreeing then, because that there don't sound right, does it?
It doesn't sound right. I've literally spoken to Catholics and Orthodox, and they will tell you, they will damage control the statues and say, no, we don't worship the statues. But when I look into me of Peter, and when I'm praying towards it, I'm praying on the mental understanding of Peter, and Peter's hearing me in heaven, and then he's praying on my behalf. So they use
the other group of people. Right, now we're full circle, like the other group of people that also say we don't worship this and we don't worship that. But we can see a hyper focus on certain objects when it comes to devotion. And unfortunately, for somebody that's like kind of independent, I can see that you're worshipping this thing. If you worship Beyonce by going to a concert and looking up at her and bawling and shedding tears, you're definitely worshipping the Bible. Do you know what I mean? You're definitely worshipping the Kaaba. You're definitely worshipping the Bible. You're definitely worshipping the statue in St. Basilica, St. Peter's Basilica, and all that. That's definitely worship. That's definitely physical objects or even ideas that you're placing.
Yes, doesn't need to be worship.
Say that again.
Doesn't need to be worship and not just. I don't know. Okay, one sec.
Well, I say that this is where
really
this is where
be like. Does it really need to be worship and not just admire? You know.
I hear you. But I think this is where language is fucking us up. Because I know a good 10 years ago, I did research on the difference between admiration, worship, reverence, and it came out that they were all the same fucking thing. Really, it's just words trying to obscure it. When you get to the yes, 100%. When you get down to the etymology of these words, worship, word salad, once you give a certain level of energy and you look toward, you are worshiping. Worship doesn't just mean bow down and pray and do libations. Worship is giving reverence, especially when it's to inanimate objects. Worship is broad, and you can fall into worship in many ways. You don't just have to say a prayer to something to be worshiping something. Right? Come on, you guys know this, man. You guys know this. That's how they trick us into worshiping things and people. They trick us all the time. We think we're not worshiping, but we are. This is why I think Muslims that are on point get this part right, because their rule on shirk is a great rule. So like, yeah, my man touched this stone, so now this stone can help me shirk straight away. Do you know what I mean? Shirk. I got my brothers in Nigeria drinking water out of a footprint of a giant, and saying that we're going to certain caves and saying these caves. Yeah. We got giant footprints in Nigeria, innit? Where giants walked, right? One's on the border of Cameroon, two's on the border of Cameroon. Huh?
Is that a Nephilim thing?
Bro, I don't know, but like, yeah, I would say so. So the default different one and rare, but they've got this imprint of this foot near this water source, right? The water source goes over the imprint and obviously it collects water. Man are washing themselves and drinking out of it, saying it's imbuing them with power. That's worship, cuz. That's shirk, should I say. And it all ties into it's all the same thing. It's all secretly rating this thing like it's got power and not the power giver. So like you said, spirit, destiny, all them things there, it's all the same, it's the same shit. A crucifix. You got a crucifix on a chain, a rosary bead. That's fucking shirk.
Then we all doing some kuf then. We all kufs.
I mean, you lot are. You definitely are, Axum. I don't know about me. Yeah.
Not me. Definitely not me. Definitely not me.
But yeah.
I go by what you're saying, though, Jets, yeah. Then everyone is a kuf, right? Worshipping. That's why I'm saying admiring. But I don't know.
I mean, yeah, because our society is a society of idols and icons, and we all, in certain ways, fall into these things. I believe. That's my belief.
Can I ask a question?
We all fall into.
Can I ask a question of clarification? Can I ask a question of clarification, Jed?
Yeah.
So would you say, for example, build a scenario. Let's say you've got someone that's addicted to video games, and they spend most of their attention playing video games. Would you say that's an act of worship?
Classically, in a classical form, I believe that it may not directly be an act of worship, but could lead to misleading thought processes that are tantamount to worship. Because in a time before that, you may have been expecting to give your time and energy to the actual source of life and whatever, and you're being tricked into placing this as the highest thing in your life or the highest thing in reality, or maybe some ideas in the game. You know, I believe it's a gateway to shirk. Let's call it a gateway to idolization. Definitely, when we get into music, movies, sports, politics, then we're in full force idolization. We're in full force worship. Them man there, just Trump, go to the rally and crying and that. That's fucking worship, cuz. That ain't nothing else. Right? Am I wrong?
The reason why I'm asking that, no, you're right to an extent, but the reason why I'm asking that for clarification is because it's almost like worship. Let's say let's say in a theistic sense, like a creator of God, the true God. Yeah. I'm not saying you can't spend your attention on source all the time, but naturally we are physical and spiritual beings, so my attention will naturally shift to other things. So I don't think we can broaden worship as attention. I think there has to be a more segmented or refined definition of what worship is.
I think that the only currency in this reality, the only true currency in this reality is attention. And I think that the God of the Bible lets you know that in no uncertain terms. Hence why he's a jealous God, and why he wants your praise. And I believe that attention, big up yourself, Kemo, man. Good to chat to you, bro. I believe that attention is the highest form of currency, and I think that's why they vie for your attention and your focus so much. This is why they want to occupy your senses and your mind and your thought process and your sleep pattern and everything. That's why they want to have all that complete. They don't want you to have a second off from their system.
So Jess, can I give you an analogy?
Yeah.
So you said attention. And the reason why I'm questioning, I'm not disagreeing with it, because yes, you're right to an extent. I think attention is a part of worship.
Yeah.
But let's take, for example, haters. You know that, there's people that watch the shows all the time and they're just haters, right? Technically, they are giving you their attention. But are they worshiping you when they actually hate you?
Well, it's like, that's why I said it's a gateway, right? When somebody does hate you, they end up, and that type of hating, they end up studying you, watching you, and before you know it, they're your greatest fan. But like technically, your biggest hater is your greatest fan. That's the person that is most interested in what you do, what you don't do, understanding you, figuring you out, making moves that affect you. And I think that is the gateway to some form of worship. Because, like, you know what I mean? Haters, like, at the core, a lot of haters actually want to be with you or like you, or do you know what I mean? They want to out Zulu. So I think it is a gateway to becoming to that level where they see you as being something larger than. They give you unnecessary amounts of focus and attention, which as a spiritual being, as consciousness, this is why they're not teaching us about consciousness. As an observer, you are giving me energy. If we deal with the observer experiment or whatnot, you know what I mean? You're sustaining my existence by, rather than focusing on yourself or on your relationship with God, you're focused on another human being more than you are God. That's worship.
But then, Jez, there's another interpretation of worship. There's another interpretation of worship. I think it was brought up before on the show, like a while ago, that worship is also an action. So it's not just sitting there saying, God, you're the best, God, you're amazing, or paying so much attention or focusing, whether you're visually mentalizing God or whatever. It's also you're doing things that are in line with your design. You're doing things in line with the nature that you were designed with, right? You're fulfilling your purpose. That's also a form of worship.
You're saying there's ways to worship. All right.
Right. So I'm saying let's not make worship. Let's not make worship. So all I'm saying is let's not make it so broad to where it's just where the gateway is focusing attention.
Right? Worship brings salvation. Salvation can only be attained by what? By what?
I mean,
go on.
That's a complicated question. Yeah. That's a complicated question. Question.
Because what I'm asking you, for those on the outside that don't know what I'm asking Zulu, I'm asking Zulu whether salvation is faith-based salvation or works-based salvation. And Zulu believes it's faith-based. I believe it's faith-based. Yeah. So therefore, that whole thing of worshipping with acts is bollocks, in a way. It's not bollocks, but
yes.
Your salvation.
The works are evidence of what the faith is that's being proclaimed is. So if you're saying, "Oh, I believe this," but then your actions are like opposite of that, to an extent, works does kind of apply in that conversation, right? To an extent.
I believe in truth, but I can lie. I can lie to the Prime Minister and say that my wife is my sister.
That's a different conversation. That's a very nuanced conversation. I like that's a nuanced conversation. And just the thing is, I'm not even going against that because you might have a point. I've had this discussion. Someone literally told me that Jesus like inclusion, but I saw where he was coming from. So yes, I see the nuance in that kind of conversation. I'm not even going to shut that. I see the nuance. I'll be honest with you. Yeah. But I do think. Yeah.
Go on.
No, I was just saying that the point I was raising with the worshiping is I don't want people to go away and think, oh, I just need to sit and meditate on source all day and not do like physical things, not go to work or you know what I mean? Not pay attention to someone else, or because I feel like when we just broaden what worship is, then we just end up doing nothing. You know what I mean? Like worship has the definition has to be refined. It has to be segmented. I think there's many ways in which you can worship something or someone.
I don't believe
many
so.
ways.
It becomes a conduit.
And I also think there's different levels. There's different levels of worship.
When you're reading the Bible, when you're singing your hymns, when you're attending church, these are all forms of worship, right? Yeah. Do you agree? No.
Yes.
Right. They're all based on your consciousness and where your attention is. It's not the songs. It's not the songs and the hymns. it's not the pastor's voice or what the pastor's saying. It's your belief in them. It's your attention on them. It's your giving up your time to practice these things, to indulge in these things. I do believe that you can sit in a chair on your own in a dark room. And in fact, Jesus, my God, I've won. Oh my fucking God, I've won. Oh
okay,
my God.
Jez, you're all right. I'll give you that. Listen, you got a point. You got a point. But the thing is, I don't even disagree. Let's be honest. I've not disagreed with what you said. All I'm saying is,
I know.
I don't want people to come away. All I'm saying is, I don't want people to come away and think worship is like why spend my attention. Because then I don't want someone to think, oh shit, should I not go to work? Can
the paralyzed man? Can the paraplegic, paralyzed man worship? Of course he can. Done.
All right, man. It is what it is. It is what it is.
I know you missed me.
But I'm with you, Zulu. Sorry, man.
Come on, back me up, man. Come on, tell him, man.
Just stop, Axel. Go on, talk to me, Axel.
No, for real, though, I actually believe. No, for real, though, I actually believe you can worship by working in it. So to show your creator,
I believe that. I believe that too.
Yeah. So to be honest, I'm with Zulu in this one.
Yo, sorry, family. That was random. Your live ended due to internet error. Check your internet connection and go live again. Let me see if it. What the fuck was? I got a restriction now. You can go live and join live as a guest. As a guest starting from January the 24th. What, starting from tomorrow? What? What the fuck? All right, family. Sorry about that, man. I don't know. I got restricted, double restricted. You're saying I can go live from tomorrow night. I don't know, man. I don't know, Zulu. Yeah, there's a link here. Here, look. I don't know. I think they stopped us. They ain't stopped us. You're right, you know. What the hell? Give a man some 2-hour ban. That's silly. But luckily, YouTube is here. Big up the YouTube family. Fucking Ada. Right, that was a great convo, though, man. That was a great convo. I miss chatting to the family like that, man. And big up Ross Clark Axum. Big up Kemo. Big up Steve. Big up. Who else did I miss? Schifferdan. And all of you lot, man. You get me? We over here. We gotta do like a half an hour or something over here. And you know, it's past my bedtime already. What is this guy keep following me and unfollowing me and following me? What do you want, man? I've watched, man. I've got some real weirdos around me sometimes, you know. Yes, Zulu.
Here you go, fam. What happened?
Hold on. I might be on mute or something. What's going on there?
No, I can hear you.
Yes. Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yaga,
yo. Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know, because it's saying I'm restricted until tomorrow.
What? Is there a reason?
No, but we were saying a lot, though. We were not filtering whatsoever.
Well, we not. Well, we did. What did we say? What did we say?
No. All about the J's, and then we were saying unalive, but add the word instead of unalive, and you know.
Okay, but when we said the J's, no, we didn't even say the J's. We was like, we was. What did we say? We said Zion. That's cool.
You did say Israel like one or two times.
Yeah, that's it.
I was like,
and Kemo said Israelites as well.
No, but you know, no, but just let's be honest, it's kind of bullshit because I've been on many I've seen TikTok lives where they're blatantly saying Israel, talking about the conflict. Blatantly saying some questionable stuff about those kind of people, like Jays. And
I seen a woman doing
the
the whole live stream from her car, right? And people know on TikTok, if they even see a car seat, they're locking off the live. I was watching a woman do a whole live from her car, and I was thinking, what? How is she doing this? So it's definitely one rule for them, one rule for one, and one rule for the other. I don't know how it works, man. And I don't care either.
No, but yes, the China bashment.
Oh, whoa.
No, yeah. That's Zulu. Talk to Zulu about that.
I said big up China in the chat, bro.
That's too late, bro. I'll warn you, bro.
China this, China that, China that.
China, yeah, you know what's getting in on China.
They don't allow religious blah, 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 and I'm like, no.
Actually might be what it was, you know. Now I think
China was getting smacked up. I'm telling you, allow it, allow China, man. Remember who's up there. China was, but just to wrap up that thing about faith and works, and yeah, I definitely think that you can do actions to demonstrate your faith. But I think the whole thing about faith is psychological, it's mental, meaning that you won't be restricted by the physical. So the physical can't get in the way of you practicing your faith. You can practice your faith from deep within your own sanctum, your own mind. And I think that consciousness has got to be the biggest expression of faith. So where your attention goes, aka your consciousness, is definitely, they call it paying attention. That means it's a currency.
Yeah, I can't even disagree with you, Jazz. Now I'm thinking about it.
So that's obviously it's got to take precedence. Now, and I also believe that if you believe in what the Bible says about that thing I mentioned with who was I talking about with the sister wife?
Abraham,
right? So I feel like in that shows you that even if your actions are not according to honesty, your intentions can override that to a certain degree. So yes, Abraham lied. He was deceptive. He committed the sin that was first committed by Satan himself. But his intentions were not to harm anybody, rather to preserve the life of his loved one. And therefore it was an act of faith.
Can I bring up that conversation about is lying wrong or is should we tell the truth all the time? Because I've been watching a lot of Jordan Peterson, and he kind of emphasizes on truth and how even from a non-religious perspective, always telling the truth is always better than lying. And I think his justification for that is when you're telling the truth and you're employing honesty, you're essentially you're contributing to universal balance because you're not acting against the truth, because truth is an objective universal thing. And in everything you do, if you're acting against truth, then you're bringing disaster and chaos. But when you always employ truth, even when it doesn't favor you, in some ways, in the end, maybe you'll find out because you told the truth and maybe you're going through some shit at the moment. Later on, you'll be lucky, you'll be thinking yourself that you told the truth in that moment because things are better now. Those kind of weird scenarios. The point is, you can tell a lie to save yourself. So I think telling the truth, even when it goes against you, there might be some underlying benefits to doing that.
Benefits? How? You ain't getting no brownie points if I chop your head off. If I chop your head off now that you've told me what I was waiting for you to tell me so I could chop your head off, I don't know, man. Oh yeah, well, Zulu was a real man because he told the truth, innit? Even though it was gonna cost him his life, and I hear that, but Abraham could have told the truth and he didn't, and he was blessed by God.
And the thing is, Jez, he's not the only one that's done that. His son Isaac did the same thing, the exact same thing. If you read in Genesis, he told another king that his wife was his sister.
So
I don't
owe the truth to? I owe the truth to God. Me and God. That's who I owe the truth to. Man tries to make me swear on the Bible, even though God's told me I can't swear on the Bible. Man is trying to tell me to swear on the Bible in their fucking Babylonian court to do what? Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Get the fuck out of it. You lot ain't even with God. Get the fuck out of it.
I hear that, but do you not think? Okay, let's take for a scenario, for example. Let's say you're lying to save yourself. Could you say that act of lying, though you're not harming anybody, you are essentially out of fear not telling the truth because you feel like, oh, if I don't tell the truth, something could happen to me, rather than telling the truth and believing that you're going to overcome or God's going to intervene or something's going to happen?
What, mate? Okay, so then why did Abraham not then?
This is why I'm in the middle with that, because I don't know whether or not
did God support and assist and favor Abraham's decision not to tell the truth?
Some people think it was okay. Some people don't think lying is bad. Some people, and
did God even have any involvement in Abraham telling the truth or not? Or yeah, was God involved? Like from the narrative perspective, like obviously God's like involved in everything, but from the narrative's perspective, did the pharaohs? Was it a pharaoh or a king?
Yeah, it was a pharaoh.
Right?
It was a pharaoh. It was pharaoh.
A pharaoh, right?
Yeah.
Did the pharaoh's reaction to Abraham's lie have anything to do with God? Was that a miracle of God softening his heart, making him believe him, or was God not involved? We need to understand.
It does sound like he wasn't involved, but when you look at the story, Pharaoh first believes him that Abraham's sister or wife is his sister. And the reason why Abraham said that was because if he said that it was his wife, he was scared that the Pharaoh would murk him to try and get the wife because she was so beautiful. Everyone would look at who's this Sumerian chick. She's not like us over here. She's a bit different. You know, she's like, oh, she's kind of, you know, like when the like light skin girls, the light skin girls are like, ooh.
Yeah.
So he was doing that out of fear. Again, the motivation was fear. But what happens later on in the story is the Pharaoh is told by God in a dream or some sort of revelation that is Abraham's wife. And because he was told in such a manner, he then fears even trying to take Sarah because like, oh, this God might do something with Abraham. So then he, out of fear, Pharaoh backs off and says, no, I ain't messing with this woman. Why didn't you tell me the truth? Why didn't you tell me this was your wife? Literally says, why didn't you tell me this was your wife? And then backs off and lets Abraham go. And even gives him camels and presents and say, yo, get off here, leave. Like you're with God. You're with God. I don't want to mess with you. I don't want to mess with your wife. So God intervened in the sense of revealing to Pharaoh the truth. To me, that indicates God favors the truth because he's intervening for the truth to prevail, even though Abraham lied to save himself. I don't know. I just thought of that on the spot.
I hear you. Oh, believe, stand firm. What? Stand firm for justice as witness for Allah, even if it is against yourself, your parents, or close relatives. Okay, so none of you believe. We're talking to the Mohammedan, our Mohammedan brethren, Silverside. No offense calling you Mohammedan because I don't even know if that term is offensive. Huh?
Yeah, we need to make sure we're using politically correct terms.
Yeah, Carl, whatever. Yeah, I'm just ramping with my brethren Silver, but I don't want no one else to get offended. So let me just say, my Muslim brother, is Takia strictly a Shia thing? Axel, I don't like how you just dust out and now. We're trying to finish off this convo. Is Takia strictly... Oh, is she going to get a laptop?
Yeah.
Is Takia strictly a Shia thing? Just quick yes or no.
I don't know. I've always questioned Takia, dog. I've always told to Muslims like you should be dying for your faith, man. You should never be denying God over like, you know what I mean? I've always said this.
And what about you? What about your God, Zulu? Does he expect you to die for your faith, or does he?
Absolutely.
Does he accept that you may lie to live?
We're not allowed to lie to preserve ourselves under any circumstance, especially when it comes to. Well, let me not say that. Hold on. Let me clarify. Let me clean that.
Right.
Over this particular like about your profession, what you believe, no, but maybe saving people potentially. And let me tell you the nuance. So when you look at the Hebrew culture, there's a term called puach nefesh, which means saving a soul. And this idea that you are allowed to break a commandment to save someone's life. So, for example, if it's the Sabbath and you're not supposed to work or do nothing strenuous,
but someone's about to die,
you're allowed
in your
to save
face.
them.
Exactly. You got to put the work in to save that person's life, right?
And they actually say it's a bigger sin to not save that person's life because you think, oh no, let me keep the Sabbath.
Oh, it's the Sabbath. I'm not gonna be a fireman today and put
exactly, which is why even Orthodox Jews go to hospital on the Sabbath. If you're a doctor and you're Jew, you go to hospital.
What if you're a doctor? Whoa. What if you're a doctor and you're a Jewish doctor? Do you work on the Sabbath, or do you just go in if you're called in an emergency?
If you're called, yes.
Okay, so then no doctors on a Sunday. On a Sabbath, should I say? Sorry, not a Sunday. No doctors on a Sabbath are Jews.
Well, no, okay, Jez. Well, we know that in certain communities they have their own hospitals, they have their own police stations, they have their own. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right. So who's working? So this is what I'm saying. Have they made it so that these essential jobs you just do regardless on a Sabbath? That means you don't observe the Sabbath because you've gone and learnt to be a doctor. No one forced you to go be a doctor. You're now willingly. You see where I'm going with this, bro?
No, but I'm simply saying that saving a soul is more prominent over keeping a commandment.
But you working a shift doesn't mean you're going to save a soul. So how do you even get to the point where you're a doctor, you're working you're in the NHS, you're in a hospital, and they're saying, Dr. Schultz, please, you're rotated in for Friday night, Saturday morning, and you're like, whoa, hell no. That's the Sabbath. They're like, boy, you're gonna have to work, innit? What are you talking about, Sabbath? How does it work?
So I think you kind of have
to get a Sunday off.
I think they probably have a rota. I don't know how the job schedule works, but I presume they will try not to work on that time. But if they are called, like you said, they will go, because if they don't go when they're called, they're doing a bigger sin than not keeping the Sabbath.
Yeah, but that's only if you're called in an emergency, though, Zulu. I'm trying to get that emergency out of I'm saying, so if it's not an emergency, who's manning the Jewish hospital?
Probably the Gentiles.
Nah, Zulu. Then there must be some. There must be some hole in this. Yeah, that you can actually.
There's got to be a hole in it.
I just gave you. Yeah. I don't want to go too deep into that side of things because we're on YouTube and they own this. But if you go,
you didn't mind going at the Chinese on TikTok though, did you? Hey,
yeah, this is a different owner now, so let's not do the same thing, yeah. But like I said, if you go into their text, whoever we're speaking about, the Gentile is like the slave. The Gentile is the worker bee, man. Like, I can't do this to the Sabbath. Gentile, can you go and get my shopping? Gentile, can you do? Gentile, can you do? So
you think they arrange all of that, yeah, in these type of hospitals?
I mean, it's not only Jays working in their hospitals and their police stations. They have Gentiles doing that stuff for them too. Yes. Because who's training them?
I mean, don't they have like laws? I don't know, man. I don't know.
But the point I was making is this. I just thought on the spot, technically, if I employ that belief of saving soul, I should be allowed to lie to save somebody's life. So if someone walks into my house saying, "Oh, you've got these people in your house," and you tell them the truth if they're trying to kill them, or do you say, "Oh, there's no one there"?
Oh,
right.
So is this a Christian taqiyya, yeah?
That's what.
No, it's not the same.
Israelite taqiyya.
It's not the same. No, I'm not doing it to save myself.
No, but you're saving the people around you, though.
Okay, so would you be allowed in Nazi Germany to deny that you are Israelite?
No. If I do that, then it's a violation. Because it says in the scriptures, if you deny me before men, then I'll deny you before the Father and the Holy Spirit.
Now, I ain't denying you, but I'm denying that that's cold, man. Come on, man.
No, but that is what it is. That's what I'm saying. The taqiyya thing is kind of
the SS. We got the SS at the door, and you lot are saying, yeah, we're just gonna have to say, yeah, we're Jews.
But just think about it, yeah. It's kind of the taqiyya thing. No offense to my Muslim friends and brothers, but it's kind of soft. Like, why aren't you standing on your thing because of death? It's kind of soft.
No,
Let's
because
keep it real.
life is, I don't know, it's not soft.
But,
No, it's-
aren't you trying to preserve life though? Like your
Yeah.
own
Yeah, but
the people around you.
self-preservation is not the same as how preserving other people. Those are two different categories.
Okay, but like, how you gonna protect me if you go and give yourself up, bruv?
No, I'm giving myself up, and then
I'd
you can
rather
run
fight.
away.
Nah, man. But then the only other option is to fight. Then,
I mean,
rather than lie,
that's another conversation. That's
a whole different thing, right?
Right.
Because that's the
And
other dimension. Okay, rather than
I'm not
lie,
even against fighting. I'm not even against that either.
yeah,
I'm
rather
saying-
than lie, rather than hand ourselves in, we're just gonna have to fight. Maybe even do a kamikaze thing.
So wait,
I knew you'd laugh. You see what I'm saying? When they knock on the door, when they knock on the door, we got a certain wire. We say, "Come in," and then is that suicide?
it is. It's like Samson, though, right?
Oh, bro, you know that was my number one. I still remember that conversation to this day. That was one of the best conversations. Did Samson commit suicide? Mud.
And you know what's funny about that, Jez? I did some research a few months ago, and apparently that land over there, they have a protocol called the Samson protocol, where there's always speculation whether or not they have nukes, right? Well, there's a reason why they have the Samson protocol. That's basically if shit hits the fan, we press the button and the
whole thing goes down.
And it's called the Samsung. What?
Wikipedia. It's on Wikipedia. Type in the Samson protocol, whatever it's called.
We're gonna push down the pillars. If these men
they're actually acknowledging that, though.
we gonna destroy our own temple. You stay there, man. That makes sense, though.
I don't know how. This is the thing with the Bible. Yeah, there's a lot of like gray area. It's like what do I make out of this? I don't know. Like even for example, when King Saul went to the witch to basically do some necromancy to bring Samuel the prophet back alive, and then Samuel speaking to King Saul, I don't know if that was a real, like if she had the ability to actually do that, because the implication is that's possible. And he's speaking to King Saul and tells King Saul that he will die in battle, and then it happens. So there's one side that says no, the witch was a demon.
And what happened to him after that? After he told King Saul, did he die again?
He fell on his own sword. He's committed suicide.
No, not King Saul.
Who?
Samuel, the guy that was brought back.
No, but it's no. If you read in the story, it sounds as if he was brought back, but it's like a ghostly kind of, because like it says that he was wearing a white robe and he was kind of like spirit looking or whatever, and he just says a message and then he goes back to the Sheol, right?
That makes sense. That makes sense, but that's divination though. Like as it says in the Bible, that's necromancy, which
he went back to the Sheol.
No, but just because you got I believe that was necromancy, but it doesn't mean that the information you get is incorrect. And nobody in the Bible says, "Oh, if you go and do these practices, you're just going to get falsehood." It just says, "Don't do it."
Exactly.
It just says, it don't say you can't speak to the dead. It says don't speak to the dead. That's an abominable act.
But
which means, yeah.
Sorry, it's interesting.
I'm just saying it means that there's clearly a possibility to do it. It's just wrong.
But this is why, Jez, when I brought the analogy about the receiving and stealing, that's my way of trying to make sense of it, because the enemy can do magic and it works. What are they drawing from? They have to be drawing from a universal power, but they're doing it in a way that's unpermissible, which is why what they're doing is punishable versus what a believer would do, right? So that's the only way I can reconcile with it. But when it comes to that story in particular, the debate is, number one, is that actually Prophet Samuel speaking to King Saul, or is that a demon pretending to be King and Prophet Samuel? Because we know that demons can masquerade as loved ones, or people when we lose someone, you see someone in your dream, that could be a demon. They can pretend to be the loved ones. We know that's a possibility. But then on the other hand, can a demon say something is going to happen to you and then it actually happens? Prophet Samuel said he's going to die in the battle. King Saul committed suicide and fell on his sword. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, was it actually?
But Zulu, yeah. Does demons have possessed the ability to look in the future, though?
That's what I'm saying. Because if we're saying that was,
I mean, because we often
men have it, yeah, if we want to believe in it anyways. Yeah, that we can see in the future, some of us or whatever, yeah. Right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. So what about demons?
Do you know how I reconcile this story? This is my damage control, right?
Sorry, I had to.
No. And
Okay.
I understand where you're going with that, because yes, obviously demons are superior to us in a sense, so why couldn't they do things like that? But my damage control for this story is this. I think that the devil can give you a prophecy and you can fulfill it because you are having false faith in that prophecy. So you can actually bring that about by believing it. So someone can condition you to say, and this is psychological, right? Someone can tell you, this is going to happen to you, like fortune cookies or whatever, right? And then because you believe that
kind of thing, you just make it happen.
Exactly.
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Precisely, you make it happen. So King Saul was probably getting shook instead of thinking, yo, this might be a demon. First of all, why am I going to a witch? Is this actually his prophet Samuel? He believed it and was shook, and then ended up even taking his own life. It doesn't say the Philistines killed him. He fell on his sword. He killed himself. So was the spirit or the demon or the prophet, was he right, or was he, you know what I mean? Was he self-fulfilling? I don't know. It's the gray area. That's the gray area. And there's a lot of that in the Bible. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of paradoxes. There's a lot of gray area, like foreknowledge, this, that. This is why people spend hundreds of years, decades studying this stuff. It's just it's so massive. It's just so much. I don't know.
You're gonna enjoy that whole doctrine of preservation thing. I'm telling you, you're gonna get into it. Not to say that you're gonna agree with it, but you already you haven't even heard it, and you've been agreeing with, like, I'm gonna say 70% of it, 80% of it is kind of deep, especially when it starts talking about the Mandela effect. Once you get to that part where he's talking about basically the protection over the Bible is gonna be lifted, yeah, in the end days, it was like, yo, this is kind of deep.
I should have jumped on yesterday, man.
Did you watch the whole video, Jedi? Yesterday? Did you finish the whole thing?
You know how videos start going dead? It's just mainly just to get the gist of it, but there was not enough talking people. You know, Jupiter was here. My dog all of a sudden needed to shit. I had to take my dog out. She's taking ages. By the time I got back, Jupiter just jumped off. You know, Cage kind of, you know what Cage does. I don't know why I let him on, man. I just feel it's his right to annoy us. I feel like it's his right to annoy us for 10-15 minutes and then fuck off. You know what I mean? Like, I've been around for long enough. I give him that little bit, but
it's honoring. It's honoring.
He was bad yesterday, man. He was bad. You know when he's just I couldn't get one good sentence out of him. I was like, this guy, man. This guy. It's really bad.
And I think like he's a perfect example. I'm not going to assume what rituals he's been doing, but clearly, I mean, if you listen to him when he's when you listen to Cage, and it's not just Cage, there's many people that often people will undermine because they're a bit nuts, but in the middle of the nutsness, there's some like gems in there, and it just shows that they opened the veil, they saw some stuff, and they came back damaged.
I'm not gonna lie. I think when I listen to this brother, I'm like, yo, this brother is stuck on such a loop. He's stuck. It's not like he's stuck, man. This brother is stuck. It's not that he wants to be where he is, he's stuck. And I can hear his mental health is worse than ever. I can hear it in his voice. I could be wrong, you know, he could be living the best fucking life or whatever, but I think I'm a good judge of this type of character, and like, yeah, he's stuck, man. Like, I was thinking the same thing, bro. You opened yourself up to something, and this is what it keeps doing to people. This information fucks with people. Like, you lot are all good because you're dealing with the same information I am, and we can pick and leave it. Sometimes we don't even look at it. We're doing other stuff. You got a job. You got a job. You got family. You got this. You got that. You're looking for a wife. This one's. You're still maintaining a balance in life, if that makes sense. Yeah. And then you got these other man where, what the fuck does Cage? What do you believe Cage does from 9 to 5 or whatever, Monday to Friday? What do you actually think he does if he's not on the internet? Nothing, bruv. I don't believe nothing he says he's doing. You ain't going nowhere. You ain't doing nothing. I can see you being just stuck in your yard.
But Jez, is there a possibility that whenever he's been online, he's been under the influence? So we've never seen Cage when he's not under the influence, in all fairness.
No, because we've seen, I think we've seen Cage not under the influence before. Right? Because there's times where I'm just like, yo, Cage, what the fuck? Like, you're just being hella normal. Like, what? You're right. Like, what's going? Yeah, man. And he's just normal. And then while we're talking, he starts doing whatever he's doing. I don't know if it's crack. I don't know what it is. I don't believe it's just weed. I've said that from the beginning. I've seen his teeth as well. That's drug abuser teeth, bruv.
Yeah, he's got grey teeth. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's mad still.
Yeah, that shit. And then you start fucking slurring and fucking like, fuck out. I don't give a fuck, man. Fuck this shit. I don't give a fuck. Like, yeah, you're being taken over. You know? He goes like up, he's nice, he's cool. Yeah, man, there's bare times Cage has been on and been normal. Had a good hour of conversation with Cage. He's just being normal. Yeah. You know, I agree with what Zulu said because, you know, it's kind of like when you check this out and you're like, okay, he's cognitive. And then he gets to the next point where the only thing he can say is, you know, I posted a link to the video. Like, you guys should fucking watch it. Just fucking watch this fucking link, man. Like, yo.
Nah, but just the reason why I'm saying under the influence is because I presume he has a job and he pays bills unless he gets aid. Like he has to
growing weed and distributing that weed in the room next to him. He has a mattress on the floor. His floor is disgusting.
Don't you remember the foot in the wall? Come on, huh?
You don't remember?
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah, but he probably.
He has like a farm in this room. Zulu.
That's it. That's what he does, man.
He can't make a living off doing that.
Cage. I forgot what he's called. Bro. If you follow him on Instagram, he's got a massive following, cuz he just grows weed. People love to see pictures of weed, and he's got weed all day long. That's it. Just grows weed in that room, and I don't know who's doing it for. I don't know, man. I don't know what the true story is. I got love for Cage, but he's fried, and
yeah,
but like Zulu said, though, there are some gems coming out sometimes. So the amount of information the man has,
he knows a lot of shit.
He knows a lot of shit.
Yeah, it's
he knows a lot of shit. That's the perfect word, shit. He doesn't know all this shit. You know what I mean?
We just need to have the time and energy for him.
That's the second 22nd degree of the entrepreneur Mason. You know, the accepted entrepreneur Mason of the 33 degree. I got a video for you explaining all this shit. What did he do? My man got a little piece. He's like, Jedi. You need to play this link. I'm like, you play it. Did you see the part when he went onto the AI? Zulu.
No. When he spoke to the AI.
Oh my god. He's finished, cuz.
Yeah.
My man's having convos because the last time, what he don't remember is the last time he jumped on there, which is almost a year ago, cuz. Yeah. My man was just stumbled across this AI artificial, basically chat GPT. And he was like, oh, you need to check this out. Jedi, you know you could do some shit with this. And I was like, yeah. I've seen all that stuff before. A year later, he's like trying to make Joe Rogan jump on the show. Hey, Joe Rogan, talk to Jedi.
Yeah, I've done that as well, you know. That shit's wrong.
And he's like, no, but you know, you can ask the questions and learn stuff. I'm like, no. From you're at that point where you're fully trying to chat to AI, fully trying to chat to AI. Even the way he was talking to AI was scary.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to be way too casual with the AI. And the dumb AI, don't understand what the fuck you're saying, cuz. So like, yeah, all right, Joe, that's enough. Just no, do the intro for Jedi. And then AI was like, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. He's getting vexed.
No, Zulu, my belly was hurting. You need to play it back, Zulu. You need to play it back.
I need to play that back. But Jez, you need to clip that and put it on TikTok or something, bro.
Nah, allow him, man. I feel sorry for him, cuz. No. I'm talking about like Jedi, like the Triluminati, man. Like, do you know Jedi from Triluminati? Introduce him. And it was like, introduce him to Jedi Illuminati.
a secret part of the Illuminati that has been using the Force to control the world. I was like, oh, Cage, man, you're lost, bruv. You're lost.
You know what I think it is? Yeah. And it goes back to the analogy I said about people being born with different capabilities and even disabilities. Just like some people are born with spiritual abilities, some people are born with spiritual disabilities or spiritual allergens, let's just say. So maybe some people can lucid dream or astral project or whatever, take psychedelics and be normal. Whereas some people, if they take that stuff, it's like they're allergic and they're fried. So I don't think like this is why when it comes to mushrooms or weed or any of these things, I try not to ever universalize and say free the weed for everybody or everyone can take it, because now there's people allergic to strawberries. Not everyone can take strawberries.
Peanut. No, you're fine. No, 100%. You're real.
You're right, Zulu. You're right.
You're 100% correct. Not everyone can do whatever. Even drink can send some people the wrong way. Do you know?
Some of our horn brothers, for example, should not drink.
Do you know what I'm saying? That thing get under their skin. It's serious, man. We are unique, man, and learning what's good for you and what's not good for you is part of this experience, man. You know, and unfortunately, some people think that we can all do the same shit, and we can't. You know, and even like you said. Even like, okay, when it comes to just information, this book is not for everyone. This book here, boom, I can read it. I can lend it to Zulu. Zulu can lend it to Axum. Axum can lend it to London Boy. London Boy gives it to Aero Trio. Aero Trio's finished. Did you hear what happened to Aero Trio? I don't know. He read that book. He started chatting shit at night. Next thing you know, this is shit, real shit that's happened to me. I've got friends that have watched films and never been the same again. I've got a friend watched Constantine to this day, never been the same. I told you a lot about this.
Crazy, bro. Film.
Constantine triggered him. It was gone. It was out of it.
Nah, that's crazy, just a film. Come on, man.
Nah, but it ain't crazy though, because if a book can do it, why can't a film do it, Zulu?
True.
You know, like, it's not crazy, you know. You never watched a film that blew your mind, like, yo, this is crazy. This is sick. But you have the capacity to, no matter how many things it made you think about or question, or how many new avenues of thought it opened up for you, you could contain that. It wasn't bigger than you. And I think sometimes some ideas are like, this is how the conversation on TikTok started between me and Nads and whatever. We were just saying like how we see reality and whatever. And some people can't handle bigger thoughts, so they will say, "Oh, you shouldn't keep questioning everything. Then what's the point? We just get on with it, man. I mean, we're never gonna know, right?" And there's people like that, and I think because they actually have a ceiling in terms of how big their thoughts are. Then me and you will talk about certain things, and then Axum will be like, you know, I don't really care about that. I don't fuck with that. And then it's like, okay, Axum, but then Axum will talk about maybe genetics or something, and I'll be like, and I realize my ceiling is approaching now. I just don't care, or maybe I don't have the mental capacity for that direct. I don't, you know. We can just,
you know what, and you know what, I've unfortunately come to the same conclusion because I've had hope in people to have at least the same. I'm not saying everyone needs to be reading all these esoteric things and be obsessed with everything, but at least question things and be less like a bot. But I've come to the conclusion,
be more of a critical thinker.
And exactly, and I dare to come to this conclusion because it's kind of like egotistical. But maybe some people are built with different storage levels, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to sound egotistical.
No, it's not egotistical, because especially if you balance it by saying that or acknowledging that maybe you have some areas that your capacity doesn't reach to. As long as you can acknowledge that, then it's never egotistical. It is what it is. Black is black, yellow is yellow. It is what it is.
But James, let's be completely honest.
For me, there's certain aspects of maths that, unless I have a major breakthrough, I don't think my brain is gonna like reshape and grasp anymore. There was a point in my life where I had it. I had maths on lock. In fact, my mom would have said that maths was like my strongest subject. And when I look at my youngest kids, I can see maths, their propensity for maths is just there. Something happened in that journey of learning and secondary school, high school, where I just switched off my brain to a certain level of maths. I'm not saying I can't do maths. I'm not dumb, but there's a certain level where it's like my brain just goes foggy, bruv. It's like I'm almost deliberately not trying to go down. I'm just like, I don't have the mental
because
capacity.
it's gonna take you more energy to try to focus.
Yeah, it's like, bro, this is
Yeah.
no. Give me the calculator.
No, I hear you, but I think you also depends on people's interest, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? If you have the urge, the feeling, the like seeking, within you, seeking understanding, you would try to do anything in your power to understand it. Yeah, but if you already have locked off your brain to not.
Yeah, if you've already told yourself that you don't have the capacity to think about certain things, then you just don't go down that route. I look at you as being a little bit ignorant, and probably when you talk to me about maths and you try to explain something, and you see my eyes glaze over, you think, Jedi, come, you're being ignorant. You're a smart you could do this. I see so many people look at me like, Jeds, what are you doing, man? You with all this intelligence, you telling me, listen, you're being lazy. But in my head, I'm like, nah, cuz you don't understand. my brain.
Now you sound like me in organic chemistry, man. You sound like me in organic. I'll just shut down fully.
I'm not trying to hear
do you know what this proves? Yeah. This proves, and this goes back to a conversation we had about village and whether or not everyone should be specialists, whatever. And I know you did make good points in regards to like you shouldn't rely on other people for medicinal or herbalism, whatever, right?
Right. I remember this convo. Yeah.
But be honest now that we've had this conversation, does this not kind of imply that in some ways we were designed to have specific skill sets, obviously communally, where I have a more capacity for this, so-and-so has more capacity for that, and we're supposed to work together with those varying capacities. So, for example, not everyone is a seer, or not everyone is questioning reality, talking spirituality, dimensions, all this beautiful stuff. Some people are just like, yo, let me show you how to make a fire, or get this herb, and that's their spiritual stuff. That's their deep stuff. You know what I mean? But it all works together in the community.
I just think at a stage we were all designed to be better all-rounders than we are. So I do agree with you though. But I still think that we were better all-rounders. Right? Yeah. We were better all-rounders. We were better at more things. Other than, because guess what? Half of my mental capacity is gone into remembering the entire Marvel fucking storyline. Right? I don't know that for no reason. It's never going to help me in life. I've got every theme song of every advert and cartoon and film and kids program that I watched from 1 year old to 20, whatever you want to call it. I remember all of that shit. Every actor, everything. I got when I was talking to my friends about the amount of useless information that we all store, it is actually scary. I know every rapper. I know every rapper's song. I know the name of their albums. I know producers. I know cartoons. I know food names and this, that, and blah, blah, blah. Politicians and so much general knowledge. When we do general knowledge, I'm wiping the floor with almost everybody because I just got a head full of fuckery. It's nothing because my cousin in the village has got a head full of plants, animals. You understand?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? He knows what dirt is good to grow what. He knows which water which water is clean, which one that don't eat that one, don't drink that, don't go there at night, don't use this, He knows all of that. And it's all useful to him. Me on the West, I've got the same amount of knowledge as him, all on uselessness. If I want to stunt on my cousin in the village, I can tell him about all this shit. Oh, you never heard about the UN and the New World Order? You don't know about the Rothschilds and the Bilderberg? And he's like, my brother, I don't know. What is this? What's the use? And that's what they will look at. What for? What do I need to? What's this for?
But there also used to be a thought that knowledge was hereditary, which is why even in African tribes, there were guilds and there were clans that were specialized in specific practices. So, for example, in the Zulu tribe, there will be a clan under the Zulu tribe that specializes on blacksmith, iron smelting. There's even certain trades. Like there's many people that descend from famous blacksmith clans. Their hands are more tougher. They're always holding things, whether it's like a staff or they're always like mechanic. Maybe they're like cars now. Like that hereditary inclination to manipulate metal or grab something.
Hands on,
in them. So there's genetic dispositions to certain skill sets.
I agree,
yes.
Because
I
they were
agree.
doing the breeding. It kind of is like special breeding, in families. You have to keep
it's like part of breeding, natural selection, and then also if your family has fallen into a practice that works well with their genetics, which came first? It's the genetics that come first, and then you utilizing your genetics to be able to do something with it. In my belief.
Epigenetics.
Right? No. I hear what I'm saying. I'm saying your genetics. So if for instance, if you have slim fingers, through the years, you guys are gonna realize that you're good at plaiting. So therefore now your generations are gonna continue to plait, but to the point where maybe some people are gonna fool themselves and think that plaiting came before the slim fingers, and it's not. It's the other way around. We had genetic traits, and then we find ways to exploit them and use them to the best of our ability. Then we say, okay, well, I'm good at it. My son's going to be good at it. You're not born to be a good hair braider, but you were born with the tools that would make you good if you were, I don't know, because that's what I believe. That's what I believe. You guys are all short, hence you end up being the horse riders. Now people think that they're horse riders. Now people think they're short because they were born to be horse riders. No, you're a horse rider because you're short, and that makes you good at it.
So you're saying it's coincidence that you have the components for that practice, rather than the practice makes you have those.
No coincidence, but you're almost going to evolution now. It's not coincidence.
I mean, evolution is kind of real, Jeds. It is kind of real. Let's keep it real,
bro. I'm not gonna lie. We need to sit down and have a good week of because evolution is bothering me at the moment. It's bothering me.
Yeah, but you should do a theories about this, Jeds, so we can break down everything. We
need to get into because you know what? Because why am I saying this? Because I'm listening to a lot of Christians at the moment, right? I'm watching a lot of Christian stuff and whatnot. I'm sure it's no secret that I've been exploring Christianity and embracing.
Did you see what's up on Joe Rogan?
Brother, this is what I'm saying to you, bro. You see? And it's shit like this. It started to fuck with me, bro. It started to because it's mad. Yeah, I did. Long story short, I saw the Joe Rogan thing. That thing nearly tipped me over the edge because I'm starting to get into a frenzy of just looking at stuff, and I'm thinking, yo, evolution is one of those subjects that is almost getting to the maths point where I cut off. Once we start getting haplogroupy and that, you lot know. I leave you, Zulu, Kemo, Axum.
What part of the haplogroups?
Bro, all of it, bro. All of it, man. The whole thing.
It can't be all of it, you can't.
Bro, it's the whole thing. The whole thing, man. All of it, cuz. I know you want to help me. I'm just the whole thing is haplogroup. Hey, JR, we this haplogroup, and then this group came around this year. So blah, blah. Fuck off. It's the whole.
Do you think it's a guessing game, Jess? Is that it? You don't believe it because it's a guessing game.
Not a guessing game.
First and foremost, I'm not approaching the subject as in a belief thing. I just want to understand it. Yeah, I want to understand what. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what to believe or what. DNA, haplogroups, and evolution. These three topics, yeah, in line with creation. These three topics are probably the most interesting topics to me. But haplogroups is probably one of the most. I was gonna say complicated, but I think a better word is convoluted. You all understand what convoluted means, right? Unnecessarily complicated and murky and full of shit and ideas, and you know what I mean? Evolution is a big deal. Noah's Ark, that kind of thing, like that's really interesting shit to me. Did the animals from the days of Noah's Ark then evolve? Did God create animals to evolve? Is evolution part of creation?
Well,
because there's still no evidence. But there's still no concrete evidence for evolution. Just remember that. I don't care what any of you say. There's still none.
But Jez, would you not say evolution? And I think and I'll be honest, last time I was trolling, I don't know if you guys remember when I was advocating for evolution. I just want to make
sure. Trust and believe. I remember.
I didn't clean up.
Axel was going crazy. Axel was like, Zulu, what are you doing? I was like, Axel, relax, man. Relax.
Zulu's losing his mind. He's not my brethren no more.
I'm not going to lie. I might stop doing the advocate thing just for a bit because I don't want newcomers to think this guy's nuts, right? So I'm just going to be me for a bit, innit?
Fuck him, man. Fuck him. You know what you and like, you know, you can always explain at the end or whatever. But I think it's necessary. I think it's necessary, especially when it's just a small group of us talking. We need someone that's going to have to turn into the advocate, because otherwise we're just going to be agreeing with each other at some point or whatever. And that's not. It's not useful to us. We always need somebody to, you know. So I think that's a very useful thing. And yes, it was frustrating because you're doing it very well.
But this is the thing, though. Even though I was playing advocate, I was low-key accessing my own doubts because
right, exactly.
Like, even though I come and like I sound like I'm strong, like he's a Christian, he believes what I do have doubts and I do question.
Of course. And that is a good way to like kind of throw your doubts out there and see if you or anybody else can come up with counterclaims or counter ideas. I think that's the perfect way to like. I think that's what you should be doing in life. You know, when you have doubts or questions, you throw them out there and you try to defeat them. And if you can't defeat them, and if you can't meet anyone that defeats them, then I suppose you can investigate your doubt even further or whatever. Maybe your doubt comes out to be a saving grace that stops you from thinking in a way that is like a dead end. Because I don't want to have dead end beliefs that lead me to nowhere. They're just like, oh, I'm sticking on this, and because I'm sticking on this, I can't evolve. Yeah. That's my biggest fear. That's my biggest fear of taking an oath or joining anything. I just cut off my ability to grow and to learn. Do you know what I mean? And accept the truth. Because I'm like, yeah, this is my stop. I'm here. This is me now. I'm digging my feet in. This is it. No, Axel. No. Because when I hear people that have reached that level of belief, I mean, it's a beautiful thing for them. And I admire people's strength and faith and whatever, but I don't admire ignorance, and I don't admire.
Would you say are you the kind of person that's happy with paradoxes or happy with unexplainable things, or do you have to understand every aspect of this? Like, there's no, secrets. No, say secrets.
I don't know. Once I knock on the door and no one answers it, I've noted that door. I've marked that door down. There's something behind that door I don't know, and I will return to it. And I'll return to it. You keep knocking on the door till eventually someone opens it. You know what I'm saying, isn't it? Like, yeah,
that's
man.
A good analogy. That's a good analogy.
But we always get more questions though. Every time we knock on the door, past one. It continues, isn't it? We will never be able to stop.
What?
I'll give you an example. Yes, I'll give you an example of my own paradox. I'll give you an example of my own paradox. Yeah, we've had discussions about foreknowledge, and I'll be honest, I may sound a strong, stubborn. Destiny and foreknowledge, right? Yeah. I may have sounded stubborn, but in my heart, I was genuinely battling with it. Like, yo, that's a good point. Like, this is a paradox. I don't know what to do with this, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it made me disbelieve God or whatever. I believe whatever. No. It did put me in a position where questioning myself, am I okay with not being able to understand something, but still believing? But how can I believe something I don't understand? So I had this back and forth in my head, like, yo, what do I do?
I mean, but not understanding is such a simplistic terminology, right? Oh, I don't understand. But it's deeper than that. Because it's like, one, is it you don't understand because it's not been explained? Do you not understand because it's not understandable? Is it impossible to understand? If it's impossible to understand, then I can probably get my head around that. But if there's a possibility that I could understand, if I just look at it the correct way or is explained the correct way, then I'm not settling for not understanding.
Okay.
So it's like, on whose term is it that I don't understand this thing?
I hear that.
Is it my limitation or is it the limitation? If it's my limitation, then I believe, it's my belief, and I don't know where I've had this belief from as a child, right? So I'm not sure where I got this from, because I don't think it's biblical, like, so to speak, but I believe that God has the ability to explain anything to me. People always go with the God moves in mysterious ways and and you can't always understand where. There's something about, I believe, that God has created man in such a unique way, such a beautiful, amazing, unique way, that something that you think man would not be able to grasp, God can allow you to grasp.
And just, I agree with that.
You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean?
And this goes back to a conversation we've had about concealment. Is it wrong to conceal information or to have secrets, right? And even though he could make everything known to everybody, is that the best action? Is the best action to make everything about everything known to everybody or to some people?
But are we actually capable to have to get it though, Zulu? That's the next question.
Yeah, see, right? I don't believe we're capable to know everything. Put it that way.
Yeah.
I don't believe, but I don't believe we're capable of knowing all things. But I struggle with the belief that they are things that man can't know. You see, there's a difference, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Like man is putting a limitation on us.
Right. Because it's like, you know what? If everything that exists is in a bag, then I believe we can't learn everything in that bag. But if you put your hand in that bag and pull something out, I believe anything you pull out, there should be an ability for you to understand it. Should it, whether it needs to be explained in a certain way or you need to perceive it in a certain way, very rare. What I'm saying is the entirety of all knowledge can never be one man's, but everything available in knowledge. What do you mean you can't? What do you mean? I don't even get. What do you mean you can't? If God wanted to explain to me where he came from, or where it came from, or where God.
What is eternity? Something like that.
Yeah, if he wanted to explain, so now you're going to put a limit on God, because if God can't, what do you mean? So you can't understand that. What do you mean? So God couldn't explain that to me now? Well, yeah. Okay. I mean, God could. Oh, that means it's possible then.
That's a good point, Jez. But right? Jez, okay. Let me play. Not play. Let me bring a counter. Right?
Accent's like.
But Jez, let me bring a counter argument. Yeah. And this might be like a crap one, but let's take like a psychedelic experience, like a mad trip, like DMT, for example, right?
Yeah.
People that go through DMT, when they come back, they aren't able to explain what they saw because I believe, and I could be wrong, but there might be limitations to what the vessel can receive. Especially, and then maybe it's not even the limitations, maybe it's the rate. Maybe you need to drip feed the vessel. If the vessel's getting not everything, but a crazy amount of light or information, or whatever you want to call it, they come back like Cage.
Really good example, Zulu. You know, I
think God drip feeds information.
Remember, I'm not H. You're not H. So let's just remind. We've already gone over this part, yeah. In terms of some of us can watch Lucy and we cool. Someone can watch Constantine and they're cool. Someone else watches it, they're never the same again.
Yeah? Lucy, you know, now come on now.
Whatever, man. I don't know, but you get me. Like, whatever, isn't it?
No, you're right. Yes.
Yeah,
you know,
but like,
I hear you.
We're not all equal.
Yeah.
We're not all equal.
The vessels
are not all equal in terms of what we can take, even when it comes to spirits or spirituality or spiritual experiences. We can't all take the same thing.
100%. That's why I'm not dabbing in any of it. You know, I'm not trusting my head.
You already dabbled, you little fucking wicked.
So you already dabbling this now.
Why is who is this girl fooling? You've already dabbled.
We know what you're doing with
about
those wooden statues. We know what you're doing with those statues. Let's not play games.
Yeah, you're joking.
I'm not gonna cut you. I thought it was kind of judgy. I'm not gonna lie. Like he had a bunch of statues. I'm like, yo, like what's going on?
You mean my man? I got more now, bro. I got more now.
Wow, the wood is
kind of like idolatry. It's like idolatry.
Yeah, I have bigger ones now. And yeah, peace. I'm paused. I'm not saying no more.
It's like the Temple of Owl. Like it's like the Temple of Owl.
You got owl? No, don't. If you got owl.
No, I don't, but I really want an owl because I love owls.
Why do you want Moloch? Why do you want Moloch?
Once you get the owl, just lose my number. Oh my god. Moloch is in the house.
No, but you know which one? I like a white owl, right?
Wow.
Yeah, I like no, but I swear to everything. I really like them. I think it's beautiful.
Did you have a dream about it?
No, but I always used to draw white owls when I was younger, innit?
Hey, listen. Susan, I don't even know, man. Like we always get this person that just typing. But you know, there's a whole link. If you're feeling that you want to chat and conversate, then jump on and conversate. There's a whole link. But the clown emojis and that, I don't know if you're dissing us. If you, I don't know what you're doing, man. But yeah, man, feel free to jump on and let's have a conversation. Yo, listen. So you're gonna have the white owl, but all the rest of your figurines are ebony. Nah, I'm not feeling.
And is the white owl in the center with the
in the
ebony
center? I can feel all the animals gathering around. I'm scared. That's scary. And would you really have a white owl in your house, like the figurine?
No, you know what? So okay, once upon a time, Accent Slaps, she used to draw white owls from pictures, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Can you draw, Accent?
A little bit.
Oh man, move away, man. I don't want to find out new stuff about you after 5 years. Fuck off. Fuck off, man. I want to find out. Am I finding out new shit? Accent's artistic now.
No, but you didn't. No. I've spoken about this before.
Look at this witch in the chat. Look at this witch in the chat. The second witch after, in between Kemo and Silverside. Look at him. Top Nigerian witch. Definitely not better in spellings and grammar. Mad thing.
Wow.
Obasaxi, where have you been? You warlock.
The Scottish warlock.
Scottish warlock. Big up yourself, Oba. Big up movements as well, man. Jed thinks he's Jamaican. That's weird, man.
Why does everyone think you're Jamaican, Jeds? Because even when I was watching the show on the podcast, someone said on the show that
Nigerians are like. That's why.
The Zimbabwean girl, she said you was Jamaican.
I'm not clowning you. You're offended, is all. You're what? No, I'm not. I just wanted to know what the clown emoji was for. I didn't really understand what you were saying, Susan. Warlock over. And yeah, movements, man. I big like the Jamaicans, man, but I definitely know what and who I am. I think those that don't fully understand my continent or my country or my people, they will be misled, because I think you've been led to a westernized view of what an African is or what a Nigerian is. And when you come to our hometown and you see what we're like, you realize what we are. Like, you know, people like to bust a lot of jokes about Nigerians and whatever, but the truth is that we are a special people. Not to say that we're above anyone or whatever, but we're a special set of people. And our influence is like, it wasn't cool to really acknowledge what our influences is in the world. You know what I mean? A lot of my Jamaican brothers and sisters, they got the Western disease where they look at the world through Western eyelids, and they still don't like the West, but they still, you know what I mean? Everything is Western. Your food's got to be presented Western. Your music, your fashion's got to be presented Western. And I'm from Nigeria. I'm from the fucking Igbo land, bruv. Do you know what I mean? So you're gonna think that they're juxtaposed, but it's just the whitewashing of our people that makes you think that we're different. But yeah, man.
And it's actually the other way around. They look like you, not the other, you know what I mean? But
Facts,
be honest, though, when you walk into like a room full of black people, are they most likely to say Wagwan or an African greeting?
Everybody in that room's gonna say everyone in that room's gonna say Wagwan.
Okay.
Another thing is when people say that, I can tell that you lot never grew, you lot don't have the London upbringing, because people in London, from London, that really mix with different groups, you will know straight away. Like me growing up, none of my friends thought I was Jamaican.
Really?
Well, no. Everyone knew I'm clearly Nigerian.
I don't know.
And I can't do anything without it being... Listen, my whole life, I'm strong because I'm Nigerian. I'm funny because I'm Nigerian. I'm fast because I'm Nigerian. I'm this because you got,
You're
oh
fast.
yeah, look at your body. Yeah. You didn't take that long to get hench because you're Nigerian. Everything is down to me being Nigerian. Right? You can't go here, you can't go there, you can't get that hairstyle because you're Nigerian and your mum ain't having it. So everybody knows. My mum's calling me out my window. You get me? With her mum, like I said, I'm first generation. My mum had the full Nigerian accent, full, not a little bit, full. Nothing but pidgin English and Igbo is being spoken in my house. My grandma is teaching my St. Lucian and Jamaican friends Igbo when they come around to the yard. My grandma is trying to get my Caribbean friends to have ground rice and pounded yam and egusi soup and trying different things. My house smells different to your house and your house because of what's being cooked in my yard. I've got different rules. I've got different principles because of how so it was very obvious to everyone around me where I'm from.
But the people that knew you though, Jeds, I'm saying like someone that's never seen you before, they first see you for the first time. Because when I first saw you on YouTube, like very long time ago, I didn't say like, oh, he's Jamaican, but I would have, if I had to guess, I might have said that.
But you wouldn't have had to guess because pretty soon you'd find out, oh, this brother's Nigerian.
Where
did we do this guessing from? What would you have guessed at? My locks. Oh, he's got locks. Man, I'm from the land where babies are born with locks. The fuck are we talking about, man? You ain't gonna attribute locks to a small set of people that took their trends from people in Ethiopia. No. We got the Mau Mau fighters and that had locks. We got so much other people around. Like I believe that it's only like Caribbean ignorance that would think that locks came from or originated from, let's say, Rastas. That's some ignorant shit. So you mean throughout the whole? So we're just gonna skip past Samson and Delilah. We're gonna skip past the whole story of a whole man with locks, and we're gonna attribute it to who? Leonard, what's his name? Leonard Howell or whatever.
Even the Egyptians had locks.
Come on, man. So what is it?
But then what is it though? Because that's the general assumption.
Man, it's people that are not very cultured.
It's in the UK though, I think, to be honest.
I think it's a UK London thing, right? Where I think the prevalent culture in the UK for black people was Jamaican. Standard. That was the popular culture, standard. But like if I discuss this subject, sit down. And why are you bursting in there, opening my phone? Get in your bed and sit down and wait for me, man. So my dog's just bursting through the door like, yeah, it's walking time.
Was that Jada, yeah?
Yeah, Jada's annoying, man.
When you said sit down was so African. It's like, sit down.
Sit down, man. Sit down, man. Come in, walk around like you own the place, man. Rasta is from Ethiopia. I mean, did locks never came from Ethiopia though? So the Rasta movement was obviously whatever. Don't know who you're gonna. Haile Selassie wasn't a Rasta. So Howard, was it Leonard Howell? Leonard Howell wasn't a Ethiopian. You get me? So I don't know.
Do you think it's the same? Do you think it's just association? So, like, for example, even in East Africa, I could look at someone that's Somali and assume they're Ethiopian or something. It's just because, like, for example, you look like those other bounties over there. It's just association.
It's ignorance. Yeah, it's ignorance. It's ignorance, man.
Yeah,
it's not.
Yeah,
it's cultural ignorance amongst ourselves where we would stereotype each other and think this and that rare. But honestly speaking, like I was saying, if I was interrupted, the running culture in the UK when I was growing up was Jamaican by default, right? And I think most of us didn't even realize it was actually Jamaican. As in, you just grow into what you grow into. Hence, like, you got white folks that say Wagwan and they don't know they don't know where it comes from. They don't know. They just heard it for 30, 40 years around them. Get me? You got to tell someone that says, "Oh, Wagwan, gents." Oh, right, my man thinks he's Jamaican. What? Because he said Wagwan.
It's so cringe when they do, because they're only doing it when they talk to black people. When they talk to their own people, they ain't talking like that.
Yeah, they be calling each other niggas nowadays. What are you talking about, bro?
Really?
White folks are calling each other niggas with no black people around. They call it, yo, my nigga. Yo, my nigga.
No, but just let's keep it real, yeah. There's white people that will be completely like, you know, in the culture, but then in the workspace, they're talking like, "What's up, lad? What's up, fam?"
Yeah, and me too. And me too, because I ain't Wagwan in my mum.
Oh, so code switching is
me too. We all gonna, you know, everyone's got their way. Yeah, better my Jamaican friends, they're gonna go in and talk properly too. They're switching up too. They can't come with the slang that we've been sharing on the street. So that's just normal, having like what they call code switching. I think London is very big for code switching, and then certain cultures that are in London are known for code switching. Africans, Nigerians are known for code switching. So in Nigeria and in Jamaica, we have the slangy kind of way, the pidgin, the broken English way of talking, and we have the you know, I have an uncle that, you know, when he spoke like this, and I can't even do the voice that how he used to speak. But he'd be like, you know, Junior, you know, and he'd talk in. I'm like, yo, where's your fucking accent from, bro? And he'd roll his R's. You know what I mean? He'd roll his R's.
It's there.
It just be crazy, cuz. And it's like, yeah, that's the, you know, Jamaicans call that speaky spokey. We call that, what we want to call that, Queen's English. In Africa, we'd be saying, oh, the Queen's English or whatever. Everyone, the black man has always had to utilize and find different ways to communicate in different spaces. Whereas I think that's a symbol of white supremacy. Whereas as the white man, you didn't have to do that. Everyone was trying to do a different version of your thing. You didn't have, so you'd come to Africa and you'd be like, yes, I am looking for the dentist. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm just going to speak more English and slow it down, and they must understand because my tongue is the superior tongue. When everywhere I go, straight away I'll be like, oh, can you get, you know where they sell? My accent just starts melting because I'm not a British man. I'm just utilizing this language. I was born here, but I'm just utilizing this language to survive and communicate and cut through. But essentially, it's not even. The Britishness isn't really my personality deep down. It's not really. I was raised in an African house, like I said. So, you know, English was like the second or third language in my house, really. Pidgin, you know what I mean? The first language was Igbo. Second language was Pidgin English. Third language was probably certain bits of Yoruba that they'd be speaking as well. And then it'd be English. My grandma, me and my grandma communicated telepathically and through Pidgin English, gestures, laughter. Do you know what I mean? Like yeah, because to this day, I can't tell you that I've sat down and had a full conversation with my grandma, but we communicated about so much things and joked about so much things. It's just, you realize, especially when you live with someone and you share blood, that what is language, cuz? Man, half the shit that you know what I mean? It's not really, it's deep. You communicate with someone and not realize that you're doing this non-verbally, or you're using the bare minimum of words to communicate.
Language is the training wheels of communication.
Right. You know, but there was a point that I was trying to make, and the point I was trying to make is, you know, when people talk about like Jamaican culture and the popularity of it, a lot of the time I hear an egotistical, pompous kind of thing of, yeah, everyone wants to be Jamaican and whatever, and it's like, oh, if you don't know yourself and if you're weak, you will fall into these narratives, innit? Because this is the type of narratives that benefit the divide and conquer of our people. But if you're a real conscious youth and you actually look into it, you realize that the parts of your culture that everyone has jumped on and taken on board and it's so-called wanna be like is poisonous.
Yeah.
It's not even the good parts of your culture. It's actually the poisonous parts of your culture. The main is really just the fuckery. And then you got to say, is it a coincidence that the fuckeries that has entered your society is the part of your society that is celebrated and perpetuated around the world and picked up by other easily influenced black people? Imagine that. They're using your culture as the Trojan horse to fuck up the other cultures that maybe have stronger elements, stronger morals, and stronger rare. And rather than that, imagine what the world would be like if black people adopted standardized or standardized Nigerian morals from the 70s, right? Because this is where this shit comes from, like the 70s, 60s, right? Imagine if the youth adopted the standardized culture of Nigeria in the 70s. We'd be on a different path. Not to say it'd be better or, but it'd be a different type of path. Luckily, well, whatever, not luckily, but coincidentally, or it just happened to be that it was the trendy, more relaxed Caribbean Jamaican culture that came through, rather than the reggae and you know the spirituality and the reflectiveness of that era. Rather than Peter Tosh, it was Ninja Man. It was Buju Banton. It was Bounty Killer who opened the door for other artists, and it really and truly it was the Badmanism that we took from Jamaica, which ain't necessarily what like hard-working, honest Jamaicans want to be known for. They don't want to be known for that shit. Why everyone was over here pretending to be yardies in Jamaica? Yardie was like a nasty word. Can't call me no fucking yardie. You mad. Do you know what I mean? So we got to remember, and the same with America. America, like, yo, y'all want to be like, y'all want to be American. Like, yeah, we kind of do, but is it by choice? Is it by design? Because to me, it seems like the elements of Black America that we're taking on board, it's not Black Wall Street. It's not the ethics of Black Wall Street and the Move 8 and whatnot. It's the other side. It's Bloods and Crips. You know what I mean? Like, and gangbanging and there and, you know, hoes and bitches, niggas and bitches, and, you know, that's what we took on board. So we got to remember from day one, our own, and now look, now they're doing drill music in Nigeria. We got Afro beats. They're just chatting shit.
Mad.
They're just chatting shit.
They're talking about putting judge on people.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, this thing is mad. People always say to me, like, what do you think about Afro beats? I'm like, you know what? Some of it's catchy, but one thing I can't tolerate is Afro beats came to me when I was an adult and conscious. I weren't no little youth. And one thing that disappointed me or disappoints me about Afro beats is there's just a whole lack of consciousness in it. It's just party music, party and bullshit. And now they're trying to go down the gangster. They're doing drill music in Ghana. Aye, come and see Ghana. Everyone thinks Ghana is the nicest people. Smiley, hey, tell boy, rah, rah. And what they pushing in Ghana? Stormzy's going over there to do drill with them.
Really?
Man.
No way.
That's from years back. What? You heard the tunes like Stormzy went over there, did a couple tunes with them, right? Some drill thing. They got like Stormzy and then 15 Ghana artists after him. You know?
Oh my God.
Yeah, just chatting shit. That's just like, it's just crud. That energy, that demonic energy that's already been tearing up our nations like Jamaica, tearing up our nations like North America, tearing up our nations, Brazil and all these places. Now we're bringing it more into the motherland. We want to modernize. Let's modernize Africa. Africa wants to be Dubai. Africa wants to be New York. Africa wants to be London. We all need internet. Now this guy's flying over here. That guy's flying over there. This is Babylon setting itself up more. Before you know it, Eritrean drill. If I type in Eritrean drill, it's probably there.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I mean? That's the shit.
Just even Amapiano is dodgy now, bro. I'm not even gonna cap.
Hey.
Like, bro, have you noticed there's a lot of record labels coming to Africa, and you know the J people starting record labels, signing artists, bringing that shit over to Africa. It's crazy, bro.
You know, and at a time where the thing with the music, this is why I will rate rap and reggae, because at a certain point, at least at a certain point, they have demonstrated their revolutionary aspects. Other musics have never. Garage has never. Grime has never. Drill has never. Could never. Will never. You understand? These new formats, they will never utilize their music to say, yo, burn the system. Like, really burn the system. Fuck Babylon. They're never going to go down that route. So, yeah? What conscious Amapiano tune is there?
There's none, bro.
And it's nice, but it's what they call party and bullshit. You just here to party, bullshit. There's no.
Yo.
Big up D Block.
That didn't even feel like D Block, man. I don't even know. I don't know if it's D Block or not, but it didn't feel like him. D Block. Yo, D Block. Oh, you got come off mute. You're on mute, man. Yo,
well, yeah, I was trying to say what name.
Okay,
you're lucky you were the host.
Yeah, you cut out a bit. You cut out a little bit. That's
why I was about to chat shit, but obviously the host is chatting, innit? You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I have to shut my mouth.
Yeah. So where was we? Yeah, we're talking about our music in Africa and the Caribbean and whatever. I mean, even soca, like you know, we got our calypso, soca, calypso. We got that. I am an African. That's cool. But now, what these man chatting about?
Yo.
Okay. They're talking about she want a gunman in her hole.
No, but I could just hear your
what? That's old tune. She want a gunman in her hole.
No.
Right, let me go in and out.
No.
I can hear.
Soca is a mess. There's no consciousness in soca. It's just fuck. Very rare. Cool. It is what it is. I mean, I have a little good time in that. Do you know what I mean? I'm not a hypocrite. I'm saying, but I also recognize that it's not elevational, even if I would enjoy it. That's maybe a gift and a curse of me, but yeah, I can enjoy it and have a little boogie. But you know, where black people are, where Africans are in this place and time, if anything, they need something revolutionary, bro. Do you know what I mean? They need something.
But I can't imagine back in the village days when they were banging the drums, it was all about knowledge and high vibration, spiritual lyrics. And
you're talking shit. You're talking shit. You're just saying that for no reason. Even as you say it, I can tell you don't believe what you're saying. You're talking shit. Of course it was.
No, I do believe what I'm saying, and I'll give you an example.
Of course it was all high
Again, I'm not an African fan.
Of course it was all high vibrational.
No.
Bro.
Okay. I didn't articulate it correctly. Let me rephrase what I'm saying. I mean, do you know, like the party shit, right? I don't think it was all high level stuff. I think there was party shit. Like there's banging of the drums, there's mating songs, there's
the party shit. But the party shit is high level them days. That party shit there was high level. Yeah, man. That party shit was high. Bring your vibes up, high vibrational. It's not gonna be all complete smut and X-rated and and drink or two, you
That's
can't
true.
drink no more. And if a man ain't buying you a Birkin bag, fuck him off and da. And if a man's not from your ends, shoot him up, lick him down. So yeah, it was party, but genuinely party. Enjoy life. Life is sweet, life is good, you know? Like, yeah. They was calling their shit high life. That shit was like vibes. Nothing wrong with vibes, man. Nothing wrong with good vibes and party vibes. But we partied to death. That's what they said for the last 25 years or more. We've been participating in a death cult. They've been saying it. I grew up with DVDs and tapes and VHS tapes of old men in America and whatnot saying this shit. Like, yo, this culture that they're perpetuating for my generation and your generation and this new generation is a death cult. It's all about celebrating death. Everything is death in one way or another. Drink alcohol, death. Fuck, death. Shoot him, death. Everything's death. It's all destruction. It's all bringing us down. It's not building. It's not building, and that's why it's sufficient for us. It's cool for us. You get me? That's my opinion anyway. That's my opinion. That when it comes to culture, a lot of the thing that we've taken as culture, whether you be Nigerian, Zimbabwean, Eritrean, Jamaican, Somali, wherever you are, yeah, a lot of the thing that we've been taking in our culture is like the negative or destructive aspects. And if your culture hasn't been promoting that, it is now. Don't worry. Oh, this guy's like the Eritrean Tupac. That's the shit you start hearing soon. Oh, this guy's like the you know, like they give you the Eritrean version of somebody that we don't need. We don't need. For what?
I feel kind of like they did with Nipsey.
Yeah, he's coming, he's slowly coming. Like, you know, Nipsey, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Oh, great, man. Yeah, Nipsey was a great person. So inspirational. Not a gangbanger representing for the rolling 60s at all. Oh, he opened a supermarket in his ends. Fucking hell, cuz. Is that all we need? Is that it, yeah?
I mean, he was a gangbanger, though. He was a
gangbanger. Of course he was. He's a gangbanger. He's a filthy gangbanger. Big up all my gangbanging brethren, but let's be real. This is not what the youth need. You don't need a gangbanger to lead the thing, bro. You don't need that. Especially if you're not banging against the system. If you want to be a gangbanger and tell the gangs to click up and go against the fucking system. If it's not that, then fuck off. And at one point, they was kind of utilizing, making the gangbanging thing seem like, yeah, it was a bit of a, you know, so they gave us some fuck the police and a little bit, you know, a little 1-2 bit, little niggas with attitude, a little something here and there to make you think, ooh, this is a bit edgy and ooh, maybe. But really, it's just for our own destruction. They're never going to give us full batteries in our back to go against them until their time. Like Cyprus from the Warriors, the average man buying you a Gucci bag. It's the reason they pushed that though, July. Jamaican always talking about death. Ah, bro, you're always on. Get off Jamaica's dick, man. And this is the thing, bro. I know you're joking, but you not got to see the part you're playing in creating division. I know you think, oh, my words are just my words, but I've sat here and seen unity be attacked. The unity that we have as brothers and sisters from different nations is very unique. When you come out of this circle and you try to run the same jokes you run here, you realize, okay, yo, listen, okay. Not everyone's on this thing. I got other places I'll be running jokes. Man's like, "Raw, you're racist." I'm like, "What do you mean I'm racist?" Raw, what? Since what? When? What? Why do you hate Somalis so? What do you mean hate Somalis? What? We running some jokes here. You gotta be mindful anyway.
Yeah, but you know, some people are very patriotic, and if you say anything about their tribe,
anything,
like you're saying something about their god, it's like, yo, can't make jokes about them.
Some people don't play that shit.
But who would you say is the most sensitive culture?
The most sensitive culture?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say
continent.
On the continent.
What did you say? On the continent, you say?
I was gonna say
diaspora.
Why? Yeah. Why are you?
Why do you say on the continent? Why don't you say diaspora too?
Because I wasn't even gonna go to the continent. You know, I was gonna.
Okay. No, what was you gonna say?
I was gonna say the most sensitive is probably between the European and the Asians.
What? Europeans are not sensitive about their culture whatsoever, bro.
No.
Least sensitive.
No.
Least 100,000,000%.
We told you that.
Let me not say we, but people make fun of white people all the time. All the time.
Listen, man.
Go on Twitter, man.
Go on Twitter. That's where the real internet is. Go on Twitter, man.
That white nationalism is a small minority, bro. 100 million.
I don't think it is. I don't
Can
think
we go by people group?
You know what you know what one of my hobbies is? I even did a video about it. You know what one of my hobbies is? Oh. I go to the crime pages, yeah?
Yeah.
And in the crime pages, whenever there's a white criminal, I write the words usual suspects or well, right?
Yeah.
Try it and holler back. Oh my God. Because that's all they're writing about us. Oh, deport them. As soon as anything with a drop of color on this page, oh my God, you come and see 1,000 of them talking about deport these animals, da, 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 da. But when you return the favor, you can see, yeah, no, them man are very sensitive about their thing. And with the European, I'm claiming, I'm including ZIO as well.
Yeah, but remember, the question was the most sensitive, not
the most sensitive. ZIO, UK, America. You think you can? You can't say anything about America to a white American.
You disagree. 100,000,000% disagree with that. Bro.
And Asia. No. It's the truth.
Black people are more sensitive.
So when you say Asia, where do you mean, Jedi?
No.
What's
I disagree.
You,
I disagree, man.
Pakistan.
Pakistan. Yes, black people are more sensitive. Black people are way more sensitive than Europeans, bro. That's a fact. That's an absolute fact.
I disagree. I just think that maybe your circles are more I believe we are sensitive, but I don't think we're more sensitive than the other groups. No way.
They would never do black chicks like they did white chicks, bro. White people were laughing at whiteface. Like they get mocked, they make fun of themselves and they enjoy people make fun of them. They're the least sensitive. People say whatever they want about if you say anything mild about black people, it's racism. You get cancelled, especially in this generation now. Like black people are super sensitive, bro.
Man, you're ignorant. You're ignorant to the truth, bro. They make it seem like that. Them man are more sensitive than anyone.
Nah.
What do you mean? Man, them man are sensitive. Them man are the first man to call man racist. Them man are the first to even fling out the racist. Nah, you just being racist. No, I'm not. Let me talk. Listen, let me go to a white platform, yeah, and talk about white history. Let me go to a white platform and be honest about white history. Them man, the sensitivity, the white guilt is amazing because obviously it's.
If a white person came here and did that on Black history, it will be even worse. It will be even worse. You know that. Let's be honest. Let me give you an example. Let's say they went on like Shaka Ra's panel or something. I mean, maybe I'm not being fair with the analogy because that's.
They wouldn't even let them. Shaka Ra wouldn't even let them on the panel.
Exactly. Like, come on.
They wouldn't even let them on the panel. But okay, cool. You wouldn't let them on the panel. They don't even get on them panels. To be fair.
Yeah, but that says a lot, though. Like, right?
It does.
Yeah,
it does say
it's not the most sensitive, bro. I'm sorry. I would say they're the least sensitive. 100
they're not. They're nowhere. Sorry, man. You have to go against them to know. You have to go, and what you don't do that. If you go against them, bro, you come back and you be like, nah, Jeds, these men are maniacs. Are you crazy? These men tried to shut down my channel when I said that they did a survey in their newspaper saying 2 out of 3 of them don't wash their legs in the shower. This thing kicked off for a week. You remember?
That was mad.
This thing kicked off for a week, Kaz. Yeah.
That woke me up, man. No, it's too good. What?
That shit kicked off, bro. Yeah. That shit kicked off. Cause I remember I had another thing. Remember I had the next title about something about why are white people, why are black people superior or something like. It was a clickbait title, bruh. These lot, bruv. I don't know. I just know from what I've seen on the internet, the sensitivity comes from when you dare to speak the truth. They seem to be very allergic to that, and they have very strong reactions on TikTok, on Twitter, on any of these spaces, even in white YouTube. I remember I went to the Asian guy. I forgot what his name was. The Asian guy that used to entertain all the racism and whatnot. I forgot his name.
Right.
Ralph, something like that, right?
Yeah.
And I went over to his page that he was calling the Wolf Pack or the Wolf Den or something like that. I went over there. Their man there just timing man out. The minute you just say anything, disagree, mention anything to do with Europe, just time you out, block you, rare. They're like that on their pages. They're like that on their pages. That's my opinion. I'm genuinely being honest. And I would say next to them, I would say the Asians. I'm not gonna lie.
Nah, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, bro.
And I mean, listen, I asked you the question.
You don't get no. They will get freedom of speech on my page. Yeah, whatever. You don't get no freedom of speech on their pages. Try it and see. None. Zero. They don't have a Jedi. They don't have a Jedi. They don't have a Veli. They ain't got that on their side. We at least we got a couple of Jedi or Veli or whoever, whatever, one or two of them. They ain't even got that over there. Don't you just think about the intolerant sisters that go a bit crazy? The majority of us we're thick-skinned, cuz we're thick-skinned. Yes.
I would say black people are the most sensitive.
The most. You're wrong.
And that's my honest opinion. No advocate. That's my honest opinion. That's a fact.
What will happen is, let me explain something to you. You're not gonna come over here calling me all the niggas, bruv.
Right.
Yeah.
If someone says that,
no. See, that's a different thing. I ain't even talking about going and insulting man and being racially abusive. Because that's another thing that we don't deal with as a group. Individually, yes, you got man that want to fight their fire with fire and say all their nasty things, but majority of us talk properly. What I'm saying is, I'll go over there and talk properly. They'll come over on my channel and talk about nigga, and I'll be like, all right, now you got that off your chest. Do you wanna talk normally? You can't go over there and do that on their pages, cuz they're not having it. You're getting blocked. You're getting reported. They're putting your link into Discord and 1,000 of them are coming onto your page. I feel like you've forgotten when we go against that demographic.
No, but I like that you said the word demographic, because I think that's the main thing I'm getting from what you're saying. I agree that's well in the life, that group of people, that mob, 1,000,000%. But I'm saying, when I say like people, I mean the whole world, like not just
white people. Not.
I don't mean segments. I mean the whole group. And let's be completely
And I would say this: white people are least prepared to be challenged on their narratives. They're least prepared. They're least armed, and they have the least skills of defense. That makes them the most sensitive and the most prone to knee-jerk reactions when they hear narratives that go against theirs. They're the least willing to debate and conversate because they have a supremacy mindset, which means it's my way or the highway. Yeah, and I think that it's mainly us black folks on the internet willing to get into debates and conversations. That man, there's zero tolerance. I've been all over TikTok and Instagram. I just know when you're in their hive, you ain't getting a word in. I don't know what you're thinking, because they see you're black. They're like, what's this nigga doing there? Out, get him out. They're the most sensitive, the most intolerant, and the most unable to be challenged.
Okay, Jez, let me tell you where you made a really good point. You made a really good point with supremacy. I low-key can't combat that, because even the ones that are not saying N-word, they still have this like natural disposition that they're right, or you can't question them. I agree with you on that. That's a general thing. But I'm more so talking about, because when I say sensitivity, can you offend? Can you mock? Can you critique? can you present something that's not in their favor? For example,
now the black people are gonna. You know what? Let me just come off this bullshit. The black people are gonna shut you down. They ain't gonna. Yeah, let me come off the bullshit. Let me come off the bullshit.
I was just about to say, yeah, in TikTok,
the sisters ain't letting you even. The sisters ain't letting you nowhere near them. Yeah, couple brothers are gonna be trying to say, look, let's have a conversation, and the sisters gonna start calling the brothers sellouts. Let's be real. You're right. Like in that way.
So you're agreeing with me now, right? That black people are also at the top.
I'm trying to just defend my people, but I need to be honest.
Come on,
as you've expanded what you're saying, I have to put my hands up and say, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we are pretty intolerant, and we are.
And let's just take our anecdotal online conversations with black people and between white people.
Yes, exactly. That's what's fueling me to do the 360.
I'm not going to name any names, but
you don't have to. We all think about the same bitches.
What's this white bee doing here? How can you
see? That's the thing about you lot. You lot want to entertain the black. Yeah. I can hear all the voices now. I can hear it. There's people like that on TikTok now. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. I still think it's a smaller group. But I feel the intensity because I'm on the receiving end of it, and I'm part of that group. I still think it's a smaller group though. But when I think about the black community's ability to debate with other communities on a whole, we're not that good at it.
It's terrible.
We're not that good at it.
We're very emotional. We're
very emotional.
And if they say any trigger words like, for example, the IQ debate, who's the smartest race, whatever, I guarantee you 1,000,000%, instead of articulating effectively that maybe it's equal or we're smarter, they're immediately going to be emotional, invoke racism. Even if the data is proving something, instead of challenging the data, they're just going to appeal to emotion and racism. Because it is lucrative to be liberal. It's lucrative to be politically correct for DEI. Yeah. So it's in black people's favor to be sensitive. So that's why I'm saying they're at the top. They're at the top, bro. Think about it. That YouTube channel with that white guy, that's a bit, white supremacist, but he does conspiracy stuff. He's probably based. But a black person who isn't, logical, that's acting on emotion, won't even watch his videos. Because it's all emotion, it's all sensitivity, and he said this Aryan thing, I don't like that. But what if
JD reckons we're the most tolerant? JD, you're fucking lying, bro.
Lying.
You're lying, JD. That's my bros. You're my broski, and you're lying, brother. We ain't the most tolerant. We can't say that we're them. I mean, individuals. I know what he means, Like in the whole, we're the most tolerant. That's the truth.
No, back in the day we were.
No. On the whole, we are the most tolerant community. We're not losing that point. We're not losing that stripe. We're not losing that accolade. We black folk, African, Caribbean, melanated, and Somali. Big up movement.
Nah, he did not do that.
He's out there asking me who's my community. Shut up, man. You know what I mean? You know who it is, man. You know who my community is.
I will agree with you on that. Black people are more tolerant.
We are the most tolerant. Yeah, of course we are. You can move into our community. No one's gonna do you nothing.
Yeah.
We move into your community. We're getting petrol bombed.
Peak.
Do you know what I'm trying to say? We're getting petrol bombed.
They would view that as a weakness because that's how they colonized us, though. So we just let them in.
Mate, that's up for debate. I hear that.
We are very, very nice, to every people.
Oh, please come into my land. Take my ivory. Take my land. Take my this.
Yes, welcome. You want some water and sugar?
It's true.
Nah, listen. Yeah, I've been to TikTok now for ages now, right?
Yeah.
And I've never seen so much sensitive African people in my entire life.
It's a bit mad still. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
a bit mad.
Proper crazy. So
that's why I had to backtrack when I'm like, nah, I can't do this anymore because Zulu's right. Like, he's very sensitive.
He was advocating. I was being serious. I was like, no way.
No, I was being serious, man. I was being serious, but I had to really check myself and be like, you know what, bro? What are you saying? Because just certain faces that was popping up in my head, I'm like, nah. Do you know what I mean? The energy, the tone, it's like, nah, come on, man. I still think that The fact that I can think of the individuals tells me something, bro.
Yes, you know those self-hating white people that you can be in a room full of black people, and even like the ones that say white people are like animals, this the Caucasian thing, nationalist stuff. They will just be sitting there like taking it, not even saying anything. There's bare white people like that. It's actually more common or socially acceptable with liberalism and DEI for white people to sit there and listen to other races talk bad about them and then just sit there and nod their head. It's more agreeable.
Yeah, no, but hold on, though. Now, there's factors to that though, Zulu. And one of the factors is if a historian sits down and accurately retells a segment of history, who are you to be angry with that? Right? So and a lot of the time it's just that, isn't it? Like, man can't even lie. Like you're sitting there saying, yeah, you lot fucked us up and you did this and then you came through and you done this and man just be like, yeah, we did. Like we did it. Like,
but Jez, do you know what I mean? Jez, we've been on panels where there's black people going extremes talking about Yakub and the animals, and then the white people are just sitting there like nodding their heads or not saying nothing, and it's like, yo, you're gonna take that.
Yeah, but then we also got the hard weave wearing chick from GB News saying, I don't believe you should get fucking reparations. Reparations for what? So let's be real. We got the Sikh man that's part of the EDL with his turban. We don't want any more bloody people coming here to our immigrants. It's the fucking immigrants. Man has still got accent. And man's talking about immigrants. So we know that our people are prone to doing this thing too. You get me? Everyone can sit there and let people chat shit about them. We do it more than anyone.
But would you not agree it's more socially acceptable to be self-hating on white than self-hating on black? Black is usually pandered to, and white is usually self-hating.
Depends on what circles you're in, bruv. And you know that's true. It really depends on what circle you yourself are in.
I'm saying generally.
Well, no, there's no general. I mean, no, there's no general. I think the general thing that a white person can admit is that in history, his predecessors or ancestors or forefathers have been pretty naughty around the world, right? I think we could. It's hard to not accept that. Okay, we did a bit of slavery here, a bit of colonizing there, and it maybe weren't that nice for the people that went through it, right? That's not, it's hard for them to. But what behind all of that, man will say, yeah, but at the end of the day, we civilized your country, we civilized your continent.
Just let a white person critique. Let a white person critique George or the dark side of Africa. Black people won't even hear it, even though there's truth in it. They won't even hear it. Am I lying, Jen? Am I lying?
It's true.
No, you are lying because there's also gonna be black people that are championing, and saying, well, no, he's right. The white man's right, and no, this wasn't good part of us, and and we are this and we are that. We get turncoats on both sides. I think you're
but the Pan-Africanist in us will pipe up, innit?
Exactly, bro.
No, but there's bare people but when we talk in Pan-Africa talk, we're arguing against other black folks that don't agree, and we're arguing against Reggie and that. You're forgetting about all these men that are here. Fight, like, do you know what I mean? Come on, man.
And just even with the black people that will be logical and listen, it's always going to be tit for tat. It's like a woman when they have an argument with their boyfriend or husband, they always have to have the last word. The black person will listen to the facts of the white person. But the black person will listen. Who I'm saying, and I've seen this bare times, right? The black person will listen to the white person who's logical and be like, yeah, that's true, but your people did, etc., too. And it's like you can never just take the L. That black people have to like also project back and have the last. It's emotional, it's sensitive, and we're the most. That's a fact. There's no way around that. We can't sit down and have discussions about the negative side of our culture and hear it.
What about that? Yeah, it's true, man. Because like, look at the way that the Arabic slave trade ravished Africa, and then you got some Somalis that think they're Arab. Big up movements.
Mad.
Not involved, Sam. Not involved.
I don't know why his man's got Nigeria and Jamaica and his man. You're fucking jealous, cuz you're not a Bantu. Yeah, you're not a fucking Bantu. just relax. He's a hater, bruv. You're hating.
Who is this guy though?
Oh, it's D Block.
Is it D Block?
It's D Block, bro.
Why did he try to come on the show then?
I don't know. He's having a drink. It's D Block, man.
Oh gosh.
Ah.
He just wants to.
Oh, you lot didn't know Movement was D Block?
Nah, man.
They've been D Block for how long, man? For months and months.
Oh.
That's why he keeps getting at Jamaica and because he's trying to get at Kemo, him and Kemo. He's trying to like draw Kemo out. Kemo ain't even paying him no attention. We can't debate. We're too emotional. Kemo saying, I missed all of that. Yeah, Kemo's agreeing.
But Jay brought a good point, right? He says we've got more reason to be upset, though, and I get. But that's the thing, right? Does that discount the fact that we are more sensitive, irregardless of the reason? The fact is we're the most sensitive. Yes, more injustice has happened, but it doesn't change the fact. What is the fact? The data is we are more sensitive, irregardless of why. That's the facts. Can we agree on that?
No, I'm not agreeing that we're more sensitive. No, I'm not agreeing that. Listen, if you want tomorrow, we can go. If you want tomorrow, I set up my page. We can go into the trenches of TikTok, yeah, and you will see these man are not tolerant for shit, cuz. Are you crazy? Who are you thinking about? You thinking about some of the great white folks that we've had the opportunity to sit down, conversate with, build with, and debate, and you're thinking about them, and you're thinking that that's the standard of white debater on the internet, and it ain't, cuz. It ain't.
Okay. So Jez, there's about 69 million people in this country. So out of the 69 million, how much of the people are like that, like what you're describing of the white people?
Bro, come on, I don't know. I can't do that. I don't know.
Because I'm not saying what you're seeing isn't real. I've seen it as well. I'm saying that's a small number.
I would say the majority. No, okay, all right. Here we go now. Did you see me go to the EDL march? Forget that. Did you forget the EDL march that I went to? Forget the Tommy rally that I went to. Did you see them around the country?
That's a small subset, bro.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
No,
it ain't. No, it was not. That weren't those, bruv. What are you talking about? The man was coming out of every corner of every little fucking northern city. Yeah. I'm just saying. Did you see how them man there is who you're dealing with? There's so many of them. Yeah, but on the news, yeah, they're coming to our country. Yeah. But that Axel guy, he shouldn't be in our country. Rare, they come here, they take our benefits, they do this, blah, blah, blah. Why are you not all just stabbing each other? Blah, 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 blah. There's so many of them. That's the.
Do you know that there's a bag of white people that look at them like they're crazy? There's a bag.
You say a bag? No. Don't. No, you say a bag. No, you say when you say a bag, you're over. You're doing too much. There's some.
No, bro. I know white
There's
people.
Some white folks that are allied with us and are liberal, and they're like, "Yo, listen, there's, you know what I mean? This, bro, don't let Blackpool and all these places have to empty themselves and show you what's really there, bro.
Blackpool.
Yeah, because you're thinking about our little metropolises that we're from, our little cities, Brum, Cove, London, Notts, blah, blah, blah. You're thinking about that. Remember, the whole rest of the country is not on what you're on, bruv. You can drive 20 minutes in any direction and end up in a no-go zone. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
Right, man. So when them man there get on the internet, they ain't trying to hear nothing you got to say. Zulu, rare. Oh, you what? You one of them fellas that think you're a fucking Jew, do ya? You think you're a Jew? Why do you not want to take over our heritage? Everyone's heritage. You forgetting who's out there, cuz. That's my opinion, anyway. I think
I might modify my position only because you brought a good point that there's a lot of people that hide in the shadows or not mainstream. So when you look at the full numbers, there's probably a lot more, and I will agree with that because
I'm only maybe looking at it from what's mainstream, what's allowed on TV, how people code switch, like you were saying earlier. So I think maybe I'm looking at the projected numbers rather than the actual reality of people that don't show what they really believe. But
when it comes to intolerance, yeah. But this is what we're dealing with, right? We're talking about intolerance of other people's ideas, right?
Yeah.
You believe that black people are the most intolerant race, and I just think I don't know how you could think that, because it's just not true.
I think I meant like sensitive in regard to like anyone making jokes about black people, critiquing black people, maybe showing information that maybe is not in our favor. That kind of category.
What I would say is, when people make jokes and critique us and whatever, you can almost sell that. When you make jokes and critique others, it becomes hate speech. So you can get arrested for that.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. Oh, okay. You know what? I figured it out. The most sensitive is the Jays.
I said that from the beginning, cuz.
You said Europeans and Chinese.
No, bro, I said the Jay. Listen. You lot in the audience, tell him. Did I say I said the Europeans and the Asians? But when I said the Europeans, did I not mention that group? Because
no, you didn't. Honestly, if you had mentioned that, I would have been quiet the whole time. 100%.
Yeah, no, I did. I promise I did from the beginning. You could even listen back. I said the Europeans and them man that are in that section.
Because I thought you were referring to white nationalists.
I'm just saying that if white nationalists are funded by the same group of intolerable people, I only said it's illegal for you to talk about certain man. Yeah, I definitely mentioned them, and you heard me mention them as well. It's illegal to mention certain man, and yeah, and I say, and I still think after that, I still think it's the Asians as well. The Asians are hella touchy, bro.
When you say Asian, which part of Asia, bro?
I said Pakistan with chest. If you remember. What's your problem, Axel?
I think it's more so like religious, right? If we're gonna go down that angle.
It wasn't me, man. It was Zulu. What the hell?
Sorry, my bad.
Okay,
it sounded like you. He made a noise that sounded like you.
I was gonna say, what area of sensitivity have you observed within that community?
Say that again.
What area of sensitivity have you observed within that community?
Zulu, man.
What are we doing? What are we actually doing?
I don't want no trouble today, Zulu, man. What's wrong?
Okay, no. Just you don't have to say it, but you can just in code. So is it got anything to do with the gangs, the G gangs?
Do you know what? Yeah, not really. I don't even think they're too sensitive about that. Like just anything. Like you mentioned the word Asian, man, or whatever. These men are coming for you, bro. They're letting you know.
Yeah.
And if you go in my chat, if you go on my TikTok, you can see there's a vid. I'm gonna tag you in it now. Let me tag you in this. Yeah. To this day, I'm getting these men are threatening me till today with Mohammed hijab. Like, yo, don't make me come and get Mohammed hijab to chase you out of Speaker's Corner.
I guess that's a different category. Like if I was to ask, what's the most sensitive religion?
No, because man are telling me he's not Muslim. I'm not Muslim.
Nah.
You get me? I'm just Asian, and I'm gonna tell you that your women are the least desirable. And look, I'll find it. These men are going ham.
Because like, what's the most sensitive religion? I mean, I'm not to get into that one, but
no.
That's obvious. That's obvious.
We're not even doing that.
That's a clear one.
And it's still Judaism.
Yeah, of course, but then we know what's second and whatever. We're not going to say
that.
Why are you even worried about what's second, girl?
I'm just a bit like, they let that be known in it. They're not off the hook. They're not off the hook. That's what I'm saying.
Some men have been missing their fuckery.
Read these comments. I should share the screen now.
Yeah,
read these comments.
Let's see.
This is hilarious. Racism from the community whose women all get pimped out and pass around STDs. The community whose men take it in their back to become rappers. Address your own people.
What?
Yo, they hate us, man.
Whoa, I'm looking. There's a lot of like, these comments are crazy, bro. What the hell? Black boys drill this, drill that, ching ching. What?
Oh, you saw that? Yeah. I just looked at that one. It's crazy.
These black brothers waiting for the Asian guy to give them their rental for their music videos. What? Black
Ain't
boys
no Asians I know trying to impress any black brothers. On average, we're way more successful than you guys. They just go on and on, man.
Black boys don't have money. Asian boys have money. Simple as that.
These men are so full of hate.
Yeah, this is messy. How did this
These
is
men are
messy?
so full of hate. And from day one. But anyway, are they the most sensitive? I don't know, man. I'm not gonna lie, Zulu. Today, I'm tired. And it's late and I need to go to bed. It's way past. I've not been up this late for how long, bruv? And you know what? You made good points, bruv. So let's go back. Let's do the top 3 of sensitivity. Let's go. At number 1, it is Zulu Axum.
The Jays.
Jays, yeah. Jay.
Okay. At number 2, it is
black people. That's
nah,
me.
That's me.
Okay, so
me.
No,
that's me.
I mean, we will bitch to our. We will bitch. Nah, you know what? We're sensitive. Ah, man.
You just don't have power to enforce any law about it. That's all.
We are very.
So what you're saying? So the Jays, black folks, and then the Asians,
then white folks. Oh yeah, and then white folks. Then so are you saying Asians are the least sensitive?
No, Asians is before white folk. White folk is at the very bottom.
So white folks are the least sensitive.
Yes.
So black folks are more sensitive than Asians, or are black folks just more attacked and have more reason to defend themselves than Asians?
Okay, so Jays, Asians, black folk, white man.
She just plugged the Asians in quick. Right? She tried to fling them in quick. I tried to throw them a lifeline because I was like, wow. You know what I mean? She throw them in quick. But essentially what I'm saying is, do black people have more reasons to defend themselves than the Asian community, therefore making them seem more sensitive?
I mean, Asians have suffered their fair share as well. I mean, it's not, you know what I mean? Like they have their reason.
I don't know. Does anyone else think the Asian community is sensitive, or is it just me? Is it just me? Because I
don't know, you know. I don't know if I feel like they are very sensitive. Maybe for you, like in England, but
you've missed the days. Them days are done now. It's like there was a time where these man was on some, why are you talking to our women? Why are you doing this? What are you doing that? Why are you even going over to this guy's channel? There was so much of that I think I got. Maybe I've got it wrong.
But just, I know we don't want to talk about the religion one, but I think that's a specific subsect of Asian, like within that religion. Let's be honest, because Chinese people are not like that, Indians are not like that. So I think it's tied to the religion. I'm not going to care.
You know what, Asians, I apologize if I've got it wrong. You know, I apologize. But I definitely feel like there's a big sensitivity. But if I'm being totally honest, I'm having doubts on whether you guys are religious. On whether you guys are more sensitive than us. I'm having doubts now. Zulu, big up Zulu, because he's making me double think. Well, I'm not sure.
Just even if we take the religion example, just very briefly, it's the black ones in that religion are even more than you see. Am I lying? Be honest.
Say that again one more time. You said that what?
So if we talk about the religion one very briefly, the black ones, I'm not going to say what it is, but the black ones, I'm not even going to say what the religion is, but you know what I'm trying to say. The black ones,
what's your problem, bro?
I'm not saying the religion at all, but just the black ones, the black ones.
I asked him, talk to this guy.
No, please, I'll be very brief. Yes, I'll be very brief.
I'm not trying to get involved, gents, man. I'm just being quiet, man.
To leave it alone, guys.
I'll be brief. I'll be very brief, bro. Like, and I'm not even going to say any names. I'm not even going to say any names, but I think you can know who I'm going to even think of.
Oh, are the Arabs sensitive?
I mean, no, but just
I asked him, are the Arabs sensitive? I don't know.
No, don't change the subject. Just please let me bring this analogy. Please. I'll be respectful as possible. I won't even say what I'm talking about. I'll be very respectful.
Yeah.
So without saying what I want to say, you know what I'm gonna say. The black people in that group are the most vocal. If you say anything about whatever, they will like riot and die. They're like, how could you say that? And I'm not even going to put in examples on YouTube of the corner or whatever, but you know what I'm trying to say? The black people are more sensitive in that religion.
No. Bullshit. Are they the most vocal? No. They're not the most sensitive. No. Yeah, some of them will maybe become the enforcers or whatever,
yes,
but they're not. No. They're not the most sensitive. Let me just say, black Muslims are not the most sensitive Muslims.
Oh, I never said Muslim. I don't know.
I'm saying it with chest. Okay. Big up my black Muslims, Asian Muslims. Big up the Muslims. But let's talk normal language. Let's not act like idiots here, because we're not trying to offend no one. No, I don't believe. The Arab Muslims are by far the most sensitive Muslims. By far. The Arab Muslims in league with the Asian Muslims. Sometimes it's hard to even differentiate between them because they're so closely, vehemently at the forefront of the Muslim Defense League. Yes.
How many?
The Muslim Defense League.
Yes, let's look at speakers.
Okay. Go on name.
Now that we're here, let's
name
look
the
at speakers corner.
Go and name the black enforcers in the Muslim Defense League. Go and name them. I'll name you all the Arab, Asian ones.
No, bro. Okay, bro. Yes.
Lamin.
Let's look at
me. What's that guy's name? Hussein.
I didn't want to say it, but bro, look. Let me give you an example.
Hussein wasn't even sensitive. Hussein was not even sensitive. Hussein could sit there, have a whole conversation with me. The only thing I had to go and do is do a disclaimer to say, look, I may be fucked up on some things, but he weren't even sensitive.
Jess, he wanted to be up Sarah, though. He wanted to be up Sarah. He was very, and the other ones weren't even bothered.
Brother, stop that, man. Don't worry about all of that, bruv. You're having a laugh, cuz. It's not even close, bro. What you're saying now, no. I've won now. It's not even close, brother.
Okay, the only reason why I'm gonna backtrack is because there's another one. I'm forgetting his name, but he's not black, and he was moving.
None of them are black, bro. They're Arab and Asian.
I take that back.
Get me? Yeah.
Was Abdul Hamid, the big one?
You chemists. All you chemists.
You know the one that said the one that said high of head of what's his name? Is Abdul Hamid or something? The big guy.
Abdul Hamid.
Yeah, he's a bit aggressive and sensitive. So I get what you mean. It's not only
these are just token figures, but they definitely look at who's behind them. You thought Hussein was very sensitive? I don't think so. I personally don't think so. Personally, do you know what I mean? And just in general,
he seemed calm though. From the rest of them.
He's not. I take back what I said. Actually, I'm wrong. He's not.
Yeah, man.
He's not.
Who's because.
He's the peacekeeper. He will stop people.
He's a bit of a peacekeeper.
Chill.
Listen, the thing with Hussein is he just don't like who he just don't like, and he just didn't like certain man or whatever. Yeah. So he had one or two personal things with them, man. Sarah and Kalam, whatever reason they got under his skin, he was involved in that. Do you know what I mean? But apart from that, and just in general, on the internet and whatever. Who's the Muslim? Who's in the front of the Muslim Defense League? I don't know.
Maybe Asians. Yeah, probably.
Okay, let's go back to 1, 2, 3 now. Yeah. Still Jays in the first. Yeah. And then I'm confused now. What happened?
But this is interesting. No one's disagreeing on number one. No one's.
Well, we can't disagree with number. We can't even say number one. So how we can't even say them. So with us trying to disagree with that is just stupid. because there's a whole group that if I say now, the whole thing might just go. And look. The whole thing just go. You not be texting me. What happened? What happened? You hear me?
Okay.
The facts are the least sensitive is definitely Christians. That's a fact. No way around that. Actually, you know, let me not say that because Hindus are quite, you know.
No, you're true. You're right.
No, we're going for the Buddha. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't even count them. That's how laid back they are. We don't even counted them, right?
Okay.
I feel like the Sikhs will even rise up if you try to diss them too hard before the Christians do.
No, Sikhs aren't crowd. They got daggers in their hats, man. They don't play games.
Yeah, well, whatever, innit? Like I said, I still feel like they will rise up quicker if you insult their thing than Christianity has been placed in the most passive position when it comes to religions, and some would say it's a good thing. It's a testament of them actually being a religion of peace, and some would say it's because it's watered down and man are pussy-elves nowadays, and you should be defending your thing like Islam creates a certain level of trepidation before you insult or say anything against them. They've created an air of mind what you say kind of thing. You know?
Yeah. So say Jays, Islamics, Sikh, Christianity. Yeah.
Christianity is last. Christianity is not even on the list. If I can go onto Netflix and watch something mocking Jesus.
Yeah, remember the gay Jesus thing on Netflix? What the heck was that all about?
They've had a couple things on Jesus.
Bro, that was wild.
So
the Muslims were more vocal than the Christians when that happened.
Say that again? Yeah, the Muslims were
more vocal. Yeah.
The Muslims were kicking off. Like, yo, what are you doing? Far right are hella sensitive. I think he's underestimating that silver side. I don't think he knows that side.
They're not the majority though. Well, you know, I don't know that. Yeah, I don't
Who's
know
gonna take the second spot though? Come on, guys.
Well, the second spot's a competition still. I don't know who gets that. I'm not gonna lie.
Between what Asians and blacks?
Like the community.
Yeah.
I don't know who's getting that still. I'm only saying black because I'm a black person. I can only speak for my own community.
1 second. I'm gonna take this down.
It's tough, innit, Axel? Because it's like you don't.
Yeah, it is.
Community, but it is the truth, innit? I don't know, man.
I know our people are sensitive. You know, that's the thing. Hella sensitive. Like I've seen a lot lately. So yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure you can name countless times on the panels where it's kicked off. You know what I mean? Over someone said something about black people or made a comment. Like so many times, more than white people. So I don't know.
They get rushed, man. Come on. Obviously, the white folks is gonna be the last. It's not even a discussion. I don't know. Jedi, sorry. Nah. They're more tolerant for the fuckery they've been doing. Yeah.
I missed that. What did you say?
I said white folks are more tolerant.
Yeah, of course. I mean, white folks are more tolerant than what?
Us. Yeah. The number 4 in the list.
Let me tell you something, yeah? Do you feel like insensitivity is a sign of weakness?
Yes.
All right, then.
Whoa, hold on. You say sensitivity or insensitivity? Sensitivity. Do you believe that's a sign of weakness? Yes, absolutely. 1,000,000%. No way around that.
Right?
Yeah.
So meaning the more unfazed you are by what people say, the more power you hold, or the more power you hold in. That's why the white man. But then that don't make sense though, because then how is the white man at number 1 and first and last?
Because the white man is the villain that people want to hate,
and the victim.
But he's still running things.
And the victim, exactly.
Yeah, obviously there's a whole thing where these men are claiming not to even be each other. Do you know what I mean? So they're not even openly admitting that we are both. We're
wait,
J
are you talking about Jays? Okay, you're talking about Jays. Okay,
yeah, because come on, man.
Okay.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Like, I know you. Like, look, I'm not gonna play this game and separate them. I'm not playing the game, man. Carl, when man walking down the road, man just look the same. It's like, if you're gonna do that, then separate me from Chemo, then, innit? You can't.
Just even though they're the same, they're kind of not the same at the same time.
I'm not hearing that, man. How?
Because why would the white people trying to spot them out and do the whole thing with the the World War II thing?
Same reason man is calling Chemo a Jamo and Chemo
in-house beef.
In-house dumbness, man. You get me? Pull your arm out. Take a drop of blood. Look, bingo, you're from the same place. Fuck off.
True.
Get me? Stop chatting shit, man. You're trying to trick us. You can't trick us, man.
But then just be honest.
I'm not listening to no Pakistani Indian beef. I'm not hearing that, man. Stop that.
But just be honest. Have you ever looked at a celebrity or a white person and immediately known in your head, oh, this is a J? So
yeah, but then have you also realized that growing up you never considered who was a J and who wasn't a J? You just knew that everybody was white.
Yes, that's a fact.
Right. Until you learn.
Yo, the chat. What do you guys think is gonna be number 2? Come on now.
Number 2.
Everyone doesn't want to say their community. I'm the only one being honest and putting black people up.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, but like, it's. I'm trying to be honest and realistic, and I
think you should do a poll on TikTok or something. Jez. You should do a poll or something.
What? Give me the wording of the poll. Who is the most?
What is the top 3 most sensitive? I don't want to say races. The top
4.
3 most. I don't know.
You can just say group. Yeah, top 4 most sensitive groups. Let's get Schiffer to do it. Schiffer, please.
Yoza, talk to me.
Top 4 most sensitive groups.
What, racial groups?
Yes, racial groups. Yeah.
Oh shoot! You really want me to do this?
Yeah. Who's number 1? Who's number 1? That's the most sensitive. You can't say nothing about.
You really want me to do this? Are you sure?
You can't say nothing about this group. I feel like we're all gonna agree on number 1. So just say number 1.
Well, it's gotta be the black group, man.
Oh my god.
Oh shit! See?
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
No, you put the black folks as number 1.
Yeah, you're the most sensitive, man. Yeah, black folks are way sensitive.
No. Think about what you're saying, though, Shifa.
Yeah. Are you sure?
I'm being honest, man. Black folk are the most sensitive.
Okay. Okay. And how is that demonstrated then? Let's
demonstrate it,
right? So you go to say something about black folks, and what do they do?
Get defensive, innit?
Okay, cool. Now think about other groups and how they react when you go against them. Is there any group that has a stronger reaction to you saying anything about them?
I would say if we're gonna deal with the Jays, but I don't want to talk about the Jays.
Look. Boom. Case closed.
Matter of fact, we can't even talk about the Jays.
Case closed, bro. See, I'm saying shit for.
That's why I picked my answer, because it's like, what are we gonna do? We're not going there, bro. I'm not going there.
Nah. So that means that he's giving the Jays number 1 at default, you know. He's just to the point where we're not even gonna talk about them. That's how sensitive this group is. We can't even say their name, cuz. So definitely your number 1 has got to change. Definitely your number 1's got to change from being the black folks then. Because judging by your reaction from what you're saying.
Nad said we're being mean. I want to know how that's mean. That's not mean at all. Is that mean?
No, I'm not trying to big up Nads. Not trying to be mean. I'm just saying there's a whole group of people.
Because we're not allowed to talk about.
You can't say. Can't say.
You just don't get it, do you?
I just said the Jays.
No, listen. You know, like for instance, you're not allowed to talk about 19. Yeah. I'm not gonna say that other word because you're not allowed to talk about the 19. Do you get it?
No, I
What?
Off the coughing and wheezing. Do you understand? You're not allowed to talk. You're just not allowed in it. I don't know. Why ain't we allowed to talk about it?
Why are you not? Because there's penalties and there's actually laws. There's an anti-law, anti-sem law, and stuff like that. I don't know what the anti-nig law is. I ain't heard of that.
Anti-nig law, you know.
Yeah, I ain't say.
I'm not gonna lie. That sounds like a person, anti-Negro. Like,
I was saying, innit? Yeah. Wow. I ain't heard of that. No anti-Negro.
Anti-Negroid.
Right. What are we saying here, man?
Yeah, no, they have to get number one in it, but obviously because we can't talk about them.
No. Forget whether we can talk about them. They're getting number one. So now number two. You sure you want to give to the brothers? You sure there's not another group?
I'm gonna say it's a close race for number two, but I'm gonna say it's somewhere between the black folks and the the Arab folks. But I would say probably we're gonna go with the Arabs. To be fair, we're probably gonna go with them, and I'm not gonna say that other word.
Slow that down, because you're saying it. But do you believe what you're saying? Do you believe that the Arabs are more racially sensitive than the blacks? Generally, do you believe that?
I believe so, but I think what they do is they're very divisive, and they'll say that what they're sensitive about is not a racial thing, it's religious, and then they try and divert you. But the fact of the matter is, it is definitely a racial thing, and a lot of religion is attached to it. A lot of their religion is coming from their actual culture. It's not coming from a book. So at that point, I would have to say, unfortunately, yes, the sensitivity, and a lot of black people fall into that bracket as well. This is probably why I'm saying it's a close race.
You look, talk to me, man. I got talk to
You
me.
can't say nothing. Listen, I'm not being funny.
I just like the way you came in with black people with chest, and I knew you was gonna have to change your mind.
No, but you have to look at yourself first, didn't it? I always like to look at self first. But if we're just going to be totally honest, in total honesty, we know that people have died for, people's sensitivities. We know this is a fact. So at that point, yes, I'm going to have to say that they would be second on the list. And then even if you look at the state of affairs, with this Palestine situation, it's those two groups, that seem to be, in this sensitive kind of struggle. So, yeah.
But it's sensitive when you're getting genocided, though. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. At the same time, I look at it like this. No one, that land, whatever you want to call.
Hold on. What category do you put Palestinians in?
Well, they're like they're Arabs, isn't it? Whatever you want to call them.
Arab, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't class them. I personally wouldn't class them as being sensitive. Like, I mean, it's a tough one. I think that it's quite obvious what they've experienced of recent times. Quite obvious, isn't it? Like,
no, but why do they want to be in that part of the world? Why?
Bro, that's not the argument, though.
About that part of it. No, because that's where the sensitivity comes in, where people are so sensitive about certain particular land masses and certain particular regions of the planet. And then, all of these sensitive issues come up, i.e., one believes they're supposed to be there. One believes they have rights to be there because they've been there for X amount of time. Another one believes it's their holy land. Another one believes it's their holy land. Now it's just turned into a big sensitive argument. So
no, bro. Sorry, they're not sensitive.
How?
Not these lot.
Yeah, I can't call them sensitive still.
I can't really call them sensitive, man.
Why not, bro? Why not?
Bro, they're getting murked, bro. How can they be sensitive? Like, what do you mean?
Because they could leave. They could go back to Iran or wherever they came from.
What?
Oh shit! That's not what.
Let's just be look. And to be honest, they probably didn't even come from Iran. Like they're probably somewhere in the desert
They're
outside.
Canaanites, man. What are you on about?
I'm just saying you know, when you say they're
They
Canaanites,
are from
I
that land.
disagree.
There are
I
Canaanites.
disagree. I disagree. I don't think any self-respecting Canaanite could walk around with long wavy hair. No self-respecting Canaanite. But at the same
If the Canaanites were breeding with Greeks for thousands of years, maybe they might turn out looking like that, right?
No, but remember, no self-respecting Greek would be walking around with that shit neither in its in its indigenous form, or not indigenous, but in its original form. When the first Greeks were formed, none of them didn't have no blonde, curly, nothing. Then none of that didn't exist. I don't even know if white people existed. So at that point, we just gotta be real about this. We gotta be real.
I don't know, bro. I try not to do the, you know, Dr. Yakub thing and be super like, you know, egotistical with the Black history stuff. I think white people have been here for some time. I'm not saying they've been there forever, but
no, they have been. They have been there.
When you look at the sculptures of Greeks and Romans, they look like white people, bro.
The modern sculptures, and that's why I'm trying to explain to you. If we look at modern stuff, yes, it's gonna look like them, but that's why it's called modern. If we're gonna look at classic stuff, anything that gets classic, now they don't want to talk about it. When we start talking about the islands and stuff, you know, Cyprus and all of these places surrounding those areas, even if we look at some so-called Turkish stuff, you know, because they don't want you to see that everything at one point is all connected to the same things, isn't it? You know, it's like I've explained it before. The Phoenicians, or the so-called Phoenicians, that empire, they traveled all the way across the planet looking for resources on behalf of, you know, another African empire, which you know as Kemet. So, you know, they lied and said we didn't have boats. They lied and said so many things. So at that point, it's like, we've really got to look at the history and understand that there's a lot of mixing in it. It's like, you can't tell me that you don't have actual Afro. Like, you see that how Jedi got Afro, Zulu got Afro, Shifa got Afro. This Afro will break your comb. If you don't have break comb Afro, look, if you ain't got break
you
comb
really
Afro,
saying
you're
what
mixed.
about me? Come on, man.
If you ain't got a break the comb Afro, you got a mix. I don't care. You could tell me you're Somali and you're not mixed till the cows come home, but you are mixed to me. You got something. Because there's no way that you are just black and your hair don't break combs. Only comb your hair shouldn't be breaking is Afro comb, hence the name Afro. And if you ain't got Afro, come on, man.
There's people blicker than both of us that got straight hair, dude.
Yeah, Indians.
No, I mean in Africa, bro. In Africa,
bro.
Yeah, Indians in Africa. What do you think they got that?
Square. Don't stop with that bullshit, shipper, man.
I'm gonna back it out some, because, like I said, when I went over there, I saw black people. Let's not play games.
Yeah, thank you, my brother.
Nah, not with straight hair. They got mixed. I'm telling you, man. Because I'm not being funny here. Like, that's like when you talk about Afro, that's what it was referring to Africans. You know, the real Africa. Yeah, with afros, not no slick back business.
If you got straight hair, you're still African, bro. I don't believe you're not African.
Yeah, just like you're still British. You got a passport, we get you, but they're not really from there, are they? They're mixes, or you know, maybe the great granddad was white man or
So what are you saying? We need to look a certain type to be real Africans. Yeah, you too now, Shifa.
Yes, to be real black people. Listen,
come on.
What's gonna happen when you find Egyptian mummies and they've got straight hair? What's gonna happen now?
Those ones are mixed. Now, what I'm trying to say to you,
what if it's pre-dynastic Egypt or early kingdom with no Greeks, no Ptolemy, no nothing? What are you gonna say then?
Then they're Indian. They're either Indians or they're, you know, they're Asian or Caucasian at some point, innit? Like, now I'm just gonna say,
no.
Look, let's just be honest about this. Look.
Yeah, let's be honest about it, Shifa.
If we look at Asians,
what is your ideal look for a proper African? Let me put it that way.
I'm gonna tell you how you know what the difference in people are. It's phenotypes. So if you look at Asian, in the common Asian, you're gonna find certain phenotypes. You're gonna find them hook noses. You know them noses that are poke an eye out. Them noses you can use as a snooker cue and knock ball down off the table and that. You're gonna find them kind of hook noses. I'm telling you, those kind of traveling like gypsy noses that you saw in them Sinbad the Sailor movies back in the day. You will find all of them in Asia. Now, when you go to Africa, you are not going to find these thin nostrils that can barely breathe in air, you know, like that, because it's trying to protect you from the sun.
What is it? So what do you call nilots then?
Huh?
What do you call nilots?
Nilox.
Nilots.
What's the Nilot?
Those skinny black people in the Nile, bro. Like those Sudanese and all them skinny, the tall ones.
Oh, got you. So yeah, some of them are mixed now, but you still have the ones with the afros. The ones with the afros are the real ones. The ones who've got the straight hair, they all mix. And I'm telling you,
you can't but you can't go
what
by
about
hair type.
what about the bald head? What the bald head ones? What about them?
if they got a bald head, we need to grow the hair first to really know. And then we got to look at other features. If we look at the nose, if they got the nasal flare, yeah, because ain't nobody ever in their lifetime gone to the plastic surgeon and asked for the nasal flare. This is something only black people and some Indians get, with nostrils are super wide. So at that point, in most cases, if you got that nasal flare, you're more than likely black. But we still need to grow the hair because we know Indians get it too. And Chinese people, they kind of get it sometimes as well, them flaring nostrils. But then it's the nose, the bit in the middle is quite wide on black people's noses as well. So once you got that nasal flare and the wide nose bridge, we know you're black. We know you're a real one. Yeah. And if you got the hair that breaks combs, then you are Africa. You are what represents Africa at that
Either
point.
you need to have the hair that you can break the comb, or you have to have the nose that's flared up, yeah?
Yeah, otherwise you've either got some Italian or some Arabic or something else in there. I'm telling you.
Oh my gosh.
It's a fact.
Axel?
No, it's not a fact. Stop
it. It is a fact. You told me the truth, Axel. You can't lie now because there's some mix in your own people. That
well, I'm talking about my own stuff, though. I'm not talking about you saying a proper African needs to look a certain way, yeah?
Yeah, because Afro-African, don't you get it? Afro-African.
Oh,
why do you think they call us?
1 second back, yeah.
Look, if you look around the world, yeah, if we go to America and you see an African in America, yeah, they're gonna call them Afro-Americans. Go to Europe, they're gonna call us Afro-Europeans or Afro-Caribbeans or Afro. It has to reference Afro. So if you
so it has
Afro,
everything to do with the hair type, not the fact that it comes from
the
continent of Africa, no?
If you don't have the Afro, then you don't have the African.
Yo, Colombiana, do you agree with your man?
I'm just on Shein, like scrolling for clothes.
You do.
Yeah, my attention's are elsewhere.
You know what I'm saying is true though, Axum, because at the end of the day, even in your country, people they don't really want to be black.
Why are we going back to my country for again?
Look, people don't really want to be black no more, innit? It's like I had to say to the Americans earlier. Everyone's talking about there's something else. You're not African. You're something. You're indigenous American. All this crap. It's because they don't want to be black. Everyone's scared of being black. Black people. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of trauma, and then some of us, even some black people, have bullied other black people because they were too black, or take the mick out of them because their nose is too big, or your lips are too big, or
are you black, Shifa?
I am black, and I've grown up witnessing this. I remember being in school, and they used to listen. I used to hang around with mainly especially that I thought the blacker you are, the more intelligent you're probably gonna be. Because I came from a dark family of very intelligent people, so I valued the blackness in it. But I found that in a lot of cases, some girls would be
rewind that 1 second. What did you say?
I don't know what to say.
I said I value the blackness in it. I value the blackness in people, but I don't think that everyone's like that. I think most black people. Most black people.
Pause yourself a little bit, though. Zulu, we need to have a chat. Did man just say more melanated you are, more intelligent you are?
Yeah, I used to think everyone else was dumb, but I'm just saying, as I've got older, I realized that the black people don't actually like us. We don't like each other like that, innit? And black people like to look down on each other, innit? So it's like I had a friend and he was from Angola. Yeah, they used to call him Darky. They used to call him all sorts of names, Midnight, and just rude stuff, and at some point, what I'm trying to realize is that somehow people have made out that that's something that people like now. But these same people, the same person that's saying, oh, black of the berry, sweet of the juice, oh, I'm black power, black this, black, they're the same person that was calling me darky. So it's like, who the hell are you? What are you really doing? Yeah, the same people who was making fun of us and saying, oh, you're too dark, you're too this, don't stay in the sun too long. Now they're talking about black is beautiful. It's like, get the hell out of here. No, I'm not hearing that. That's not fair. Like, you got to be consistent, innit? Do you feel where I'm coming from? Because when we was growing up, we used to hear these horror stories about how, you know, the West Indian grandmas, they favored the light-skinned kids because they just didn't think the black kids were going to make it. You know, like that. Why you think so much kids was bleaching? Why you think that bleaching even came a prevalent thing like that? So at that point, I can't blame the white man for that, innit? I can, because he put us through slavery. So maybe he helped create that mentality a bit. But, you know, we can't, I'm not going to lie to myself and say to myself that, you know, this black thing is a thing that's loved. It's not loved, innit? Yeah, in your country, Axum, let's be honest. They don't love Afro.
Why are you coming back to my country again, bro? What are you doing?
You're gonna
Think
tell us,
to
you
yourself,
know.
though, bro. You are Hispanic, aren't you? You have a bit mixes in you.
No,
That's
but
true.
you
You
live
got a lot
this
of
shit.
mixing, Tifa. You
No,
got a
but
lot of
I've still got
Yeah, so
Afro.
don't go with my
Look,
country.
my
Look at yourself
mixes.
first.
Listen,
Please.
my mixes are nationalities, so that doesn't take away the African part. Now, what I'm saying is, your mix gives
No,
you
it
like this
doesn't,
select.
yeah.
Remember, you got
Meanwhile, you were
select.
taken and dropped off in the islands
You got
over there, and you don't
Cuban,
think you
you got
have been
Cuban, you got a
mixed up.
bunch of mixing, bro. A bunch
No,
of mixing.
but remember, you got Afro-Cubans, yeah? You got Afro-Caribbeans, Cuba, Jamaica, Trinidad, all in the Caribbean. So what I'm going to say to you is, when we deal with Axum now, you have to understand they've got Gillette
Why
hair.
are you turning
They've
into
got
my
all this,
country for?
because
Stay to
you've got
your
all of this
own.
smooth stuff going on. And you lot know that you don't pride yourself on Afros. You know Afro is not the popular style in your country. Let's be honest.
No, we braid,
Not
and we have
popular style
locks.
in this
Now
country
what?
either. It's not the popular.
You don't have locks like that, though. You don't have dreadlocks. You lot have some silky locks
Dreads.
where you have plait. You're plait
Yeah,
up here.
Jez,
You're plait
man.
up here. You're not.
You
You're
don't
not
know
doing.
nothing about
You
my
know what this guy
country.
just said, Jez? He said the darker you are, the smarter you are.
It's true though. I've always thought that the darkest guy in the world is probably the most intelligent guy, because if you're really, really black, you had to struggle to even get noticed, you know. People didn't want to invite you to the party. So you had to be really intelligent or really witty. You had to do something extra to get invited. I know this because I have been through the same
Okay, but
struggle.
Shifa, you don't
But
really
all
look.
you motherfuckers, man,
Remember,
that didn't want to invite me.
You just told me, yeah, about the phenotype in Africa, right?
Yeah.
And you don't really look that black for me. I've seen you in real life, and you don't really look that black.
No, but I've still got an afro. Don't you get it? What it is now?
No. So you're not. No.
To you, I don't listen. To you, I don't
Wait a
look
minute,
that black.
Axel, what do you mean by looking black, though? Hold on, what do you
To
mean
you,
by
I don't look that black.
You
To
know,
you, I don't look
no,
that
because he says, yeah, we need to have flared up nose, and we need to have a hair that you can break with the comb. That's what he's
My
told
hair
us.
breaks combs all day. What are you doing?
So are you
So
saying
your
that
hair
Shifa
breaks
doesn't have
comb.
those features
Yeah.
that he described?
I have got those features. I've got the nasal flare.
Nah, and he's not blickety black either.
Yes, I am. And I've got the
No,
nasal flare.
You're not that dark skin, Shifa. Let's be honest. You're
Look,
not.
I'm not the darkest guy who ever walked the planet. I'm not
that's what I'm
Michael Blackson.
saying.
But I'm darker
Don't
than
throw stones in the glass
the
house like you
majority of
do,
black
Shifa,
people that
because
you're
you
gonna
are
meet in
wherever you
the
are
UK.
from the Carib Islands, right?
Look,
So you are probably yourself.
Yeah, that's only because he lives in England. If he lived in the Caribbean, he'd be dark.
I'd even be darker, exactly. But the point is that what I'm trying to say to you is the
come
average
on.
black person in the UK is lighter than me. So if we're
No,
gonna
but
deal
this
with
brother
that,
is saying you need to look like Kunta Kinte to be classed as a black man, yeah? And then now he's not even himself.
no, you don't need to look like Kunta Kinte.
Mad.
You don't need to look like Kunta Kinte. You need to look like Kodjo. You need to look more like Kodjo. Or just look like you look. All of us look. Everyone who's got an afro, if you got the afro and your hair breaks combs, that's all you need to be considered afro. Afro. Remember,
Shifa, you don't have like the typical African nose. Like it's not pronounced like proper. Let's be honest.
No, but that's why I said not all Africans get it, because you do have Africans who have different noses, but they'll still have the nasal flare. Do you understand? In the sense of the nostrils don't come in thin like white people ones where they can barely breathe. And then I'm saying to you also that you don't get Africans without the Afro cuz. Because if you go anywhere in the world, they're not going to tell you Afro Gillette Cuban. They're going to just say Afro Cuban. It's not. In fact, you can't even put Afro and Gillette in the same sentence. You can't put Afro and Gillette in the same sentence because what you don't got is something different. So that's not
No, man said Afro Gillette.
But you lot are claiming you're Afro Gillette, and this is what I get. Like when I start talking to some of the East Africans,
You claim Afro Gillette, I beg.
yeah, but how are you African then? How are you fully African when you got Gillette? Makes sense.
Wow, you're going by this imaginary phenotype for all Africans, man.
Yeah, look, Africa is relatively, you know, in certain parts it's been mixed in it because it got conquered. So there's going to be some mixing, but it's just our people going to be big and grown enough to admit to the mixing. You know, less in places like Nigeria, obviously, but even in Nigeria, I'm sure there's some mix. I've definitely seen some Nigerians who look like they're mixed with Arab. I've definitely seen some. And I've also seen some Nigerians who look like they might just be just normal mixed race. But that's more modern thing. I'm talking historically, I've seen Nigerians who look like they've come fresh from Nigeria and they might have some kind of Arab mix. You know, and we got Brother Jedi here. If he's seen it too, we got two witnesses.
Jedi, he's calling you
He's calling me a what?
What do they call them? They call them. Listen, I'm going to tell you what they call them. They call them the. Is it the Hausas? Is it the Hausas in Nigeria? Yeah.
Bro, fuck off. That's his house. Yeah, that's his house. That's his house. You know what you want? What's your problem, bro?
What are you saying? You're a Hausa?
No, I'm not. I'm an Igbo, you idiot, and you know I am. Look at the houses.
No, but I've definitely seen couple that. Couple houses.
They got Arabic in them.
Yeah,
Arabic.
couple houses.
You have some Arab in you, right?
Me? How have I? Why? Because my second name's Ali.
Nah. Explain this.
My last name is a shorter name for a longer African name that my great grandfather changed, and then my great grandfather changed, and then my grandfather shortened even more. So
okay.
I'm from a lineage of people that take like their destiny into their own hands, kind of thing. I'm like, you know what I mean? They will name themselves and say, look, this is me, and then my son's gonna be named after me, and so that's where I come from. But I'm very interested in doing the DNA thing, but you know, we've sat here and we've all discussed the DNA thing, and I just don't know how realistic it is, or I don't really want to give my DNA.
They've really got it, bro. I think you should do it.
I want to do it, but I don't.
Can't we all do it together, though?
We'll all do the DNA test. We'll all do the DNA test.
Well, if we all do that, though.
With who, though? With who?
2023.
No,
2023 is the
that's
best.
the last person I'm going with, bro.
Yeah, but they've got the most money, so it's going to be more. It's going to be proper. If you go find a cheap one, it's going to be crap.
But what about my heritage, though?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Ain't my heritage or my African heritage?
Yeah.
Ain't that the best one?
Yeah, but yeah, I guess.
No, you just said, bro. You literally said like the Google, like you said 23andMe. That's like the baitest one. That's the one that goes straight to NASA, straight to the what's that company called Alphabet and Google. Like, you're not even trying to protect yourself.
Yeah, no, I hear that still.
No, research who's the best one. Like, and like, you know, there's ones that like will link you up to a village in Africa if you've got enough of the markers. No, real talk. You know, I got ones
they have like one in like an African one.
Yeah,
they like try.
I got one where I got people where that they've met aunties in America now. Do you know what I mean? Like literally, yeah, they've met aunties in America now through this thing. It's like,
why did I think this is what Axum did?
Axum tried shit, man. I still to now. Axum gave us I think her brother's one.
Ashkenazi. She got 40%.
Yeah, man. She tried shit. We need
40% Ashkenazi.
We need to proper like pin her down. I want to do Axum's one. I don't trust Axum. Everyone's gonna say gonna say 20% Australian.
Mad.
Nah,
French.
keep it real though. 40% is crazy though. Let's be real.
40% of what?
Ashkenazi.
Did she say 40%?
Yes.
Are
No.
you Ashkenazi?
You said 40%?
No.
Never.
No.
Mad.
You're just mixed race at that point. You're literally
mixed race, cuz.
You, if you're 40% Ashkenazi, you can get a passport now.
Did you to Israel right now? Yeah.
Yes, you could just roll up.
You are fully Israeli for half of it.
Oh, I'm stitching,
so what's that? 40% Israeli, 40% East African, and 20% what? Indian.
She had like
No, my brother didn't have any Indian in him, so
no Indian. I'm not
No
believing
Indian.
this.
You had like 1%.
No, I'm not believing that. No Indian at all. Lies.
no Indian whatsoever. You know, I was
Did you have
a
Arab?
bit,
Did you have Arab?
and only like 10% Arab too. That was a bit best.
No, but that's where the Indian comes in, because Arab and Indian
This is
linked.
sounding dodgy, man. This is not the numbers she gave us originally, bro.
You ain't 10%.
She's cooking the
No,
books.
42 Jew, 42
Fucking hell,
Ethiopian Jew, 42% Ethiopian Jew, right? Yeah, I remember the numbers. You know, 21% North African, 1% in North Korea. Not North Korea, Korean
Wait, hold on,
Japanese.
Is the North African the Arab North Africans?
No, it wasn't. It
I
wasn't.
said, no. What do you mean, no?
You're gonna say the
No, no.
Amazik. You're gonna say the Amazik. What are you gonna say?
No. To be honest, no. The map they were giving you, it was just North Africa, and then they had 10% from Middle East, Saudi Arabia area.
You're not even from Africa. You're not even from Africa. You're not even from. This girl is not even from Africa,
5
bro.
point something percent Nigerian, 5.5%.
Just shut up your mouth there, man. Idiot.
I'm not lying though.
Listen. Can we talk about? Wait, 1 second, Shifa. Can we talk about what does Ethiopian Jew actually mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? Yeah,
I wanted to say something, but yeah.
Yeah. Look it up though. This is exactly what he said though. 42% Ethiopian Jew, and the explanation they gave, they're saying that it's from the Solomonic that thingy.
They never said Solomonic. Why are you trying it? I don't. This girl type shit, you know.
No,
they
I'm
did not say to you Solomonic. They
I
never
swear
said
it did. I swear I did.
I don't know why
you're trying to chase herself back to the fucking
when it was Ashkenazi before. Why is it changing now?
No, Zulu 5.
You did say Ashkenazi before, and now you went from Ashkenazi
East
to Solomon. Ashkenaz to Solomon. Are you all right? Are you all right, sis? Not being funny. You're more likely to be like Magog.
Yo, hey, allow it. That's the Magog.
Magogite.
That was fucking. Yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah, that was actually fucking.
A Gogite.
Now all of you are Magog and John.
Gogian.
A Gogish.
I'm sorry, that was funny. That was fucking funny. It was funny though.
So past the bedtime. Nah, shit.
Nah, if I do a DNA test, I'm gonna get some lumber in there for sure. I know that for sure.
Do you know what? I'll be real with you, man. My thing's a mystery. I have no clue. It's a bit.
I think yours is gonna be Lemba, maybe some Middle Eastern stuff in there. It's gonna be some.
How is he Lemba?
What? Sorry, don't listen to Shifa, and you've now come and put Middle East on my table.
No, but Jez, we have to be honest. There was like the whole Mantu Musa. There's obviously ties to Arabia. Let's keep it real. There's something happening there. Let's be honest. A lot of back and forths in West Africa and in Arabia.
Do you know what? I don't really know. I don't really know about it. So
it's probably Gambia, Senegal.
I don't mean the white Arabs. I mean
Gambia, Senegal.
Gambia, Senegal.
I know there's gonna be some. I'll tell you from now. There's gonna be some Ethiopia in there. There's gonna be some Somalia in there. I'll tell you that for free.
Really?
I come in for what I own, man. These are my youths, bro. They're my youths.
They need to pay rent.
My youth.
Why does everyone always claim those countries though? Why don't anyone ever claim like Chad? Or what about Kenya? What about Kenya?
This guy with the
Why are you playing Chad? Why?
Ain't nothing wrong with Chad. Big up
What's going on in Namibia? What's going on in Namibia?
What did you think about that?
Oh my god!
What about
We need to
Zambia?
get Chad some ratings, though, man. Come on,
Nah,
man.
Chad, it's true though. Chad needs to step up in the life. I reckon half you Jamaicans are from Chad. How about that? Yeah, because you lot all want to be from Ghana. You lot think you're all from Ghana. You're from
It's
Chad.
true still. That you're probably right as well. There are probably some Chadians from
Chadians.
A couple of Chadwicks in there.
Yeah.
Chaddish. A bit Chaddish.
Chadwick is crazy work, bro.
You're taking Chadwick, yeah? Ooh, pause.
Chadwicks.
Pause.
Couple Chadwicks.
Nah, I'm just in the giggling stage of the night now, man. I'm tired because that's fucking stupid. That's a Chad. Oh man, fucking shifter, bro.
But there's
So Zulu, I think you have some Dutch in you.
Whoa.
Fucking hell. You're just bullying now. Just Dutch from nothing.
I know.
Bullying.
No. Some Dutch in you. Something. Like I said, Shifa got some Spain in him.
I'll have you know, I have.
What's the funniest thing, Shifa? Shifa is gonna come back with some British in him, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna.
Remember, I told you this, yeah. British Isles, yeah. He's gonna be so pissed. You're gonna come back. You're gonna come back. 8% Jupiter.
He got some juice in him.
I can see that.
Yeah, nah. Shifa's definitely got some English in him. He knows it as well. He's not even fighting it.
Now, do you know what? I think if anything, if I was going to have a connection to any European country, it would be a country with beautiful people. You know, like
not beg it.
Portugal. It would have to be Portugal.
Portugal ain't even got beautiful people in it.
Yeah, man. It have to be somewhere.
Portugal ain't even got beautiful people. Their women ain't even all that.
Yeah, man.
Nah, bruv. Portugal.
Yeah,
have you been to Portugal?
No, I've never been. I can't say
I've been. Brother. Portuguese women have got the hardest face in Europe.
Yeah, they have
obviously you've got some beautiful people everywhere. Come on, and whatever. But I feel like Portuguese women are not the most classically good looking. You've got they've got like a working woman's face. They're proper. They're proper strong in the boat, you know.
They got
a banging figure, but their faces are hard.
No, but I mean, like, the thing is, yeah, I picked Portugal not because of the women, because the women like Portuguese men for some reason. Ain't you ever heard that song?
Beautiful women. No, you said beautiful people.
Yeah, they got
Why
beautiful people,
about men?
Whoa, man, so
it's not for the women. So who's the beautiful people then? If it's not the women, stop it! You're killing yourself already.
I am the beautiful person. I am the beautiful person. And the kind of looks that I've got, probably came from somewhere like that. Because women like those type of men. You heard Portuguese love them type of tune there. You never heard them type of tune.
Taking that into account, are you
What's
African?
What's your phone about?
You never heard that song before, did you? You never heard that song.
But Shifa, if you acknowledge that, are you black then?
Yeah, remember Portugal got black people too, you know.
You're going to say the indigenous Portuguese were black. Here we go.
If you're not black, end of.
Oh, bro, you just been kicked out of the black clique, just like that.
Look, listen, I will take that one, yeah. And I won't be black
you're
anymore.
gonna make the 40% Jew tell you that, yeah? Man.
But either way, ask them. You ain't got.
You're gonna let the Stein. You're gonna let the Stein tell you that.
No, I don't need that. Look, I don't need black.
Now that's a new name now. Axel Stein.
All I need is my afro, yeah, and then we're gonna be able to pick out the Steins from the afros.
I don't have an afro. Sorry, Shifa. I don't have an afro. But,
yeah, you got that Frankenstein girl. I'm sorry.
What?
I'm at the stage where I'm just giggling at anything that sounds remotely funny, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, you got that Frankenstein. You ain't got that afro, man. Shit. I'm sorry, Axel, man. But we need to get you some afro back, and you don't need to start taking pride in afro and real blackness again.
all I'm gonna say is this. I used to say, oh no, they're not African, this, that, but I've been there, bro. Like they're black, bro. I've seen black people when I was there. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, not in Ethiopia. They definitely got some black people left, with proper afros and that. I've met a couple, but I think their problem is identifying as black. They got an issue with identifying as black, which I do kind of understand as well, because Axum explained it quite eloquently that black is not a nationality. It's not a historical marker for people beyond the 16th century. So I do kind of understand it. I do get it.
Are the Khoisan black?
The Khoisan are
I
black.
can see the Chinese. Look at him.
No,
there's no one phenotype, bro.
They're black. Khoisan are black. And like I said, remember, Chinese come from black people anyway, so they're just kind of watered down versions.
They're lighter than Ethiopians, first of all, or they're lighter than Axum, some of them. And they have Chinese eyes. They don't have big lips, this big nose that you're talking about.
Why am I the reference though?
They didn't have afros. Did they have afros?
He didn't say Eritreans though, but yeah, talking to your
No, I'm defending you by using as the reference. I'm defending.
No, but did they have afros? Did the Khoisan have afros?
It's in your defense, Axum. It's in your defense.
Do the Khoisan have afros?
Yeah, they've got peppercorn hair, pepper grain hair.
They got proper pepper grain. Yeah, they passed. Then they passed.
So for you, it's the hair, regardless of everything else.
Yeah, the hair is the main thing. The hair is the main thing.
No, bro, no, it can't be.
Yeah, that's
There's white people with curly hair. There's white people with curly hair, bro.
Not afro. Not with afro, bro.
I've seen white people with afros, bro.
Not ones that break combs like ours.
Why is that a good thing that your hair can break a comb? Why is that a good thing? I don't want hair like that.
Yeah, you do.
Why you want...
Take pride. Listen, take pride in your blackness and stop saying things like that's disrespect. That's disrespect. You better respect this afro.
If you pride in your hair, you wouldn't be combing in the first place.
Nah, listen, you need to respect this afro. I'm trying to tell the sisters as well. We don't need this long flowing hair. You need kinky, cut like tight, knotted, afro hair. You need that, and that looks good on you.
You're calling it tight, nitty, kinky.
Yeah, he's giving it horrible names, isn't it? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like
you're just gonna say all the nasty ways of saying it.
I like those names. I like that. I like it. We can call it coarse, we can call it hard, or we can call it spongy and soft.
What?
The way he said soft.
I know, man.
I don't know.
It's spongy, man. That's soft. When you touch it, it's very nurturing. It feels like, if I touch my hair, it feels like like people like who've got ADHD, they use them little fidgeting tools or little toys. You don't need that if you got afro hair. You could play with this hair all day and you would just get
what?
Schiffer, man.
Fire.
Nah. Stop yourself, Schiffer. When you hear yourself going down certain roads, just stop, bro.
you might slip and see something crazy. You know what I mean? And it's getting late. You might slip and just chill.
But it wasn't there because it's my own hair.
But Schiffer, listen.
But you're next to someone with the 2A hair right now, so.
Who's that?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh shit! I'm out.
What does that
mean? It's getting too political, man. Before you lot go though, I want to play something for you. Yeah, I want to play something for you because this is a fucked up video.
No, play that.
Oh no.
I'm going to bed now anyway after this.
Yeah, it's that time. It's a bit late, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I can already see where this is going.
I am going to find kidnapped children, and I'm going to try like hell to save the children. Like, I don't play around with kidnappers. I don't play around with them. I will find the kids, rescue them, bring them back to their parents. I mean, I was just watching a video with an evil foster mother kidnap a child. It didn't go right with me though, but still.
There you go.
Yeah, I was not kidnapped. So I don't know how it feels, truly, but in my mind, I do. Because in my mind, I am kidnapped in my mind. What am I doing?
I am going to find spliffs that have been smoked. Because I don't smoke spliffs. But I will find them. I don't play around with weed. But I would find them. Nah, but on a level, man, where are the kidnapped kids, bro? Let's start with Madeline. Like, you got all the kidnapped kids. It's blatantly you. Let's not fuck around. Where have you put the youths, my brother? Huh? Where are the pickney them?
I want to talk about
No,
this.
no way.
I am going
I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was AI. I thought that was
find
AI.
It's not AI, bro. It's
children.
not AI.
No,
I wanted to pause the video and say, yo,
Run child
that's
like
not
hell.
real.
AI,
That's
by the
not
way.
real, bro.
Save the
No way.
children.
That's not
Brother,
real.
big up Game of Thrones. Is that a White Walker, yeah?
I don't play around with kidnappers. I don't play around with it.
That's
I
AI.
will
That's
find
AI.
the kids.
Mama said, I want to help find kidnapped children.
That's a White
Yeah,
Walker,
100
bro.
million AI. 100
I'm just
million.
like, did you forget the and? You mean I want to help find and kidnap children, or do you want what?
This is fucked, bro.
Bro,
Them
man,
kids are gonna
body
run.
is mad, cuz. But I'm not
Man's
gonna lie.
looking like Wolfman.
I did a little poll. Like, man
Brother,
said,
what's
what
wrong
in
with
the
this
Romulus
forehead?
and Remus? This
What happened to his
Remus
forehead?
and Romulus.
I
Mad.
don't know, cuz.
Rescue them.
Look,
Bring them back to their parents. I mean, I was just watching a video with an evil.
but he looks like he's got the strength of 10 men.
He's looking
And
like
one
he's looking like a chimera.
proper.
Foster mother kidnapped child.
Chimera.
It didn't go right with me though, but still.
But it's the neck. Where's the neck?
I'm glad I was not kidnapped.
Now, this man was made in a lab. He was made in a lab.
The neck is under the mane.
Nah, here you have it, Shifa,
I don't know how
Frankenstein.
it feels.
Not me.
That's the real.
True,
Listen,
but
that's Jackal, man.
in my mind,
What's
I
under the
do.
vein?
Because in my mind, I am kidnapped in my mind.
Fuck's sakes.
Sneaks
I'm a-
speaking liberties, isn't
I
it?
am going to find spliffs that have been smoked.
Nah.
So I don't smoke spliffs. But I will find them.
People
I
are
don't play
cold, isn't it?
around with weed.
It's
I will
horrible, bro.
find them. Nah, but on a level, man, where are the kidnapped kids, bro?
What's the
Where
name
you
of
put
the
'em?
what's the condition?
I don't know, cuz the man is just bonkers. Scary guy, bro.
That guy looked terrible, man.
Proper terrible, bro.
Yeah, he was in bad shape. Really bad shape.
And what do you think happened to this sister? Do you know what? While we at it quickly, what do you think happened to this sister? What do you think her story is? Because I feel like she ain't telling us everything.
I don't want a fucking vagina anymore. I don't want it. I don't want a fucking vagina anymore. Like, you can take it. I'm good. I'm so good. I don't want it. Fucking release me. I eat a little bit of sugar and I have a fucking yeast infection. What?
Mad.
What? I drink a little bit of alcohol. Boom. Bacterial vaginosis. Fuck you! What? What are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about? I eat good. I drink water. I take my probiotics. I'm prude nation. I don't even, like, sleep around. Like, what? What the fuck are you fucking talking about? I literally shower, like, 12 times a day.
What?
And, like, sitting in the doctor's, like, thinking I have a fucking STD that just, like, sprouted out of nowhere. Literally formalized out of thin fucking air. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. It hurts all the time. I don't want it. I don't want it. And I have cysts. I don't.
Have you tried wiping from front to back?
I don't want to fucking.
Mad. Wait, Axum, I'm sorry to hear that you sisters are going through this type of problem. Yeah, I'm sorry for the sisters. But because Axum's here, I'm just talking to her. But I'm just saying on behalf of the sisters, do you have anything to say? Do you want to wish her any words of wisdom?
Yeah, I do still.
But yeah, what's happening to her? Why is all of this happen?
Check your blood sugar, innit?
Yeah, man. I think that she's lying about like everything. I think she's lying. You get me? And when she said, I'm prude nation, but she kind of looked away. She couldn't look right at the camera when she said it and look back. something's not right. I think she did that video to prove to her man that she's just as confused as to why she keeps getting these STDs.
So she's drinking alcohol. She got bacterial issues.
Yeah, right.
You sugar, and you get
yeast infection.
Fungus.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's doing stuff with her vagina, isn't she?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
She's not leaving it closed.
No.
But you know what, Axum? I'm glad you sent this video to show what a good vagina looks like, or what yours looks like.
Mad. That's material halitosis.
This is
You're
this
dickhead. You're fucking dickhead.
That's bacterial halitosis.
Yeah. Oh my God. What the hell is that?
Bacterial halitosis.
You don't recognize it. You don't recognize it.
Wow, where your face, man.
What in the fur burger?
You lot enjoy yourselves. Yeah, tomorrow, man. Tomorrow. Peace.
Big up.
Big up.